In a land of fire, within the Hidden Leaf Village, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Uchiha Xiao leisurely stood behind the counter of the weapons shop situated at the Uchiha clan's residence, gazing at rows of chakra weapons. Clad in a black combat outfit, with a sharp blade hanging at his waist, he emanated an aura of youthful vigor. Despite the peculiar glances cast by those around him, Xiahua remained unfazed, as if oblivious to their scrutiny. He selected his weapons with a calm demeanor, embodying the heavy legacy of his clan. Suddenly, an irate voice echoed from the entrance. "Uchiha Xiahua, how dare you, the disgrace of the Uchiha clan, appear in our shop?" It was Uchiha Jidu, a young member of the Uchiha family and the shopkeeper's son, advancing with a disdainful expression, clearly contemptuous of Zayahu's so-called worthlessness. With a nonchalant wave of his hand, Xiahua replied dismissively, "Forget it. I won't be buying weapons today. Perhaps I shall look for some bento instead." Jidu, incensed by Zayahu's indifference, escalated his taunts. "You couldn't even pass the ninja exam. What a disgrace. How could someone like you exist in our esteemed Uchiha family? If I were you, I would hide at home, too ashamed to show my face." Xiahua offered a faint smile, his expression almost inviting trouble. "Ah, yes, indeed, you're absolutely right." Jidu, furious, stepped closer, his tone growing more aggressive. "You wretch. You can't even perform the most basic body flicker technique, yet you dare to act so brazenly. You are unworthy of being a member of our illustrious Uchiha clan." Xiahua remained unperturbed, calmly interjecting, "If I may interrupt, you should probably look behind you." Jidu scoffed, "I don't believe your nonsense." But before he could finish his retort, he abruptly turned around, only to be seized by a slender, delicate hand gripping his neck. "What are you saying to Xiahua, you insolent brat?" Uchiha Mineko, the shopkeeper's wife, stood at the doorway, her face a mask of fury, her grip unyielding. "Mother, let go! Let go! There are outsiders present. Have some mercy!" Jidu cried out, struggling against her grasp. With a cold response, Mineko retorted, "We shall deal with you later." She flung Jidu into the shop, then turned to Xiahua, her expression softening. "Xiahua, don't mind him. It's all right if you didn't pass the exam. Keep up the good work." Xiahua managed a weak smile as he accepted the pouch of ninja tools from Aunt Mineko. "Thank you, Aunt Mineko. It's nothing. Inside are a few practice shurikens, and kunai, they should suffice for now." "Don't be polite with me," Mineko said gently. As Xiahua turned to leave, he discreetly pulled out several bills, tossing them onto the counter. "You little rascal." Mineko chuckled upon seeing the money, exclaiming, "You've given too much." From a distance, Xiahua did not glance back, his voice faint as he called, "Aunt Mineko, consider it for next time." Walking home alone, Zayahu's steps were steady, yet there was an air of solitude about him. The streets of Konoha were beginning to dim, the last rays of the sun casting long shadows upon the pavement. The surrounding shops gradually closed their doors, and the trees lining the streets began to lose their vibrancy, appearing somewhat dreary. Yet, as a member of the Uchiha clan, he perpetually walked this path alone. The jeers and disdain of others long ceased to inflict pain upon him. When he reached an open street corner, a group of children playing nearby suddenly encircled him, gleefully shouting, "Uchiha Xiahua, the Uchiha's worthless fool, unable to perform even the basic techniques." Xiahua heard their mockery, his expression remaining placid, untouched by anger. He paused briefly, casting his gaze downward as if he had not heard their taunts. For him, their words were familiar, almost ingrained. He did not raise his gaze to meet theirs nor turn away, but continued forward, head lowered, unperturbed. The surrounding derision stirred no ripples in his heart, as though their words were but a part of the air, entirely incapable of reaching his inner self. He walked with an air of composure, his steps light, a semblance of a smile gracing his lips, one that seemed to be devoid of self-deprecation, his eyes still cast downward, concealing his emotions. However, Xiahua did not return home directly. As he passed the children, his steps halted momentarily. He looked down at them, a flicker of resignation crossing his mind. Observing these ignorant children, he felt an impulse rise within him. Countless times they had mocked him, and the Uchiha clansmen had watched with indifference. He had never retaliated, merely endured in silence. But today, perhaps it was time to impart a lesson to these children. He turned and slipped into a dim corner by the street, where a pile of old wooden crates and stones lay undisturbed. Crouching down, he quietly picked up a stone of moderate size, his gaze fixated on the laughing children. As their ridicule grew louder, a meaningful smile crept onto his face. With a sudden motion, he hurled the stone with force. It zipped through the air, striking one of the singing children squarely on the back. The child immediately cried out in pain, clutching his back, while the other kids jumped in surprise, turning to locate the source of the noise. Xiaohua remained hidden in the shadows, observing the shift in their expressions, feeling no remorse, but rather a tranquil sense of control. This long-awaited sensation of power reminded him that he was not entirely powerless, and though his actions were not noble, in this moment, he experienced an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. Who threw that? One child shouted, eyes filled with panic and anger. Yet, Xiaohua had already stealthily retreated from the corner, not lingering any longer, swiftly disappearing into the depths of the street. All that remained were the children's cries and their furious accusations. What a jerk! How dare you hit me? Why don't you go tell your parents? Hurry! The frightened children scattered, their eyes wide with terror. Though they were young, the fear and anger in their hearts propelled them to flee, and Xiaohua paid no heed to their departing expressions, for he had lost interest. Even regarding these children, he felt no desire to discover if they would seek revenge or rush to tell their parents in anger. Such matters held no significance for him any longer. As the group of children dispersed, Xiaohua glanced back at the spot where he had thrown the stone, a silent scoff echoing in his heart. In Konoha, countless individuals mocked him, and these children were merely a fraction of that number. Emerging from the shadowy corner, Xiaohua slowly made his way home. The sights along the street remained unchanged, the Uchiha clansmen still casting their scornful glances, and he remained indifferent. At that moment, a profound sense of tranquility enveloped him, as if this act of retaliation had granted him a fleeting breath of fresh air amidst long-standing oppression. Not long after, he finally returned to his humble abode. The dwelling appeared as it always had, worn and dilapidated, the wooden walls aging under the sunset's glow, as though they had decayed alongside the passage of time. The creaky door swung open, and Xiaohua entered this silent sanctuary. He gently closed the door behind him, the stillness within becoming his sole refuge. The interior bore no excess adornments, only a modest bed and a rickety table. The bed linens were wrinkled and unkempt, while the items scattered atop the table lay in disarray, with several open books haphazardly placed and a corner cluttered with miscellaneous belongings. In the corner of the room lie several yellowed photographs, relics of his deceased parents, their black and white images silently narrating tales of yesteryears. The air is infused with a subtle scent of aged wood and antiquated furniture. Xiaohua stands quietly at the doorway, gazing upon these familiar belongings, yet his heart remains devoid of any warmth. Chapter 2. The misleading golden finger. Although these were not the parents of this world, he still felt a deep sense of gratitude. He murmured softly to himself, "Though I am not the original Uchiha Xiaohua, since I have arrived, I shall take good care of this body. You need not worry." Xiaohua lowered his gaze to his hands, suddenly recalling the moment he had just traversed into this realm. He had initially believed that he would thrive in this new world. For every traveler possesses a golden finger. Relying on the unique advantages of a transmigrator, he thought it would not be overly ambitious to aspire to dominate the universe or, at the very least, to conquer a ninja world. However, reality dealt him a harsh blow. When he called for the system, no matter how fervently he summoned it, that familiar chime never graced his ears. Just as he was on the verge of giving up, a sudden heaviness enveloped his consciousness, transporting him to an expansive void, where a colossal screen loomed before him. On the screen, a solitary progress bar displayed 0, accompanied by a stark question. Would you like to proceed with the simulation? Yes or no? Yet, when Xiaohua attempted to initiate the simulation, he discovered that the requirements for this ability were exceedingly stringent, and the restrictions were remarkably severe. In essence, it could simulate anything, concepts from imagination or techniques he had witnessed in his past life. However, each time he sought to simulate a particular skill or jutsu, he was required to vividly recall the specific details and potency of that technique in his mind, depending on the complexity and difficulty of the simulation. The duration of the evolutionary process varied significantly. Indeed, attempting to simulate under insufficient mental fortitude could result in excruciating headaches. Occasionally, simulations were straightforward, completed within mere minutes. Yet, for those of higher difficulty, it could require days or even months to actualize. The crux of the issue lay in the fact that the energies of the Naruto world differed entirely from those of his original realm. As a former citizen of Huaxia, he harbored an insatiable curiosity for celestial techniques and inner powers, unable to resist employing his innate abilities to simulate such arts. The advantage of simulating celestial techniques was that they would automatically cultivate within him as they were generated, achieving perfection with each layer. However, therein lay the problem. The spiritual energy generated was incompatible with his internal chakra system, causing a chaotic upheaval of the chakra within him. He could only utilize the jutsu of this world once the spiritual energy was entirely converted into a nature-infused energy akin to celestial chakra. When he sought to terminate the process, he realized there was no cancel button, left to gaze helplessly at the stagnant 1% of conversion on the screen, tears of frustration welling in his eyes. His chakra was exceedingly unstable, rendering him incapable of executing even the most rudimentary techniques such as the body replacement technique, shadow clone technique, or any basic jutsu. This limitation shackled him to a position of perpetual mediocrity. Even the simplest of jutsu remained beyond his grasp. Compared to his peers, he felt like a waste, unable to control his own power, and incapable of even the most fundamental defensive maneuvers. With an inward sigh of resignation, Xiaohua reflected upon the declining reputation of Uchiha Xiaohua within Konoha and the Uchiha clan, which had dwindled to a point of being utterly disregarded. His name had become a source of ridicule among the populace, while his contemporaries could each perform basic jutsu. He found himself unable to execute even a simple body replacement technique. Within the Uchiha clan's compound, Xiaohua was not regarded as a beacon of hope. Rather, he was deemed a disgrace. Whenever clan members discussed him, their eyes were filled with disdain and disappointment. Even after the passing of his parents, the Uchiha clan showed him no affection or support. Engaging in a moment of self-deprecation, Xiaohua chose not to dwell on these thoughts. After all, the simulation of myriad techniques could not be interrupted. He could only await its conclusion. He then turned towards his bed, preparing to rest. Very well, I shall sleep, he murmured softly as he gently reclined on his bed, closed his eyes, and surrendered himself to the realm of dreams. Chapter 3. The Ninja School. As the morning sunlight filtered through the curtains, Uchiha Xiaohua stirred awake, sitting up in bed and rubbing his eyes while stifling a yawn. The room was enveloped in a warm tranquility, yet he had little time to luxuriate in the comforting glow of dawn. I'm going to be late, Xiaohua muttered softly, springing from his bed and swiftly donning his ninja combat attire with remarkable agility. He secured his long blade at his waist, glancing around hurriedly in search of any forgotten items. He hastily consumed his breakfast, merely a few slices of bread and a boiled egg, wasting not a moment. A glance at the wall clock revealed he was close to the start of class. Without a second thought, he dashed out the door. Navigating the winding streets of Konoha village, he ran with a quick, rhythmic pace. Years of training and physical techniques had endowed him with a speed that far surpassed that of an ordinary student. He leaped over a wall, vaulted a fence, and deftly maneuvered through the crowd, encountering hardly any obstacles. Upon entering the gates of the ninja school, a sigh of relief escaped him. He had made it just in time. He breathed lightly, a composed smile still gracing his handsome features. Upon entering the classroom, Xiaohua made his way directly to his seat. Although he was slightly out of breath, his striking visage captivated the attention of many classmates. Several girls unconsciously turned to look at him, their eyes sparkling with admiration, their faces adorned with bashful smiles, nearly swooning in his presence. Wow, it's Uchiha Xiaohua. Indeed, our Xiaohua has always been so handsome. One girl whispered to her friend, her voice laced with unmistakable adoration. What do you mean our Xiaohua? Xiaohua is mine. I wish I could swim in his abs. Another girl gazed at him, her eyes filled with infatuation. However, some boys in the class were visibly displeased, whispering amongst themselves, what does that face count for? He's just a waste, nothing but a pretty boy with no real prowess. Exactly, just a vase. What can he do besides look good? Upon hearing these remarks, several girls shot them fierce glares, fists clenched, seemingly ready to confront the boys. They indignantly retorted, you're not even worth comparing to Xiaohua. Don't you dare speak about him like that. Xiaohua appeared oblivious to the murmurs around him, sitting casually. He was well aware of his advantage in looks, but remained indifferent to such external opinions. Nonetheless, he felt a tinge of helplessness, despite possessing formidable physical skills. He was often dismissed as a failure due to his family background. He understood that such perceptions were difficult to alter, especially in a world centered around ninjutsu, where his strengths in physical combat were frequently overlooked. Just as the atmosphere in the classroom grew tense, teacher Yamanaka Maihiko entered, swiftly quelling the brewing conflict between the boys and girls. She waved her hand, her tone stern. Enough. No more arguing. We are about to begin class. Upon seeing the teacher, the girls immediately ceased their glares, returning to their seats, while the boys lowered their heads in silence. Witnessing the girls' reactions, a smile involuntarily crept across Xiaohua's lips. Although he was indifferent to it all, he understood that certain situations were unavoidable. Suddenly, an intense pressure surged from behind him. Xiaohua turned to find Uzumaki Kushina glaring at him, her face flushed with fury, her red hair seemingly defying gravity. Ignoring the teacher at the front, She marched toward him with brisk strides, her eyes ablaze with anger as if she intended to tear him apart. Standing before Xiaohua, Kushina glared fiercely, her voice low and seething with rage. Are you the one who replaced Minato as the most handsome in the grade? Her tone dripped with provocation, her face a canvas of fury. Xiaohua looked up at Kushina, chuckling lightly, his gaze remaining relaxed. Most handsome in the grade? Don't joke with me. I don't deserve such a title. A flicker of dissatisfaction crossed Kushina's angry face as she advanced, lowering her voice, daring to steal Minato's thunder. What skills do you possess? Do you think being handsome makes you the best? Today, I will crush you. Xiaohua remained unfazed, continuing to regard her with a nonchalant expression, seemingly unperturbed by her words. The surrounding students began to murmur, some even expressing concern that Kushina might act violently. Kushina is furious again. What animosity exists between Senior Minato and Senior Xiaohua? Despite her fury, Xiaohua remained calm, not feeling alarmed in the slightest. However, the teacher had clearly reached her limit. As Mahiko attempted several times to defuse the situation, Kushina, calm down. It's class time, don't disrupt the discipline. Yet Kushina was undeterred, her fingers trembling with rage as her words grew more intense. He dares to overshadow Minato. I will teach him a lesson today. Finally, Mahiko could no longer contain herself. Her voice rose sharply, shouting, Kushina, I warn you, stop immediately. Otherwise, you will be sent out for punishment. The roar silenced the classroom, and everyone felt the weight of the teacher's authority. Though Kushina was furious, faced with the teacher's admonishment, she finally ceased her outburst, lowering her head and huffing in frustration as she returned to her seat. Xiaohua observed this scene, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Just as the atmosphere began to settle, Minato leaned close to Xiaohua, whispering, Senior Xiaohua, I truly apologize for Kushina's temper. Are you all right? Xiaohua chuckled lightly, waving his hand. No worries, Minato. I'm well aware of her temperament. There's nothing to fear. Minato looked at Xiaohua with a hint of guilt. I'm sorry she got angry. I should have stopped her sooner. It's fine, really, Xiaohua replied with an easy smile. If only she could understand, but what can you do? You are her subordinate. Minato paused for a moment before chuckling in resignation. As dusk settled over the streets of Konoha, Xiaohua strolled leisurely on his way home, relishing the tranquility of the day. The air around him carried a slight chill, and pedestrians hurried past. However, this serenity was soon shattered by an overwhelming sense of pressure. Suddenly, from the shadowy alleyway, Kushina emerged with a fierce glare, a hint of a provocative smirk on her lips. You finally arrived. I've been waiting for you. Today, I must teach you a lesson. Xiaohua frowned slightly, shaking his head with a cold laugh. You're looking for trouble again? What tricks do you have up your sleeve this time? He was entirely unfazed, well aware of Kushina's temper. With an angry pout, she leaped forward, throwing a punch. You overshadowed Minato, and today, I will teach you a lesson. Minato watched helplessly from the side, unable to suppress a sigh. Here we go again, Kushina. Yet he did not intervene, knowing well from past experiences that Xiaohua would not be easily defeated. Xiaohua calmly stepped back, evading Kushina's punch, all the while grinning. Oh dear, how terrifying. Kushina shouted in anger, her eyes flashing with fury. You dare mock me. Just wait and see how I deal with you today. Kushina's movements were swift, her attacks coming like a torrential storm. Each punch aimed squarely at Xiaohua's chest and face. With a glimmer in his eyes, Xiaohua deftly dodged each strike, his steps light and graceful as if he were dancing. His movements were so rapid they left the onlookers in awe, with hardly a single punch landing on him. As Xiaoxianai found herself unable to strike Xiaohua, her frustration escalated, prompting her to unleash a more ferocious assault. She swung her fist down towards Xiaohua's waist, followed by a whip kick aimed at his head. A glimmer of mockery flickered in Xiaohua's eyes as he swiftly blocked her kick with his elbow, then turned sideways, deftly grasping her wrist and pinning her to the ground. Is this all you've got? Have you forgotten to eat? He taunted. Xiaoxianai glared at Xiaohua, gritting her teeth. Do you really think you can defeat me like this? Keep going. A faint smile graced Xiaohua's lips, a relaxed expression settling on his face. He then feigned a series of movements as if he were being overwhelmed. He deliberately lost his balance, tumbling to the ground as if struck by Xiaoxianai. Upon witnessing this, Xiaoxianai's eyes lit up, and she burst into laughter. What do you say now? Did you not claim I was incapable? It appears I have triumphed. She stood before Xiaohua, striking a victorious pose. Xiaohua, though you may be handsome, it amounts to nothing. Without ninjutsu or skill, you can only rely on your looks to deceive. Xiaohua, struggling to his feet, stretched lazily, masking his expression with a semblance of helplessness. Ah, it seems I have indeed encountered a formidable opponent today. I must concede my defeat to you. Xiaoxianai, reveling in her triumph, puffed her chest proudly. Of course, I am a prodigy of the Uzumaki clan. At that moment, Minato Namikaze approached with a warm smile directed at the still proud Xiaoxianai, gently smoothing her disheveled red hair. His sunlit smile radiated warmth as he bowed to Xiaohua, expressing gratitude. Xiao-senpai, thank you for going easy on Xiaoxianai today. I truly appreciate it. Xiaohua nodded slightly, a relaxed smile still gracing his features. No problem, Minato. Who could blame me for letting your big sister maintain her confidence? Goxin shot Xiaohua a glare. Though somewhat displeased, she recognized his intentional concession. In a fit of indignation, she leaped onto Minato's back, playfully tugging at his hair. Humph, Minato, you are far too soft. Thinking that guy. Minato chuckled, looking down at her with indulgence as he attempted to wriggle free from her playful grasp. All right. I admit my fault. Goxin. What are you doing? Stop tugging. However, Goxin ignored his apologies, engrossed in ruffling Minato's hair, muttering, honestly, Xiaohua, you are so full of yourself. I refuse to acknowledge that you let me win. Standing aside, Xiaohua bore a slight smile, clearly unfazed by Goxin's attitude. He turned to Minato with a light-hearted tone. Your sister certainly has a fiery temperament. I wonder how you managed to endure it. Minato couldn't help but chuckle. I have long since grown accustomed to her. It's nothing to worry about, Xiao-senpai. Yet Goxin maintained her haughty demeanor, scoffing, regardless, a win is a win. No matter how strong Xiaohua is, he ultimately lost to me. Her tone was arrogant, infused with a hint of defiance, as if declaring her victory. Hearing her words, Xiaohua couldn't help but chuckle internally. He found her prideful attitude endearing rather than irritating. Minato, standing nearby, shook his head with a wry smile. Goxin. Do you not realize that Xiao-senpai is actually stronger than I am? Goxin widened her eyes, turning to Minato with disdain etched on her face. How dull. So what if he excels in taijutsu? Everyone has their unique skills. She proudly turned away, dismissing Minato entirely. Ultimately, Goxin departed, still brimming with indignation. While Minato offered Xiaohua an apologetic smile, Xiao-senpai, I'm truly sorry. I didn't expect her to be so impulsive. Xiaohua waved his hand dismissively, his tone light. It's all right. Go chase after your little firecracker. Minato's face flushed at those words, and he promptly turned to leave. Chapter 4. Practical training. Today's lesson is a practical training session in the field, with the temperature just right and sunlight filtering through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. The air is refreshingly crisp. Xiaohua, unhurried and composed, reclines lazily under a large tree beside the training ground, relishing the cool shade it provides. A languid smile graces his face as he closes his eyes, listening to the gentle rustle of leaves swayed by the breeze, occasionally interrupted by the melodious chirping of birds, as if everything around him is of no concern. The trainees around him are busily preparing for the practical exercises. Some stand on the field, adjusting their gear with serious expressions, while others huddle in groups discussing strategies, radiating palpable tension. However, Xiaohua remains utterly unfazed, the surrounding clamor seeming distant and irrelevant. He lies there, motionless, as if lost in contemplation, yet entirely undisturbed. An atmosphere of leisure and languor permeates the air, starkly contrasting the prevailing tension among the others. Soon, a few observant girls begin to steal glances at Xiaohua from afar. Some whisper among themselves, while others point discreetly. Yet none dare approach him. Even a few bolder girls, summoning their courage to come closer, merely sit beside him, engaging in light chatter about trivial matters. Their voices soft as if afraid to disturb his peace. Their gazes reflect a hint of infatuation, with some even drooling slightly. It is evident that these girls are genuinely captivated by Xiaohua's striking appearance, completely oblivious to the tense atmosphere of the training. Xiaohua maintains a calm demeanor, occasionally offering a slight smile in response to their words, yet most of the time, he simply closes his eyes, savoring the tranquility. However, this serene ambience is soon disrupted by a figure standing at a distance. Goxin glares discontentedly at Xiaohua, her expression clearly one of displeasure. She rolls her eyes, feeling an intense aversion to his confident and relaxed attitude. Furrowing her brow, she mutters under her breath, this guy is so full of himself. Daring to lounge around during such serious training, he is simply arrogant. Known for her fiery temperament, Goxin cannot comprehend how Xiaohua can remain so nonchalant amidst the intensity of the training, as if it were none of his concern. The sight of a few daring girls clustering around him, their soft words and bright smiles only adds to her inexplicable frustration. She grumbles irritably. I don't understand why this pretty boy can have so many girls fawning over him. Humph, Watergate. Don't you dare be that kind of scoundrel. Otherwise, I won't let you off easily. Beside her, Bo Feng Shui Min observes Goxin's reaction and understands her feelings. Yet he is well aware of Xiaohua's demeanor and can only offer her a comforting word. Goxin, calm down. Xiaohua has his own way. As you know, he never gets anxious and doesn't let anyone look down on him. His tone is gentle, attempting to ease her agitation. Nonetheless, Goxin remains visibly disgruntled, her voice tinged with urgency. Calm down. Look at him. He is treating the training with utter disregard, lounging around like a lord. It's simply outrageous. Shui Min refrains from further comment, merely sighing, knowing Goxin's temperament is hard to change. He pats her shoulder, signaling her not to be too upset, before turning his attention back to the training ground, striving not to disturb the other students preparing for the practical exercises. On the opposite side of the training field, Riyang Qingguang steps forward, his gaze fixed intently on the girls surrounding Xiaohua, clearly displeased by his relaxed demeanor. Clenching his fists, he takes a deep breath and strides towards Xiaohua, who is reclining under the tree. Uchiha Xiaohua. Riyang Qingguang's voice resonates clearly. Do not think you can stand tall in Konoha merely by relying on the Uchiha clan. The Hyuga clan is the true foremost family in Konoha. Today, I shall teach you a lesson, showing you what true strength is. All around, the trainees halt their activities, their attention drawn to the confrontation between the two students. As Riyang Qingguang's words hang in the air, everyone knows this challenge holds no suspense. After all, the Hyuga clan's martial arts and Byakugan are renowned as some of the most profound combat techniques in Konoha, and Riyang Qingguang is regarded as a highly gifted ninja. In stark contrast, Uchiha Xiaohua has long been deemed a laggard, incapable of extracting chakra. Yet, Xiaohua continues to recline there, unresponsive, as if entirely oblivious to Riyang Qingguang's challenge. He lazily opens his eyes, glancing at Qingguang with a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. In the face of such provocation, he nonchalantly waves his hand and murmurs, "Oh, you are from the Hyuga clan? You don't seem all that special to me." Xiaohua's demeanor only fuels Riyang Qingguang's anger further. He gazes at his lifelong rival, feeling an overwhelming sense of frustration. Aware that failing to demonstrate sufficient strength would forever label him as insignificant, he resolves to act decisively. You underestimate the Hyuga clan. Today, I will show you the true might of the Hyuga clan with our ultimate technique. Before his words fade, he launches himself at Xiaohua like an arrow released from a bow, hands swiftly tracing arcs in the air as he initiates the 8 trigrams palm. The attack is rapid and powerful, clearly intended to resolve the confrontation with a single blow. The essence of the 8 trigrams palm lies in its precise chakra infusion into the enemy's body, delivering internal pressure and strikes for a potentially lethal blow. However, Xiaohua exhibits no sign of tension. He continues to recline, seemingly indifferent to the fierce combat unfolding before him. As Riyang Qingguang approaches, Xiaohua breaks into a relaxed smile, extending his right hand and casually tracing an arc. In stark contrast to the ferocity of the 8 trigrams palm, Xiaohua's movement is slow and unassuming, merely a simple Tai Chi gesture. Yet, in that moment, something miraculous occurs. Riyang Qingguang's 8 trigrams palm, upon contact with Xiaohua's fist, is effortlessly neutralized. The seemingly casual Tai Chi strike not only meets no resistance, but acts as an invisible barrier, effortlessly dissipating Qingguang's attack. The once powerful gust of wind generated by Qingguang's palm is entirely negated, akin to a small stone being cast into a tranquil lake, leaving no ripples behind. What kind of martial art is this? Riyang Qingguang's eyes widen in astonishment, utterly unprepared for his full-force 8 trigrams palm to be so easily deflected by Xiaohua. His expression shifts, a flicker of disbelief crossing his features, followed by renewed determination as he channels chakra more vigorously, preparing to break through Xiaohua's defense with greater ferocity. This time, Riyang Qingguang's assault is even more ferocious. He spins his body, his palms moving like a tempest. Each strike of the 8 trigrams palm imbued with immense power, aimed directly at Xiaohua's chest and abdomen. With every palm strike, a fierce gust of wind rushes forth, making the very air tremble. Yet, Xiaohua remains unfazed, maintaining his elegant and composed stance as his arms gracefully respond to Riyang Qingguang's onslaught. With each strike, he effortlessly counters Riyang Qingguang's attacks using the principles of Tai Chi, although each of Riyang Qingguang's blows carries significant force. Under Xiaohua's fluid and natural responses, they seem to land in thin air, returning empty-handed. Not bad, Xiaohua casually remarks, his tone laced with nonchalant praise. Yet his eyes betray not a hint of seriousness. Although Hinata Aoki's attacks were relentless, to Xiaohua, they were merely a light-hearted game. Ultimately, Aoki appeared to realize that he was utterly incapable of breaching Xiaohua's defenses, and his feelings of frustration and anger had reached their zenith. Consequently, he resolved to unleash his final trump card, the Bagua Lock. This technique is one of the pinnacle arts of the Hinata clan, designed to incapacitate the enemy by obstructing their chakra flow for a fatal blow. However, as he attempted to execute this move, Xiaohua had already discerned his intentions. With remarkable agility, Xiaohua leaped, his footfalls as graceful as a dance, tracing elegant arcs in the air, evading the lethal lock that Aoki was about to unleash. In a swift counterattack reminiscent of Tai Chi, he struck Aoki forcefully in the chest. With a resounding thud, Hinata Aoki was propelled backward, crashing violently against the training ground, his body momentarily airborne before collapsing to the ground. The air was filled with a crisp sound as Aoki seemed to lose all his strength, heavily falling to the earth. Succumbing to unconsciousness, Aoki's defeat was so absolute that he had no opportunity for even the slightest resistance. The entire arena fell silent, and everyone stood in shock, gazing at the fallen Hinata Aoki, exchanging bewildered glances. Meanwhile, Xiaohua remained leisurely at his original spot, seemingly unperturbed, as if the previous events were nothing more than inconsequential interludes. Well, it appears I have emerged victorious, Xiaohua mused with a smile, before turning back to the tree, resuming his repose as if the battle had never transpired. Chapter 5. Challenging the authority of the Uchiha clan beneath the shade of a tree adjacent to the training ground. Uchiha Xiaohua sat leisurely, his gaze filtering through the gaps in the leaves, resting upon his classmates engaged in combat in the distance. At that moment, a gentle breeze swept by, ushering in a refreshing coolness that imparted a sense of tranquility. However, Xiaohua and Appo's mind was far from serene. It was permeated by the fates of Minato and Kushina, particularly the tragic childhood of little Naruto, one of his favorite protagonists. Watching Minato train in the distance, Xiaohua suddenly realized that perhaps he could do something to assist Naruto in altering that dismal fate. After all, Naruto had lost his parents at a tender age, with loneliness and suffering shadowing him throughout his life. As Minato and Kushina, his parents, bore the weight of greater responsibilities, Xiaohua contemplated how he might effectuate change for them. Determined to act, Xiaohua approached Minato, conspiratorially draping his arm over his shoulder. "Minato, come here. I have something to impart to you," he said softly, a glimmer of mischief dancing in his eyes. Minato, momentarily taken aback, hesitated but soon acquiesced upon witnessing Xiaohua's enigmatic smile. "What is it, Xiaohua-senpai?" Minato inquired, curiosity piqued. Xiaohua chuckled lightly, his voice low. "Fear not. I wish to share something that will greatly benefit your future training." He glanced around to ensure no one was eavesdropping, then drew Minato closer. "I have acquired an energy refinement technique from a mysterious relic, fundamentally distinct from chakra manipulation, which will aid you in transcending to higher levels in your training." Minato's eyes widened in surprise. "Energy refinement technique? What is that?" Xiaohua beamed. "It is called the basic breathing method. By harmonizing your breath with the forces of nature and your internal energy, you can surpass the limitations of chakra. This not only enhances your physical condition, but also improves your ninjutsu efficacy. You are a prodigy in the ninja world, and I am eager to see how this basic breathing method manifests within your gifted self." A flicker of doubt crossed Minato's face, soon replaced by intrigue. "If it can make me stronger, I am certainly willing to try." He recognized that Xiaohua's training regimen deviated from conventional ninjutsu, and since he was willing to share, Minato was eager to experiment. Xiaohua nodded, commencing the instruction of the first layer of the basic breathing method, which he had casually developed prior to delving into sage techniques. Following Xiaohua's guidance, Minato began to adjust his breathing and the flow of energy within him, gradually mobilizing the chakra within his body. Initially, he felt a sense of discomfort. However, as time passed, he began to sense a distinct energy surging within him, different from chakra. "This sensation is remarkable," Minato exclaimed in astonishment, feeling a gentle power coursing through him, invigorating his entire being. Observing Minato's response, Xiaohua contemplated how the basic breathing method would perform within the body of a ninja prodigy. As expected, Minato's physique adapted to this training method more swiftly than Xiaohua had anticipated. It appeared that the basic breathing method bore significant efficacy in Minato's case. Gazing at Minato, who was now immersed in his training, Xiaohua resolved to impart the basic breathing method to Kushina as well. Her circumstances were even more intricate, as the fluctuations of the Nine-Tails chakra often disrupted her training. Approaching Kushina with an encouraging smile, Xiaohua said, "Kushina, come here for a moment. I just shared something valuable with Minato, and now it's your turn." Kushina furrowed her brow, seemingly hesitant. "Something valuable?" Xiaohua reassured her with a gentle tone. "You need not worry. The basic breathing method can assist in stabilizing your chakra fluctuations. Your current struggles stem from the instability of your chakra, and this technique can help you regulate the energy flow within you, thereby better controlling it." Kushina regarded Xiaohua with uncertainty. "Basic breathing method? Is it a sage technique from the three great holy lands? Do you believe I can manage it?" Xiaohua affirmed, "Certainly. You have already demonstrated considerable talent in ninjutsu. However, the basic breathing method is not a sage technique. It can help stabilize your chakra while also strengthening your physique. Give it a try, and I assure you will discover a different effect." Taking a deep breath, Kushina began to adjust her breathing and the flow of energy within her, following Xiaohua's instructions. Initially, she sensed the slight fluctuations of the Nine-Tails chakra, but as she practiced the basic breathing method, the energy flow gradually steadied, and the disturbances from the Nine-Tails chakra became less pronounced. "This is truly effective." Kushina's eyes sparkled with surprise and joy. "I feel my chakra stabilizing unlike before." Xiaohua encouraged her, "Continue to delve deeper into your practice, and you will be better equipped to handle the disruptions caused by the Nine-Tails chakra." Kushina erupted into an excited laugh, gazing gratefully at Xiaohua. "Thank you, Xiaohua. I will strive to improve." As time passed, Xiaohua, Minato, and Kushina collectively shared insights from their practice of the first layer of the technique. Although the content was not overly complex, both Minato and Kushina gained profound new understandings, particularly in chakra control and energy regulation. Minato inhaled deeply, closing his eyes. "The effects of the basic breathing method are astonishing. My stamina and chakra reserves have increased. Yet I feel my chakra becoming agitated, difficult to control, as if it is gradually transforming into a different kind of energy. I have a premonition that once this transformation is complete, I will experience a qualitative leap. Kushina nodded in agreement. I, too, have sensed changes within my chakra. Xiaohua, I acknowledge you as my second-in-command. Xiaohua smirked slightly. I am truly grateful for your endorsement, Kushina. As night fell and he returned home, Xiaohua entered the kitchen to prepare dinner. The kitchen was serene, yet his mind wandered to the training of the day. His exchanges with Minato and Kushina had imparted new insights, particularly regarding sage techniques. He felt the surging power within him, albeit still beyond his full control or utilization. Yet the pulsations of that power filled him with anticipation. My current transformation progress has reached 30. Although not particularly rapid, the energy within me is gradually growing stronger. Xiaohua mused softly, slicing the vegetables with deft precision, each movement fluid and practiced. This power does not resemble chakra. It surges with a unique essence of sage techniques. I am convinced that, with the passage of time, it will ultimately enable me to wield a strength surpassing that of chakra. He paused, closing his eyes to sense the presence of that power within. Though he could not fully unleash it, the potential it held ignited his hopes for the future. The path of cultivation appeared more complex and arduous than he had envisioned. Yet it was this very yearning for the unknown that fortified Xiaohua's resolve. Amidst the glimmer of the knife and the fragrance of the vegetables, Xiaohua's thoughts drifted far. He recognized that he had embarked on a journey starkly distinct from that of conventional ninjas, a path that might prove even more challenging. Just as Xiaohua was engrossed in his culinary preparations, a knock at the door shattered the tranquility of the kitchen. Frowning, he halted his tasks and approached the door. Standing outside was Uchiha Fugaku, his expression stern and devoid of pleasantries, clearly intent on a serious discussion. Uchiha Xiaohua, I have matters to discuss with you. Fugaku's voice was steady yet laden with pressure, cutting straight to the point. Recently, you have been in frequent contact with Uzumaki Kushina, and I hope you can enlighten me as to whether the rumors suggest that there exists a certain relationship between you two. Xiaohua's heart stirred, instantly realizing that Fugaku's focus extended beyond mere personal matters. After all, with Kushina being the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, the entanglement between the Uchiha clan and the Nine-Tails had never ceased. And Fugaku's concern clearly bore a deeper intent. Xiaohua smiled slightly, responding with an unhurried demeanor. Kushina? She is a remarkably intriguing individual, and my interactions with her indeed provide a refreshing experience. However, clan leader Fugaku, are you genuinely worried about my relationship with her, or do you harbor other concerns? Fugaku fixed his gaze on Xiaohua, a flicker of dissatisfaction crossing his eyes. I have no interest in your personal feelings, but as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Kushina must remain within the confines of Konoha's control. Your contact with her could potentially influence her future. I caution you to keep your distance. Upon hearing this, a cold smile crept onto Xiaohua and Appo's lips as he gently shook his head. Though I am unfamiliar with what you term as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, why should I distance myself from her? He retorted, a challenge gleaming in his eyes. Fugaku, do you believe that the head of the Uchiha clan can issue commands at will? Fugaku's expression darkened instantly, anger subtly surfacing. You are challenging the authority of the Uchiha clan, he asserted, his tone laden with threat. Yet, faced with Xiaohua's calm and unyielding gaze, Fugaku found himself receiving an unexpected response. He had anticipated Xiaohua to cower before the Uchiha's might, yet the latter's demeanor astonished him. The authority of the Uchiha? Huh. Xiaohua scoffed, his tone dripping with mockery. Under your leadership, Fugaku, the future of the Uchiha clan is destined for ruin. You are solely focused on power and compromise, neglecting the essence of true strength. If you do not change, you shall ultimately descend into decline, and this bears significant relation to you. Xiaohua's words struck Fugaku like a heavy blow to the heart. His countenance grew even darker, the anger in his eyes on the verge of eruption. However, as they were still within the clan, Fugaku ultimately had to suppress his rage, turning away with a restrained fury. Remember this, Xiaohua. I am merely warning you not to overstep your bounds. Xiaohua stood at the door, coldly observing Fugaku's retreating figure, a look of disdain gracing his lips. What a farce, he muttered under his breath, a resolute light flickering in his eyes. Chapter 6. The transformation of Kushina on the other side. Minato's figure gradually faded into the distant alley, while Kushina stood by the window, gently resting her hands on the frame, gazing at his silhouette disappearing into the light rain. A faint smile crept onto her lips, the curve imbued with a hint of sweetness, her heart brimming with joy. Minato's smile, his every gesture, and even his somewhat bashful demeanor were indelibly etched in Kushina and Appo's memory, impossible to erase. Memories surged forth like a tide. She recalled their first encounter at the village's training ground. He was young then, his eyes alight with a thirst for knowledge. At that time, Minato was unremarkable, even somewhat awkward. Yet, it was his pure dedication and resilience that drew Kushina's special attention to him. She remembered how he relentlessly pursued perfection in his training. Whether in physical techniques or ninjutsu, Though he often stumbled, he never uttered the words give up. That indomitable spirit made Kushina feel an invisible pull each time she witnessed his tireless efforts. There was one occasion when Minato, in pursuit of completing a ninjutsu task, trained day and night. His eyes were bloodshot, exhaustion etched on his face, yet he persisted. Unable to hold back, she approached and gently patted his shoulder, softly saying, "Take a break, Minato. You and Appos, VE worked hard." When he turned to her, warmth filled his eyes. He smiled gently, as if her concern had alleviated his fatigue in an instant. "Thank you, Kushina. I know I can do it." Though his voice was somewhat hoarse, the conviction in that moment quickened Kushina's heartbeat. Kushina mused to herself, "Minato, you always bring such comfort. Why do I feel this way? Is it because you have always been by my side? Or is your very existence a source of peace within my heart?" She closed her eyes lightly, savoring the profound happiness within her. However, a sudden thought of a certain arrogant Uchiha intruded upon her reverie. Whenever she thought of the Uchiha clan, a wave of irritation washed over her, especially Showa's provocative gaze, which made her exceedingly uncomfortable. "You Uchihas probably won't find girlfriends in the future," Kushina muttered to herself, shaking her head with a wry smile. Returning to the empty room, Kushina surveyed her surroundings. This home that once belonged to Minato now felt desolate, leaving her all alone. The laughter and joy of yesteryears had long since faded, leaving nothing but silence and emptiness. Ever since the Nine Tails had been sealed within her. Despite this house still being her refuge, she felt an overwhelming sense of solitude. No one could truly understand her feelings. Even she herself struggled to feel a sense of belonging. "Alas, I am once again left all alone," Kushina whispered, her voice barely audible. She sensed the Nine Tails and Appos chakra still surging within her, yet it found no outlet, and her emotions seemed to grow more agitated alongside this power. In an effort to dispel her inner turmoil and loneliness, Kushina resolved to focus on her training. Taking a deep breath, she closed her eyes and concentrated her awareness inward. As her breathing steadied, she gradually entered a meditative state, beginning to practice the breathing technique. Within her, the technique flowed gradually, like a gentle stream coursing into her dantian. As the energy accumulated, she felt a warm force circulating within her, gradually coalescing into a golden orb. This orb was more exquisite than the previous chakra sphere, seemingly composed of golden radiance, shimmering with a mysterious glow. Through the practice of the breathing technique, she began to master the Nine Tails chakra, transforming it into a gentler energy. Her breathing became increasingly steady. With each inhalation, she could feel that energy flowing slowly within her, enhancing her control. The power of the breathing technique far surpassed that of ordinary chakra, while the operation of regular chakra was merely foundational. The cultivation through the breathing technique allowed her to elevate the chakra into a higher form of energy. This golden orb is the key to controlling the Nine Tails chakra, Kushina reflected, her heart filled with determination. Although the Nine Tails chakra had originally been extremely volatile and difficult to manage, under her breathing technique, it gradually approached stability. Kushina was now able to confine the Nine Tails chakra within that golden orb, temporarily sealing it away. As time passed, the golden orb became increasingly stable, emanating a warm aura, akin to a vast source of energy. Kushina closed her eyes, feeling the energy within the orb. She knew her power was steadily ascending towards another level. She sensed the changes within her body, her heart brimming with awe. Even though the Nine Tails remained in a state of slumber, Kushina occasionally ventured into the ceiling space, catching a glimpse of its crimson eyes momentarily opening, glancing at her, only to close again, resuming its nap. This arrogant fox remains as proud as ever. Perhaps I truly can manage this power without the need for the adamant seal. Chapter 7. Kushina's breakthrough to master the tumultuous chakra of the Nine Tails within her. Kushina took a deep breath and resolutely stepped once more into the ceiling space. Each time she entered this domain, the overwhelming presence of the Nine Tails would surge towards her like a tidal wave, enveloping her in its formidable aura and instilling an unprecedented sense of pressure. However, after countless encounters and exchanges with this colossal beast, Kushina had gradually acclimated to this suffocating atmosphere. Although the Nine Tails often exuded a languid and indifferent demeanor, each time it released its boundless chakra, it felt akin to a heavy blow striking at the very core of her heart. At that moment, Kushina summoned her courage and advanced step by step into the familiar ceiling space. The scene before her remained unchanged. The vast expanse was shrouded in a light mist, creating an ethereal ambience. In the center of this space, the gargantuan Nine Tails lay quietly, resembling a towering mountain. Its massive form was curled up tightly, appearing from a distance like a gigantic fireball ablaze with fierce flames. Surrounding the Nine Tails, the red chakra danced like vibrant flames, gently flickering and pulsating, emanating an unparalleled oppressive force. This pressure surged like tangible waves, relentlessly battering against Kushina's mental and physical defenses. Yet, despite such overwhelming force, the Nine Tails remained unfazed, seemingly oblivious to Kushina's presence, lost in its own world. Kushina furrowed her brows, a wave of intense dissatisfaction washing over her. Great fox. Stop sleeping and lend me some of your chakra, she chided, her lips parting slightly in playful reproach. The enormous Ninetales merely cracked open one eye, its elongated pupils narrowing as it cast a sidelong glance at Kushina, revealing a clear disdain. With a tone dripping with languor and a hint of irritation, it replied, "Humph. I shall not lend you anything." This retort ignited Kushina's already simmering irritation into a blazing inferno. However, fully aware of the Ninetales' might, she strove to suppress her rising anger. Despite her efforts, she could no longer contain herself and demanded, "You wretched fox, are you intentionally trying to provoke me?" The Ninetales, indifferent to her inquiry, simply turned away, presenting its massive rear to Kushina and nonchalantly wagging its 9 tails in a particularly infuriating manner. This provocative gesture seemed to taunt Kushina, conveying its utter disregard for her. Seeing this, Kushina trembled with rage, her face flushed crimson, her fiery red hair seemingly standing on end. "So, you dare treat me this way? Today, I shall teach you a lesson." Diamond Lock. Even in her fury, the insufferable Ninetales continued to lounge, unconcerned with Kushina's intentions. Determined not to squander any more time in futile argument, Kushina resolved to take decisive action to control the Ninetales chakra, even if it meant being more forceful and direct. With her eyes tightly shut, she concentrated all her energy and swiftly summoned 3 powerful chains. Like thunderbolts, these chains erupted from her back, exuding a formidable aura as they pierced through the bars of the ceiling space, binding the immense form of the Ninetales. Initially, the Ninetales was unaware, remaining lazily sprawled, convinced that Kushina would not resort to actual action. However, as the chains tightened around its body, the Ninetales felt an overwhelming force constricting it, letting out a loud howl of pain. A whoa. Its colossal body thrashed violently, attempting to shake its tails free, but the chains held fast, offering no chance of escape. Kushina stood nearby, coldly observing the Ninetales struggle, a sense of unexpected pleasure welling within her. A mischievous glint sparkled in her eyes, and a wicked smile creased her lips. "Who told you to turn your backside towards me?" "Ha ha," she laughed, controlling the chains with ruthless intent, thrusting them sharply toward the Ninetales' rear. The Ninetales' eyes widened in shock, letting out another low growl of pain. A woo. Kushina's delight intensified, her gaze filled with provocation. The Ninetales, unable to endure the torment, struggled to free itself from the chains, yet Kushina's strength was overwhelming, and the chains showed no sign of loosening. It glared at Kushina in anger, but dared not retaliate. Observing its furious expression, Kushina grinned wickedly. "Does it hurt? Look at you, always presenting your rear to me. Today, let us have some fun." The Ninetales glared at Kushina, yet it lacked the strength to resist further. Kushina shook her head lightly, a teasing smile dancing in her eyes. "All right, I'll let you off the hook this time. Let us see if you dare to treat me like this again." The Ninetales emitted a low growl, clearly displeased with Kushina's actions. With the infusion of the Ninetales chakra, Kushina's training entered a new phase. She felt the chakra within her rapidly expanding. An overwhelming surge of energy flooding her system, bringing immense pressure. The chakra began to reach saturation, unable to contain the vast influx of energy. Kushina sensed the tumultuous changes within her. The chakra flowed violently, akin to a volcano on the brink of eruption. If she failed to stabilize the chakra in time, the power within her could spiral out of control, resulting in dire consequences. Taking a deep breath, she closed her eyes, channeling all her mental focus to the golden orbs within her. Harnessing their gravitational pull, she forcefully contained the excess chakra, compelling it to remain within her. Under her control, the golden chakra grew increasingly intense, gradually taking on a more substantial form. This newly generated golden chakra began to merge with the Ninetales and Appo's red chakra, forming a pattern reminiscent of the yin-yang symbol, slowly spinning in harmony. Kushina's heartbeat quickened, beads of sweat forming on her brow as she remained utterly focused, exerting every ounce of her effort. Every nuance of chakra flow required her utmost caution, ensuring that any deviation would be swiftly corrected. After a prolonged and arduous struggle, Kushina finally sensed the chakra stabilizing within her. With wide eyes, she blinked in confusion, wondering why it differed so much from what Xiaohua had described. Could it be due to the influence of the Ninetales chakra? She perceived an extraordinary balance within her, as if every meridian and cell brimmed with potent energy. This feeling was entirely distinct from the chakra she had previously known. Her heart raced, her body thrumming with power, as if every cell was rejoicing. Typically carefree, she thought little of it and continued her training, brimming with excitement. Chapter 8. The 8 gates of Duanjia. The bustling commercial street of the Hidden Leaf Village remains vibrant, lined with an array of shops. However, the foot traffic has gradually diminished. With the looming shadow of impending war, the pedestrians hasten their steps, clad in thin garments, their faces etched with worry, as if each individual silently bears an immense burden. Even the ninjas no longer exhibit their usual ease, their strides quicken, and their expressions grow increasingly tense. The atmosphere of war permeates every corner of the Hidden Leaf Village. Yet, amidst this somber ambience, there exists a few unconventional souls. Might Guy, a Jonin of the Leaf, practices in a singular manner. Instead of walking like everyone else, he traverses the street in a handstand, effortlessly balancing his weight on his arms, each step light, yet powerful. Passers-by turn their heads in astonishment, many halting in their tracks to witness this peculiar spectacle. As Might Guy continues his handstand, he whispers to himself, setting audacious goals, not merely to run 10 laps around this commercial street, but to invert and run 100 laps around the entire village. Despite the fatigue evident on his face, his eyes radiate unwavering resolve, as if no challenge could possibly defeat him. Xiaohua watches Might Guy's eccentric behavior, bemused. Who would have thought one could walk on their hands here? Truly an incomprehensible training method. Approaching Might Guy, he greets him with a playful smile. "Ah, uncle, we meet again." Upon hearing the familiar voice, Might Guy halts his handstand, a broad smile spreading across his face. "Haha, Xiaohua, it's really you." Might Guy had previously attempted to take Xiaohua as his disciple, a proposition Xiaohua had declined. Although this rejection disappointed him, it did not diminish his fondness for Xiaohua. In fact, he perceives immense potential in him, believing that if he were to become Might Guy's disciple, he would undoubtedly shine in the ninja world. With a teasing grin, Might Guy quips, "Xiaohua, my boy, what brings you to seek me again? Have you reconsidered and wish to train with me as my disciple?" "Haha, uncle, I still have no intention of becoming your disciple." Despite harboring a measure of respect for Might Guy, Xiaohua remains resolute in his refusal. Upon hearing Xiaohua's rejection, Might Guy momentarily falters, a hint of disappointment crossing his features. Yet, he quickly regains his spirit, patting Xiaohua on the shoulder with a chuckle. "No rush, no rush. You will eventually realize that I am indeed the most suitable teacher for you." Nearby merchants observe Might Guy and Appo's exuberance with evident discontent. They murmur among themselves, "Damn that Uchiha brat, and that watermelon head. Can't they be quiet?" Though their voices are hushed, a tone of impatience is palpable. Xiaohua notices the merchants casting glances at the Uchiha emblem on his attire. While they appear displeased, they refrain from vocalizing their sentiments. After all, the influence of the Uchiha clan still lingers in the Hidden Leaf village. Xiaohua internally sighs, acutely aware of the tarnished reputation that the Uchiha clan now bears. Once a family that instilled fear throughout the village, they have gradually been marginalized, often regarded with disdain. He glances down at his emblem, a surge of mixed emotions washing over him. "Ah, truly," one merchant mutters disdainfully, his tone dripping with contempt. "Those guys remain as bothersome as ever." Although he does not look directly at Xiaohua, the latter can still sense the unfriendly gaze. Hearing their remarks, Xiaohua refrains from immediate reaction, instead letting out a soft sigh. He understands that no matter how hard he strives, altering the perceptions of others regarding the Uchiha clan is an exceedingly arduous task. With a slight smile, he shifts the conversation, his tone becoming serious. "Mr. Guy, may I have the honor of witnessing your 8 gates doujia technique? I wish to experience the power of the Leaf's formidable 8 gates firsthand." Might Guy appears taken aback, his brow furrowing as he processes Xiaohua and Appo's request. "The 8 gates doujia?" He takes a deep breath, relaxing slightly, and suddenly seems to grasp the intent behind Xiaohua's inquiry. A look of profound emotion crosses his face, tears shimmering in his eyes. "So, you wish for my guidance. I understand now." With renewed confidence, Might Guy thumps his chest and declares, "Fear not, young one. Come, let us head to the training ground." The 8 gates doujia is Might Guy's most potent technique, capable of unleashing unimaginable power, albeit at great risk. It is an art often regarded as taboo, attempted by only a select few. Might Guy has employed this skill multiple times, each occasion pushing himself to his limits. Xiaohua, brimming with anticipation, feels a thrill of excitement. At last, he will witness this technique. His curiosity about Might Guy's 8 gates doujia is piqued, for it nearly altered the course of fate itself. In the depths of the forest and Appo's shadows, Xiaohua stands poised, his body slightly leaning forward, hands naturally hanging, ready to draw his blades at a moment and Appo's notice. Might Guy stands a short distance away, his brow lightly furrowed, evidently hesitant. He is reluctant to engage with this young Uchiha, despite the trouble Xiaohua has caused him. He fears inadvertently causing harm. Particularly, considering Xiaohua's lineage, should he truly injure him, it could attract the ire of the Leaf's police force, jeopardizing the delicate balance of the entire village. Nonetheless, Xiaohua's movements remain unyielding. Not waiting for Might Guy's response, he suddenly strides forward, his figure vanishing instantaneously from sight. The Uchiha's fluid technique, whirlwind leg, his form flows like water, swiftly blending with the surrounding environment, altering his position, leaving Might Guy momentarily unaware. In an instant, Xiaohua materializes behind Might Guy, delivering a powerful kick with the force of thunder. Might Guy reacts swiftly, raising his arm to block, but the impact sends him flying. Although he quickly regains his balance mid-air, he is clearly shaken. "Impressive," Might Guy murmurs, astonished by the young man's strength. realizing that Xiaohua has managed to send him reeling with a single kick. Xiaohua does not grant him any respite, relentlessly pressing the attack. He raises his leg high, preparing to strike again. Might Guy rolls to evade, as the ground beneath Xiaohua's foot craters, dust erupting and obscuring the view. What is this? Such power akin to Lady Tsunade. Might Guy's eyes widen, finally recognizing Xiaohua's assault style. Before Might Guy can stabilize himself, Xiaohua launches another strike, anchoring himself to the ground while his legs spin like a revolving wheel. Delivering a kick aimed at Might Guy's face. Might Guy narrowly sidesteps, barely avoiding the blow. Observing Might Guy sent flying, Xiaohua stands confidently, seemingly in no hurry to conclude their duel. Might Guy gazes at this determined young man, admiration blossoming within him. He comprehends that Xiaohua's resolve is serious, a genuine desire to test his limits. Drawing a deep breath, he suddenly calls out, 8 gates Duanjia, open the first gate. With a thunderous shout, the green chakra within him erupts, causing the earth beneath to tremble violently, fissures cracking open in its wake. Might Guy swiftly appeared before Xiaohua, executing a spinning kick toward him. Without hesitation, Xiaohua retreated, skillfully evading the assault, his eyes shimmering with the spark of challenge. He was aware that Might Guy had activated the 8 gates, yet this was precisely the challenge he had longed for. Might Guy unleashed his full potential, launching a relentless assault with both fists and feet. Each punch carried immense destructive power, causing the ground to tremble upon their collision. Xiaohua nimbly dodged. But as the battle wore on, his injuries began to accumulate. A gust from a punch grazed his cheek, leaving a trail of blood. Yet, Might Guy pressed on, amplifying his strength. The opening of the rest gate, the wound gate, the 4th gate. His skin flushed crimson, his speed and power surged to unprecedented heights. The winds from his strikes sharp and nearly impossible to evade. Xiaohua felt the mounting pressure. His movements grew sluggish, and despite his efforts to evade, he was frequently cut by the force of the punches. A spinning kick sent him soaring, crashing heavily against a tree, which splintered upon impact. Nevertheless, Xiaohua displayed no fear, his eyes still ablaze with defiance. Gritting his teeth, a singular thought consumed him: to never yield, absolutely never yield. Might Guy activated the 5th gate, intensifying his onslaught, his speed and power reaching unparalleled extremes. Xiaohua struggled to respond, his body hurled away by a powerful punch, colliding forcefully with another tree, which cracked under the strain. The two figures nearly vanished in an instant, intertwining once more in the air, their strikes like a tempest. The sounds of impact echoing as trees swayed and birds took flight. Finally, Xiaohua resolved to counterattack with ninjutsu. He swiftly formed hand seals and exclaimed, "Fire release, great fireball technique." A colossal fireball erupted forth, hurtling toward Might Guy. In response, Might Guy easily leaped aside, evading the fiery assault, then descended with fists like mountains crashing down. Xiaohua, utilizing the leaf fluid technique, quickly repositioned himself behind Might Guy, poised for a counterstrike. The 5th gate. The door of death, open. Might Guy's chakra reached its zenith, leaving Xiaohua nearly unable to react as he was struck by a powerful gust from a punch. Colliding heavily against a tree trunk, Might Guy calmly declared, "Young man, you have lost." He stood there, panting, yet his expression remained resolute. Despite being thoroughly beaten, Xiaohua lay on the grass with a smile, exclaiming, "Ha, I have lost." His laughter was genuine, clearly having exerted himself to the fullest. Yet Might Guy's 5th gate was too formidable for him to withstand. Observing Xiaohua's injuries, Might Guy inquired with concern, "How could you use ninjutsu?" Xiaohua smiled faintly, offering no explanation, but in his heart, he reflected that the first layer he had previously simulated had been automatically cultivated by the system. His chakra now transformed into new energy. Next, he simply awaited the system to simulate the 2nd layer, eager to delve deeper into the Uchiha's fire release techniques. A glimmer of light flashed in Might Guy and Appo's eyes. "Xiaohua, would you care to learn my 8 gates?" Upon hearing this, Xiaohua was taken aback, asking in surprise, "Huh?" Chapter 9, The Onslaught of Orochimaru. In your gaze, I perceive a relentless pursuit of power. Might Guy's words carried a profound significance, his eyes seemingly reflecting an appraisal of Xiaohua. He understood that Xiaohua and Appo's quest for strength was not born of blind ambition, but was guided by a deeper, perhaps unrecognized, motivation. Xiaohua, taken aback, had never considered that others could discern his true intentions through his eyes or actions. For him, the pursuit of power should transcend mere physical prowess. It ought to delve into a more profound realm, where true strength resides, granting one the ability to wield influence. "Do I appear to be merely chasing after power?" he inquired, rubbing his nose, his expression laced with confusion. Might Guy regarded Xiaohua with a faint smile of understanding. "Indeed, your eyes reflect a yearning, as if you wish to instigate change. While I believe that a blind pursuit of power is misguided, I comprehend that you have your reasons for seeking strength." Pausing momentarily, Might Guy seemed to reminisce. "You see, I too have traversed a similar path, enduring numerous hardships before grasping the true essence of power." Yet, Xiaohua found himself struggling to fully grasp Might Guy's perspective, feeling that the latter viewed power too simplistically, overlooking the intricate cultivation pathways of a ninja. However, I do not seek merely physical techniques, he interjected, contemplating before adding, I aspire to master a more formidable force. Taijutsu, and even ninjutsu, are merely tools for me. The essence of true power lies in its profundity. Might Guy furrowed his brow slightly, evidently surprised by Xiaohua and Appo's steadfastness in his beliefs. What are your thoughts on the Eight Gates? I have practiced it for over a decade. While I have not mastered it entirely, I can assist you in understanding its principles. Might Guy's demeanor turned serious as he explained. The core of the Eight Gates lies in self-restraint. Its power is immense, yet each breach of the body's limits incurs severe repercussions. If it is so perilous, why pursue it? Xiaohua countered, feigning ignorance. Might Guy replied, because it allows you to transcend your limits, granting you strength beyond imagination. He paused, seemingly lost in his own memories. Of course, it is also a challenge of limits. One can only grow stronger by continuously overcoming oneself. Youth is about relentless self-betterment, transcending the limits of the body. Are you suggesting that relying on such techniques for fleeting power is your lifelong pursuit? He raised an eyebrow, skepticism evident as he regarded Might Guy. Or do you desire not just a fleeting bloom, but a lasting manifestation of your strength? If so, why invest so much time in mastering this forbidden technique? Is it not a colossal waste of time? Do you not find this path rather narrow? A smile graced Might Guy's face, clearly unperturbed by Xiaohua's doubts. He sighed softly, as if reminiscing about days gone by. I understand your perspective, Xiaohua. You believe that mastering ninjutsu is paramount, viewing taijutsu merely as a complement. You are correct. Ninjutsu can indeed empower you. But if you solely rely on it while neglecting your body's limits, you will miss out on much. His gaze turned distant, his voice deep and resonant. I once thought that ninjutsu was the singular path. Yet, it was my inability to master ninjutsu that led me to realize that taijutsu is also a worthy avenue. Xiaohua listened intently, having already grasped these concepts from the original texts, yet feeling unable to articulate further. He chose silence, opting instead to absorb the wisdom being imparted. Xiaohua, the strength of taijutsu arises from the breakthrough of limits, while the power of ninjutsu stems from the mastery of the mind. The fusion of both is the truest form of strength. You may transcend your adversaries through the essence of ninjutsu, but without a sufficiently robust body to support it. Your ninjutsu becomes a castle in the air. He smiled, his gaze sharp. You know, the true essence of power is often not as it appears on the surface. Like me, those who challenge their physical limits through the Eight Gates often acquire strength that surpasses any ninjutsu. You make a valid point. The power of the Eight Gates is indeed formidable, yet it is excessively reliant on physical breakthroughs. If I were to devote the majority of my time to this, my ultimate goals might remain perpetually unattainable. Might Guy regarded Xiaohua, a flicker of complexity in his eyes. He nodded gently, signaling comprehension. Everyone has their own path. Xiaohua, your chosen path is not erroneous. Should you persist on the ninjutsu route, you must focus more intently on the application of spirit and chakra to transcend the limitations of ninjutsu. His tone shifted to one of mentorship. But remember, power is not solely about formidable offense and defense. It is also about balance. You may not fully grasp this now, but only by understanding your limits can you comprehend the true significance of breaking through. I understand your sentiment, Brother Guy. Perhaps you hold some truth. Yet taijutsu is not my immediate priority. My aim is to surpass the limits of ninjutsu and master those techniques that transcend the ordinary. He inhaled deeply, his gaze sharpening with focus. I shall tread my own path, yet being receptive to the insights of a strong individual like you is indeed beneficial. Might Guy observed Xiaohua, a glimmer of pride illuminating his eyes, before patting him on the shoulder. Time flew by, and Might Guy had long departed, leaving Xiaohua to quietly ponder his words. As he immersed himself in contemplation, a sudden, intense aura of murderous intent enveloped him. This presence was overwhelming, inducing a rapid acceleration of his heartbeat and heightening his alertness. His gaze turned steely, the atmosphere thickening around him as if peril lurked nearby. Xiaohua reacted swiftly, drawing a kunai and hurling it towards the white snake that was hurtling toward him. However, he soon sensed an even greater threat approaching. This aura transcended mere malice. It bore the weight of a far more powerful entity, drawing near with stealth. Xiaohua and Appo's eye sharpened as he swiftly pivoted, calmly assessing his surroundings. An undeniable intuition surged within him. This presence did not belong to an ordinary ninja, but resembled an ominous threat from the abyss. This aura is not that of an ordinary ninja. He swiftly adjusted his stance, legs slightly bent, poised for immediate action, kunai at the ready. At that moment, a figure emerged within his line of sight, clad in a white kimono, with a pale visage and a composed gait. Each step he took exuded an unfathomable menace. His presence seemed to transcend the very fabric of space, and Xiaohua could feel every breath of air around him being suppressed by this overwhelming force. A chill enveloped Xiaohua as he recognized the identity of the visitor, Orochimaru, the name that had once reverberated throughout the ninja world, laden with countless sins and terrifying legends. Even in Xiaohua's heart, he could not deny the extraordinary nature of the figure before him. At that moment, Orochimaru's oppressive aura rendered him nearly breathless. The fragility of human and animal life struck him profoundly. His gaze involuntarily shifted to the lifeless body of the white snake, which lay still upon the ground. Having been struck by Xiaohua, its demise seemed to evoke little emotional reaction from Orochimaru, who instead approached the snake and Apos' corpse with a calm acceptance. He knelt beside the lifeless creature, his eyes revealing a semblance of sorrow, though this sorrow bore a quality distinct from typical human grief. Rather, it resembled a profound lamentation for the essence of life itself. Orochimaru gently caressed the head of the white serpent, a faint smile gracing his lips, seemingly untroubled by the death of the creature, instead reflecting a certain derision towards life itself. Do you not agree, Uchiha youth? The words reverberated within Xiaohua, causing him to involuntarily furrow his brow. Though he refrained from outwardly reacting, an acute sense of vigilance surged within him. The renowned Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, inexplicably turned his attention towards me. Was this a provocation against the Uchiha clan? Xiaohua's voice was low, a glint of coldness flickering in his gaze. He had always been aware of Orochimaru's existence, yet had never encountered him so closely. The power he wielded and the dangerous aura surrounding him compelled Xiaohua to remain on high alert. Standing upright, Orochimaru turned to face Xiaohua, his gaze icy, as if he could peer through the young man's corporeal form into his very soul. A subtle smile played upon his lips, an enigmatic expression that suggested he was in no rush to engage, instead taking pleasure in observing Xiaohua, savoring the essence that radiated from this young ninja. What do you intend to do? Xiaohua maintained his vigilance, fully aware that his current position was precarious, yet he exhibited no signs of retreat. His gaze was sharp, his body slightly bent, poised to confront any impending conflict. Orochimaru did not respond, but merely smiled, his eyes glinting with a hint of mockery. Are you prepared to battle me, Uchiha? Xiaohua? With that, he suddenly vanished, reappearing almost instantaneously before Xiaohua, his speed rendering reaction nearly impossible. Orochimaru's palms sliced through the air, channeling a formidable force that bore down upon Xiaohua's chest. Reacting swiftly, Xiaohua retreated with great agility, narrowly evading Orochimaru's onslaught. Nonetheless, he felt the oppressive weight of that strike, the terrifying force nearly stealing his breath away. His heartbeat quickened, yet he remained composed, acutely aware that this was not a confrontation to be taken lightly. Orochimaru stood still, a slight smile lingering on his lips, seemingly unhurried to pursue further aggression, rather relishing in Xiaohua's calmness and quick reflexes. You are quite remarkable, Uchiha youth. I initially came here for a particular mission, yet it appears you have turned into an intriguing adversary. His words carried a sense of curiosity, as if he were indifferent to the outcome of their encounter, instead reveling in the challenge and amusement it presented. Chapter 10. Orochimaru's interest. Xiaohua did not anticipate encountering Orochimaru. Though he was acutely aware that the person he most desired to meet in Konoha was indeed Orochimaru, it was not the current incarnation of him that he sought. Presently, Orochimaru remained a loyal ninja, fighting for his village, while Xiaohua yearned to encounter the cold, scheming figure who had once vied for the title of Hokage and had been assassinated by the third Hokage, a man who had endured great hardships and possessed a profound intellect. Xiaohua and Apos' mind raced as he contemplated whether to bestow upon Orochimaru the immortal technique he had casually devised prior to mastering sage arts. After all, in later years, Orochimaru had truly become the foremost scientist in the ninja world, and it was conceivable that such knowledge might prove invaluable. This technique, while lacking in offensive power, possessed remarkable life-sustaining capabilities, theoretically enabling one to live for centuries, if not millennia. Xiaohua understood that if he were to share this technique with Orochimaru, it would undoubtedly yield significant advantages for the latter, and Konoha might soon discover its potential, thus altering his fate. Yet, Xiaohua was not one to welcome complications. He detested them. Should he entrust this technique to Orochimaru, it was likely that Orochimaru would relay it to Konoha, leading to unwelcome scrutiny and interference from the village's higher-ups. Although Xiaohua could manage such issues, he preferred to sidestep them, for they would distract him from his primary goal, training and self-enhancement. His heart was a battleground of conflicting emotions. If only he were facing the defector Orochimaru of yore. Suddenly, Xiaohua felt an oppressive presence surrounding him. Orochimaru's aura coiled around him like a serpent. In the silence from Uchiha, Xiaohua had begun to irritate Orochimaru. The murderous intent emanating from Orochimaru seemed to solidify the very air around them, and Xiaohua felt as though he were being crushed by a boulder. Nevertheless, he displayed no signs of fear, offering a cold smile that betrayed a flicker of combativeness in his eyes. Rather than cower before Orochimaru's malice, it ignited within him a fervor for battle. Xiaohua was not one to retreat easily. The threat posed by Orochimaru could signify a clash, and he had never shied away from confronting formidable adversaries. As Orochimaru and Apos' hostility intensified, Xiaohua resolutely prepared to meet the impending assault. His hand instinctively tightened around the hilt of the kunai at his waist, his gaze unwavering, his wrist subtly poised to launch an attack at any moment. Orochimaru seemed to sense Xiaohua and Appo's determination. The cold smirk in his eyes began to fade, replaced by a gaze of scrutiny. He ceased to amplify his murderous intent, evidently realizing that this Uchiha youth was not an easily intimidated opponent. Xiaohua understood that Orochimaru's display of hostility was an attempt to force him to reveal his vulnerabilities or to instill fear, thereby compelling him to submit. However, Xiaohua would not yield. He would rather engage directly in combat, resolving everything in one fell swoop. Defeat? Death would be the price. For a man of China never succumbs. Orochimaru remarked, "You do not fear death." Xiaohua chuckled coldly, standing his ground without retreat. "This is Konoha. Should you kill me, the Uchiha clan will not spare you. Even if they do not discover your involvement, I assure you, you cannot retain me should I choose to depart." Upon hearing Xiaohua and Appo's words, Orochimaru momentarily froze, seemingly surprised by the Uchiha and Appo's confidence in escaping his grasp. He slightly tempered his murderous aura, yet his eyes still gleamed with intrigue. Xiaohua met Orochimaru's gaze, as if awaiting his next move. At that moment, Orochimaru suddenly smiled softly, shifting the conversation to inquire about Xiaohua's understanding of Danzo. "Are you familiar with Danzo?" A flicker of alertness crossed Xiaohua's eyes, yet he maintained his composure. He was indeed aware of Danzo, but he needed to ascertain the source of his knowledge before admitting to anything. He recalled a previous clan meeting where high-ranking members had alluded to Danzo and Appo's background. As the leader of Konoha and Appo's root organization, Danzo manipulated all dark forces. Xiaohua was not surprised, even knowing more than the Uchiha clan itself. He recognized that Danzo's presence posed a latent threat to Konoha, one even more daunting than any external enemy. "I have heard the Uchiha elite mention Danzo at clan meetings. His identity and background present considerable complications." Xiaohua did not withhold the truth, candidly revealing the source of his knowledge regarding Danzo's identity. Orochimaru's gaze darkened slightly, clearly unprepared for Xiaohua's forthrightness. "Though the Uchiha clan has been marginalized by Konoha, your information travels swiftly. You may say our clan's intelligence network is extensive. Or you could argue that we are part of Konoha and can uncover whatever we seek." Xiaohua realized he needed a breakthrough. Thus, he preemptively proposed his concept, a forbidden technique capable of granting immortality to ninjas. Although this technique lacked formidable offensive capabilities, it could extend life. Theoretically, with sufficient chakra, a practitioner could live for hundreds, even thousands of years, nearly achieving immortality. Xiaohua was acutely aware that if this technique were to pique Orochimaru's interest, it might find application in his experiments, for immortality had long been Orochimaru's pursuit. This led Xiaohua to believe that presenting this idea could earn him Orochimaru's attention and perhaps grant him more leeway. Earlier, Lord Orochimaru mentioned the fragility of life, and I wholeheartedly concur. I have devised a forbidden technique that may lack offensive prowess but can bestow longevity upon its practitioners. By continuously accumulating chakra, one can extend their life. In theory, with enough chakra, one could live for centuries. I wonder if Lord Orochimaru might find this intriguing. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of curiosity flickered in Orochimaru's eyes. He approached slowly, his fingers delicately brushing over the materials Xiaohua had presented, before lifting his gaze to reveal a faint, enigmatic smile. "This theory indeed possesses some merit. The pursuit of immortality has always been my ambition. However, I must first examine your specific deductions." Xiaohua recognized that Orochimaru and Appo's yearning for immortality was deeply ingrained. If his cultivation method could genuinely captivate Orochimaru and Appo's interest, it might afford him opportunities for collaboration or even the chance to learn from him. "This is merely my preliminary deduction. The finer details may require further refinement." Xiaohua refrained from disclosing all the intricacies, knowing he could not readily divulge every secret to Orochimaru. Though the cultivation technique aimed for longevity, it inherently contained risks that were best kept hidden. Should Orochimaru choose to exploit this method for experimental data, Xiaohua understood that his life could be endangered. Orochimaru focused intently on the materials in hand, meticulously analyzing Xiaohua's deductions. After a while, he slowly raised his head, a glimmer of acknowledgement in his eyes. "Uchiha's waste? Haha, Xiaohua, you conceal yourself too well." Xiaohua felt a surge of emotion, realizing he had successfully captured Orochimaru's interest. Now, he needed to seize this opportunity to further secure Orochimaru's support. Calmly, Xiaohua stated, "If that is the case, would you consider taking me as your disciple? My cultivation is still insufficient. If I could learn more from you, perhaps I could expedite the refinement of this technique." Xiaohua articulated his request directly, recognizing it as a rare opportunity. At present, he was still unformed and required a formidable ally to help him navigate potential dangers. However, Orochimaru did not immediately acquiesce. Despite his recognition of Xiaohua's talent, he was not eager to take him on as a disciple. "You possess potential. Yet that does not imply I will immediately accept you as my apprentice." Xiaohua did not appear disheartened. He understood Orochimaru's demeanor. At that moment, he had mentally prepared himself, realizing that Orochimaru would not easily place his trust in him. However, Orochimaru and Appo's subsequent words took Xiaohua by surprise. Nevertheless, I shall keep your secret safe. I can offer you an opportunity to seek a true mentor. Xiaohua felt a twinge of astonishment, but quickly regained his composure. He recognized that Orochimaru was not the type to outright dismiss him. Although Orochimaru and Appo's response did not explicitly indicate acceptance as a disciple, it at least presented him with a possibility. I understand. I appreciate your assistance. Orochimaru nodded and then turned to depart. Chapter 11. Once again guiding to Uchiha, Xiaohua sat by the classroom window, his expression devoid of emotion. The sounds of the lecture occasionally reached his ears. Yet he was already thoroughly acquainted with the knowledge being imparted. The contents of the textbook were as familiar to him as the back of his hand. However, these theoretical concepts held no allure for him any longer. True combat was the realm he yearned for. The will of fire? In his heart, it had long been discarded into the abyss of irrelevance. The golden rays of the setting sun cascaded through the window, and Xiaohua and Appo's gaze drifted outside. Suddenly, his eyes fixated on his neighbors, Namake's Minato and Kushina. Minato was making an effort to appear less awkward, while Kushina seemed to be waiting for something. Xiaohua let out a resigned sigh, already weary of these two who incessantly flaunted their affection. He turned his attention back to the outside world, deliberately ignoring them. Xiaohua-senpai, do you have a moment? Minato gently nudged Xiaohua's shoulder, but when he received no response, he awkwardly withdrew his hand. Xiaohua replied lazily. Minato, with a beaming smile, attempted to appear relaxed. Kushina and I are going out for barbecue. Xiaohua, would you like to join us? Kushina stood beside him. Her ears perked up, clearly awaiting Xiaohua's response. A glimmer of expectation shone in her eyes, and Minato's smile grew even brighter. Although their relationship was somewhat ambiguous, Xiaohua had no intention of entangling himself in their budding romance. With a dismissive glance at them, Xiaohua replied coolly, Are you treating? Minato was taken aback, evidently not anticipating such a direct question. His face flushed slightly, revealing his discomfort. After all, he hailed from a modest background and couldn't afford to treat them. I'll treat. Kushina suddenly slammed her hand on the table, a flicker of determination flashing in her eyes. I'll pay. Upon hearing this, Xiaohua paused for a moment before abruptly standing up. Then let us go eat barbecue. His tone was resolute, as if the decision had already been made, his movements remarkably adept. Minato and Kushina exchanged bewildered glances, watching Xiaohua depart without hesitation. Inside the barbecue restaurant, the atmosphere grew charged with tension. Xiaohua and Kushina simultaneously picked up their chopsticks, igniting a fierce competition over the grilled meat. Their movements were swift and precise, their chopsticks clashing like swords. Each time their eyes met, it was as if lightning struck, filling the air with a palpable sense of rivalry. Though Minato was not particularly fond of such contests, he found himself swept up in the excitement and quickened his pace in grabbing the meat. His foundational sage art training had improved his physical abilities and appetite, and though he could not compete with Xiaohua and Kushina, he still managed to secure a small piece of meat from time to time. At this rate, I won't even be able to keep up with them. Minato lamented silently, watching the heated exchange between the two, his stomach aching in sympathy. After satiating their appetites, Xiaohua lazily stood up, stretching his limbs, and suggested they head to the training ground. Let us train a bit. Today I will teach you some martial arts, my own creation, the Xiaohua flow technique, the 4 deadly moves. Kushina and Appo's eyes twitched slightly, glancing back at Minato, bemused by the peculiar naming. It was no wonder they were able to bond so well. Minato, however, appeared increasingly intrigued, his interest piqued by Xiaohua's martial arts. Eager to discover whether these new techniques truly possessed such remarkable prowess, Xiaohua led them to an abandoned training ground, where silence enveloped them. He began to elucidate the usage of the 4 moves, particularly 2 of them, shave and paper drawing. Each move in these 4 techniques requires your utmost concentration for practice. Only through practical application can you truly master them. Xiaohua's voice was calm, yet powerful. Today, we shall begin with shave and paper drawing. Minato's eyes sparkled with curiosity, anticipation swelling within him for this novel martial arts training. Though he could not fully grasp its intricacies yet, he recognized the potential these techniques held for future battles. Observing Minato and Appo's puzzled expression, Xiaohua took the initiative. Would you like to witness the power of these 4 moves? Then let us give it a try. Minato immediately became alert, steadying his stance and preparing for the challenge. Xiaohua executed shave, swiftly evading Minato's attack. Minato felt a rush of wind pass him by, yet he never laid a finger on Xiaohua, as if he had vanished into thin air. This is paper drawing, Xiaohua explained, his movements unceasing. He effortlessly dodged Minato's strikes, countering with such ease that Minato felt utterly powerless against him. Minato stared at Xiaohua in astonishment, marveling at his speed and agility, his interest in this martial art deepening. Next, Xiaohua demonstrated the other 2 moves, iron block and finger gun. He raised his hand, forcefully jabbing his fingertip into a nearby branch, which promptly splintered under the pressure. leaving a deep indentation. Chapter 12. The graduation exam begins early. 3 months had elapsed, and Xiaohua continued to hone his physical skills on the training ground. Today, he found himself suspended upside down from a tree, leisurely munching on an apple, seemingly indifferent to his surroundings. The branches swayed gently, and the fragrance of the apple wafted through the air. Xiaohua glanced at the apple in his hand, took a hearty bite, savoring this rare moment of relaxation. Apart from the occasional rustle of the wind and the chirping of birds, the atmosphere was remarkably serene. Suddenly, the figure of Minato Namikaze appeared before Xiaohua, shattering the tranquility. His eyes sparkled with determination. "Xiaohua!" Minato exclaimed, raising a finger and deftly flicking it to launch a finger jab towards Xiaohua. Observing this, Xiaohua revealed a hint of a smirk, swiftly bending backward to evade Minato and Appo's attack. The finger jab pierced the tree trunk, leaving a deep hole. Leaning against the tree, with his back resting against it, Xiaohua leisurely took another bite of his apple, a playful glint in his eyes. A tad slow, little Minato. Minato felt a tinge of embarrassment, his cheeks flushing. Although he had grown accustomed to Xiaohua's remarkable skills, he found it challenging to breach his defenses during their encounters. Clenching his fists, Minato shifted his weight and charged forward, attempting to seize the opportunity to turn the tide. "Come on, Minato," Xiaohua remarked nonchalantly, as if he had anticipated Minato's movements. With a graceful leap, he vanished like a phantom, employing the body flicker technique to change his position with remarkable speed. Minato pursued closely, his eyes locked on Xiaohua and Appo's movements, yet he could not match Xiaohua and Appo's pace. Regardless of his efforts, Xiaohua consistently predicted and evaded his attacks, as if Minato's every action was laid bare before him. "You still can't keep up with me, Minato," Xiaohua's voice resonated again, imbued with an undeniable calmness. Minato, feeling disheartened, his blush deepening, gritted his teeth and declared, "I won't give up. Absolutely not." Listening to Minato's resolve, Xiaohua chuckled softly, feeling a sense of satisfaction. He recognized Minato's vast potential, but knew that he was yet to transcend his limits. Xiaohua was also acutely aware that although he could maintain his lead in the short term, the gap was not insurmountable. Meanwhile, in the distance, Kushina stood quietly beneath a tree, her fingers slightly moving as she deftly flicked a small stone. The moment the stone struck the tree trunk, a multitude of shuriken and kunai cascaded down, accurately aimed at her. However, Kushina moved like a leaf in the wind, swaying left and right, swiftly evading the incoming weapons. Observing Kushina and Appo's agility, Xiaohua couldn't Appo's help but exclaim, "It seems her progress is quite remarkable." A flicker of admiration crossed his gaze. Yet he quickly turned his attention back to Minato, fully aware that Minato was his greatest rival. In a round of confrontation, Xiaohua skillfully dodged Minato's attacks, swiftly delivering a powerful sidekick that sent him flying. Although Minato managed to stabilize himself mid-air, he still felt the significant disparity in strength. "Xiaohua-senpai, why are you so strong?" Minato asked breathlessly, a look of confusion on his face. He felt utterly perplexed, despite his utmost efforts. Why could he never catch up to Xiaohua? Xiaohua shook his head with a smile, replying, "You must be diligent, Minato." He understood that his progress over the past 3 months was not as remarkable as it seemed, relying more on the foundation he had established earlier. Minato, still unwilling to accept defeat, clenched his fists and resolutely stated, "I will catch up to you, Xiaohua-senpai. I absolutely will." At that moment, Minato suddenly recalled Teacher Mihoko's reminder. "Oh, Xiaohua, Teacher Mihoko said we must return to the Ninja Academy tomorrow. There are important matters to announce." Xiaohua responded with a hint of impatience, "I know." Though he was reluctant to return, he recognized that some matters could not be evaded, especially the news conveyed by Teacher Mihoko. However, perhaps this return will unveil some different news, Xiaohua murmured quietly, his eyes glimmering with intrigue. Upon returning to the Ninja Academy, Xiaohua was struck by the unfamiliarity of the environment. "It's only been a few days since I last came. Yet the classroom feels strange." The surrounding students cast curious glances, some whispering, while others wore expressions of intrigue. Teacher Mihoko stood at the front of the classroom, her lips curling into a faint smile upon seeing Xiaohua's return, though her eyes reflected a touch of helplessness. She understood that while Xiaohua was a prodigy, he had little interest in the rules and daily life of the Ninja Academy. She also knew that what lay ahead was of greater importance. Originally, the graduation age for the Ninja Academy was 12, but it had now been changed to 10, a shift that weighed heavily on Teacher Mihoko and Appo's heart, for it heralded the onset of war once more. Finally, Teacher Mihoko rose, cleared her throat, and announced, "Students, congratulations. Starting tomorrow, everyone may participate in the graduation examination." Upon hearing this, Xiaohua sprang up from his seat, unabashedly expressing his excitement. "What? It's only been 3 months. How can we be starting the graduation exam already?" The other students, witnessing Xiaohua's reaction, began to murmur among themselves, questioning if it was too soon, wondering if they could truly be prepared after just 3 months at the Ninja Academy. Teacher Mihoko could only respond with a wry smile. "I understand that some of you may feel unprepared, But this is also the decision of Lord Hokage. Let us all do our best. Chapter 13. The Peeping Jiraiya on their way home. Minato Namikaze walked alongside Xiaohua, feeling an unsettling tension in the air. Xiaohua wore a smile. Yet his eyes sparkled with an unmistakable excitement. Sensing his companion's emotional state, Minato inquired, "Senior Xiaohua, you seem quite exhilarated. Is there something joyous to share?" Xiaohua's grin remained, but it was devoid of any mockery or discontent. Instead, it brimmed with anticipation and longing. "No, I merely feel a bit thrilled. Graduating early, do you not comprehend what that signifies?" Minato, slightly perplexed, listened to Xiaohua's words, and, although he did not grasp the deeper implications immediately, he sensed a shift in Xiaohua's demeanor. "You mean war?" Minato ventured cautiously. Xiaohua nodded, his gaze resolute. "Indeed, graduating early signifies an acceleration of events. War is imminent." An exhilarating rush coursed through him. Although the impending conflict would entail countless sacrifices and suffering, for him, it represented an opportunity to rapidly enhance his strength. Truth be told, he regarded the natives of the Hidden Leaf as mere pawns, indifferent to their fates. Minato fell silent, struggling to understand Xiaohua's fervor. His sentiments contrasted starkly with Xiaohua's. Perhaps it was because he believed war only brought pain. Yet, he could not resist asking, "Senior, do you truly wish to partake in the war?" Hearing this question, Xiaohua halted, fixing his gaze upon Minato, his eyes alight with an unusual fervor. "I know you do not understand," he murmured, "but I am prepared, Minato. I stand ready to face the challenges ahead, be they battles or the transformations that lie beneath." There was no trace of hesitation in his tone, only a confidence that was hard to ignore. Minato sighed internally, unable to fathom Xiaohua's emotions, and merely nodded, signaling his comprehension. At that moment, Kushina interjected, her voice brimming with eagerness and excitement. "I wonder if we will be placed in the same class." She looked at Xiaohua and Minato, her eyes sparkling with hope. She cared little for the war. Her desire was simply to fight alongside familiar companions. The announcement of early graduation had stirred her emotions. Xiaohua shrugged, a hint of helpless amusement crossing his face as he replied lightly, "Let us hope so." After walking for a while, Minato suddenly recalled some recent unsettling events in the village, his tone turning somber as he turned to Xiaohua. "By the way, have you heard about the recent disappearances of several ninjas?" His brow furrowed slightly, worry etched across his features. Among his neighbors, several ninjas had vanished, and at times, he could hear cries echoing from outside the village in the dead of night, leaving him deeply unsettled. Xiaohua's pace faltered momentarily, his smile remained intact, but he was acutely aware of the grim truth behind these disappearances. He suspected that these missing ninjas were likely connected to the ongoing experiment involving Hashirama's cells. A covert operation shrouded in secrecy within the village, a dark chapter of Konoha that had claimed many innocent lives. Narrowing his eyes, he spoke softly. "Such matters do not concern us." His voice was calm, yet there was an underlying chill that was hard to overlook. He knew he should not divulge these truths to Minato, for the latter's innocence could not withstand such harsh realities. Xiaohua understood that the true intentions behind the Hashirama cell experiment were far more sinister than the public perceived. Those missing ninjas had likely become mere sacrifices in the name of experimentation. Minato, observing Xiaohua's sudden seriousness, felt a sense of confusion but refrained from pressing further. However, the eerie frequency of the disappearances was indeed disconcerting. He quietly added, "I've also heard that some ninjas have reported strange sounds at night, almost like cries for help." Xiaohua harbored a cold disdain within. Those who had vanished likely had no chance of survival. They were nothing but pawns in Konoha's game, their existence utterly meaningless. In this place, sacrifice was commonplace, all cloaked under the guise of serving the village and Appo's interests. He paused, a flicker of anger and coldness flashing in his eyes as he muttered, "That old fool," referring to Danzo Shimura. Xiaohua felt a profound discontent towards the unseen powers and the grotesque dealings that lay beneath. Countless ninjas were ruthlessly exploited and discarded. And this experiment had nothing to do with justice or the pursuit of strength. It was merely to satiate the desires of the powerful. A torrent of uncontainable fury surged within him, yet he maintained an outward calm, even as his emotions intensified. Minato, catching wind of Xiaohua's curse, furrowed his brow in confusion. "What? Senior Xiaohua, do you know something?" He had never witnessed Xiaohua display such fury. The latter was usually composed and rational. What had triggered this loss of control? Xiaohua glanced at Minato, realizing he should not delve further into this topic. "Nothing." He shook his head, inhaling deeply to quell his inner turmoil. "You need not worry too much." His tone was nonchalant, but the anger within him remained unassuaged. Minato was still too new to the complexities of the ninja world. Revealing such darkness to him was unwise. After a brief silence, though questions lingered in his mind, he ultimately chose not to pursue the matter any further. Xiaohua nodded slightly, his gaze deep and contemplative. "You must understand, Minato. You have only just begun to step into this world. Many truths will eventually unfold before you." His voice was soft, yet carried an undeniable weight. Without elaborating further, he quickened his pace, moving ahead. Minato watched Xiaohua's receding figure, a ripple of thoughts stirring within him. Though he did not fully grasp the implications of Xiaohua's words, he sensed that the burdens Xiaohua bore were far more intricate than he had imagined. As they continued onward, Kushina abruptly stopped, her eyes fixed ahead. She had spotted a man lurking beneath a distant tree, peering intently at something. Frowning, she scrutinized the man. Suddenly realizing how suspicious his position was, he stood by the women and Appo's bath, brazenly exposing himself while peering through a hole. That got Kushina and Appo's tone darkened, her anger reaching a boiling point. Unable to restrain herself, she shouted, "A peeping Tom." Her voice rang out, immediately capturing the attention of those around. In a flash, she sprang into action, darting toward the tree. Minato and Xiaohua watched, wide-eyed, recognizing that she was genuinely furious. The man barely had time to react before Kushina delivered a swift kick to his back, sending him crashing into the women's bath. A scream erupted as all the female ninjas in the bath were thrown into a panic, scattering in all directions. "You scoundrel! It's you, Jiraiya!" The women in the bath hurled accusations at Jiraiya, their anger and shame creating a charged atmosphere, enveloping the entire scene in a blend of embarrassment and outrage. As Namikaze, Minato and Xiaohua exchanged glances at the sight of Jiraiya being forcefully kicked into the bath, they could not help but chuckle. "He has probably done for." Minato mused thoughtfully. "Let us find a place to bury him." Jiraiya, in a pitiful state, clambered out of the bath, his hair nearly singed off and his body drenched. He weakly extended a hand, his voice frail. "Wait, I can still salvage this." The pride that once adorned his face was now replaced by the agony of burns. Kushina and Appo's fury had not subsided. Her crimson hair billowed in the wind, amplifying her wrath. She leaped once more, her fist raised high, aiming to strike Jiraiya and Appo's head with ferocity. A massive bump immediately formed on Jiraiya's skull, and darkness engulfed him as he lost consciousness. Upon regaining awareness, he found himself tightly bound to a tree, facing Xiaohua, Minato, and Kushina, who were eagerly rubbing their hands together, brimming with excitement. Jiraiya struggled desperately, shouting, "Wait, I'm not a peeping Tom. It was research. Research. Do you little brats even understand?" He scrambled to justify himself, seeking an escape from his predicament. Kushina raised an eyebrow coldly, her tone merciless as she retorted, "Research? I fail to see what kind of research necessitates spying on the women's bath." Her gaze was laced with fury, clearly unconvinced by Jiraiya's explanation. Jiraiya proclaimed with pride, "I aspire to be a renowned novelist." However, the fact that he had yet to pen a single word rendered this justification wholly unconvincing. A mischievous grin crept onto Xiaohua's lips as he approached Jiraiya, gently shaking his head. "Lord Jiraiya, since we are all aware of your identity, why do you suppose we have yet to release you?" His voice dripped with menace. "Surely, you wouldn't want your peeping escapades to come to light, would you?" Jiraiya's expression stiffened at once. He endeavored to maintain his composure, yet the aura of threat emanating from Xiaohua sent chills down his spine. This youth appeared composed, yet he concealed an elusive danger within. Surveying his surroundings, Xiaohua continued, "Your contract with Maiboka Mountain is somewhat enticing, but beyond that, you hold little value." Jiraiya's countenance darkened, his eyes sharpening with suspicion. "What do you intend to do?" Xiaohua casually stroked his chin, suggesting, "Let us just hand this guy over to the security team." At this proclamation, Jiraiya's face fell. He hastily protested, "Wait, we can negotiate. I can teach you ninjutsu." Minato, intrigued by this proposition, felt a flicker of interest. Though his own ninjutsu was already sufficient, he was curious about Jiraiya and Appo's insights as a famed novelist. However, Xiaohua chose to disregard Jiraiya, instead addressing Minato. "I'll contact the security team. You keep an eye on him." As Jiraiya transformed into smoke in a bid to escape, Xiaohua swiftly saw through the ruse, launching a shuriken that struck his wooden substitute. "He runs fast." Xiaohua scoffed, choosing not to pursue, merely watching as Jiraiya's silhouette vanished into the night. Chapter 14. The changed fate as the morning sunlight filtered through the leaves. Casting a warm glow on the streets of Konoha village, Uchiha Xiaohua walked alongside Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki towards the entrance of the ninja academy. Minato appeared in high spirits, occasionally exchanging a few words with Kushina, who radiated excitement, nearly clinging to him. Upon entering the school, Xiaohua paused momentarily. Glancing at Kushina beside him, he recalled the storyline and recognized her dream of becoming Hokage. This aspiration served as a driving force for Kushina, propelling her to strive tirelessly. However, Xiaohua knew she could never attain that position, for she was destined to be the woman behind the Hokage. Suddenly, Minato turned around and noticed the peculiar expression on Xiaohua's face. With a smile, he asked, "Xiaohua-senpai, what's wrong? You seem a bit distracted." Xiaohua did not respond but instead looked at Minato, his tone neutral. "You both seem quite happy." Minato was taken aback for a moment before a wry smile appeared on his face. "Of course, today is our graduation exam. Everyone has been looking forward to this day." Kushina chimed in enthusiastically, "I will definitely pass and become a true ninja. Then I can challenge Lord Hokage, surpass him, and become the strongest Hokage in history." Her eyes sparkled with hope and determination. Xiaohua offered a faint smile and turned his gaze forward. He had long ceased to be captivated by such ephemeral ambitions. To him, the dream of becoming Hokage felt distant and somewhat absurd. The strongest Hokage? Xiaohua scoffed inwardly. Kushina, seemingly oblivious to the sarcasm in Xiaohua's words, continued excitedly. You will also become an outstanding ninja, right, Xiaohua? She looked at him with eyes full of anticipation. Xiaohua glanced back at her and replied coolly. Being a ninja is merely an identity. One's identity does not dictate anything. Minato, overhearing this, felt a tinge of displeasure. He gently patted Xiaohua's shoulder. Xiaohua, don't be so negative. You possess extraordinary talent and a promising future. Regardless of your identity, you will ultimately prove your ability to shoulder responsibility. Xiaohua remained silent, continuing to walk ahead. For him, such words would not alter anything. He had already comprehended that all pursuits were ultimately endless voids. What truly mattered was whether one could survive countless challenges and discover a path uniquely their own. Upon reaching the examination venue, they found numerous other children queuing anxiously. Xiaohua scanned the crowd and observed the nervous expressions on their faces, some of them quite young. Minato evidently noticed this as well, furrowing his brow and murmuring. These children are so young. Can they endure this exam? How could Konoha allow them to participate in assessments at such an early age? Xiaohua and Appo's gaze lingered on the innocent children, a slight smirk forming on his lips as he coldly replied, to the higher-ups, it makes no difference. In stark contrast, Kushina was brimming with excitement and anticipation. She even encouraged a nearby young boy, saying, You can do it. Keep it up. Let's work hard together. Her voice was filled with encouragement and sincerity. Xiaohua chose not to look back at them, but instead turned to reassess the examination area. Although the atmosphere was tense, it failed to stir any emotions within him. Even the impending exam felt to him like a mere formality. At that moment, the door to the examination hall swung open, and an examiner clad in a ninja uniform emerged, announcing that everyone could enter the exam room. Xiaohua did not linger any longer and strode inside, followed closely by Minato and Kushina. The examination environment was dilapidated, with scorch marks on the walls and a damp, slippery floor, clearly a place often overlooked. In the center stood a female ninja, her demeanor calm and serious, dressed in standard ninja attire, her forehead adorned with the Konoha symbol. She was Teacher Mahiko. The rules of your assessment are quite simple, she stated clearly. Endure for 1 minute against me. Her gaze swept over the crowd, seemingly searching for signs of nervousness. Yet Xiaohua remained composed, unaffected by the impending evaluation. Teacher Mahiko was tall and graceful, her ninja uniform hugging her figure, exuding an air of competence. Her sharp eyes were full of authority, yet Xiaohua felt no pressure from her presence. Rather, he scoffed quietly, exuding confidence for the forthcoming test. Endure for a minute? He mused internally. This is akin to a child's play. Before long, it was Xiaohua's turn. Teacher Mahiko said no more, her gaze sharpening as a faint smile graced her lips. She raised the kunai in her hand, preparing to begin. Are you ready? She asked, her tone laced with condescension. Let us see how long you can last. The moment the exam commenced, she wasted no time in launching a swift assault with her kunai. Her movements were rapid and fierce, each strike accompanied by a sharp whoosh through the air. Yet, Xiaohua displayed no signs of tension. He appeared utterly at ease. Teacher Mahiko, I'm about to counterattack. Please be careful not to get hurt, he murmured, almost provocatively. As her attacks intensified, Xiaohua showcased astonishing reflexes, deftly dodging each onslaught and waiting for the perfect moment to retaliate. Despite Teacher Mahiko's tall stature and agile movements, Xiaohua evaded her strikes with apparent ease. As the battle progressed, her assaults grew increasingly relentless, seemingly aiming to overpower him. Nonetheless, Xiaohua maintained a demeanor almost akin to jest, his movements becoming more intricate, his steps light as the wind, evading her blows with dazzling agility. It appeared that Teacher Mahiko realized she had underestimated this young man. Her form, while elegant, moved rapidly. Yet she remained oblivious to the fact that Xiaohua was effortlessly countering and dodging her every attempt. Ultimately, in a fierce exchange, Xiaohua seized a fleeting opening, sending her kunai flying with a well-placed kick, and swiftly closed the distance between them. Teacher Mahiko instinctively retreated, but could not escape the momentum of Xiaohua's advance. His strike forced her against the wall, leaving her sprawled on the ground, breathing heavily as she gazed at Xiaohua, astonishment flickering in her eyes. She had not anticipated that this young man would be so formidable, even besting a ninja of her caliber. It seems you are indeed extraordinary, she gasped, her respect for him evident despite her defeat. You have passed. Xiaohua chuckled lightly, looking at her with nonchalance. Thank you for your guidance, teacher. As Teacher Mahiko watched him leave, she felt a deep admiration for his talent and capabilities. She understood that this young man was destined for heights beyond her reach as a chunin. Upon stepping outside, Xiaohua spotted Minato waiting for him. As soon as Minato saw Xiaohua emerge, his face lit up with a radiant smile, and he stepped forward. Xiaohua-senpai, you haven't disappointed me after all, he praised. I knew you would pass. He clapped Xiaohua on the shoulder, his eyes filled with admiration. Xiaohua, however, displayed little reaction to Minato's praise, casually responding. In a test like this, how could there be any possibility of failure? Yet, he remained oblivious to the subtle atmosphere surrounding him. Many of the children who had just passed their assessments joyfully raised their ninja headbands, their faces illuminated by radiant smiles. Parents stood nearby, their expressions cheerful. Yet their eyes betrayed a hint of complex emotions. Each gaze bore a weight, as if beneath the celebration lay profound concern. These parents understood well the significance of that small headband. It signified that their children would face further trials, that the path ahead would be fraught with peril. Although the ninja headband represented identity and honor, it also meant that their children would henceforth shoulder responsibilities, confronting the relentless battles and trials of the ninja world. Xiaohua and Appos. Eyes swept over the children and their parents, and Ikuden and Appos. He helped but ponder. These children might not fully grasp how arduous this journey would be. It seemed that Bufeng Shuimin also sensed Xiaohua's thoughts. He softly remarked, "Indeed, becoming a ninja is not as simple as they imagine. Yet, it is precisely for this reason that we must continually strive to overcome these challenges." Just as Xiaohua was about to leave the examination arena, a loud shout erupted from behind him. Kushina suddenly lifted her ninja headband high, her face beaming with a silly grin as she cheered. "I did it. I have finally become a ninja." Xiaohua paused, turning to gaze at Kushina. Her innocent, goofy smile momentarily left him speechless, stirring within him a complex mix of emotions. While her tenacious personality annoyed him at times, her indomitable spirit commanded a certain admiration. "Congratulations, Kushina," Xiaohua managed to smile, though inwardly bemused. He could not deny that her determination was indeed commendable. Kushina exuberantly dashed to Xiaohua's side, her face alight with excitement, exclaiming, "Did you know? I have always believed I could do it. After all, both my little brothers succeeded, so how could I fail?" Xiaohua rolled his eyes in exasperation, choosing not to look at her again as he turned to walk away. He sighed softly, muttering to himself, "Fate has changed." Chapter 15, The Elite Jonin Team Leader. The hero Jiraiya appears the following day marked the long-awaited class assignment day for the Jonin instructors. The classroom was suffused with a palpable tension, filled with hushed conversations and whispers. Students from 3 separate classes crowded the room, all preparing for the impending assessments. Despite the clamor surrounding him, Xiaohua appeared unaffected by the fervent discussions. He entered the classroom slowly, exuding an air of fatigue. Xiaohua took his seat beside Kushina. Upon noticing his entrance, a flicker of concern crossed Kushina's eyes as she inquired, "Xiaohua, what's wrong? You look so exhausted." It was evident that she struggled to comprehend his weariness, especially on such a significant day. With a slight opening of his eyes, he offered a resigned smile. "I practiced with someone last night, and I'm still recovering." His tone was languid, devoid of much emotional fluctuation. Kushina looked at him in astonishment. "Who on earth could tire you out like this?" "None of your business," he replied dismissively. Kushina pouted, feigning indifference, yet her eyes revealed lingering concern. Observing her obstinate demeanor, Xiaohua couldn't help but smile inwardly. He recognized her care but was reluctant to verbalize it. Lowering his head once more, he seized the opportunity to rest, closing his eyes to momentarily escape the surrounding trivialities. As he rested, his thoughts drifted back to the previous night's confrontation with Might Guy. The battle had been intensely overwhelming, especially when Guy opened the 5th gate. The battlefield transformed into a tempest, with the air around them nearly paralyzed. At that moment, a powerful shockwave struck Xiaohua, nearly unbalancing him, as the ground trembled violently. He felt an invisible force pulling at his feet, rendering him nearly immobile. With a thunderous crash, Guy's formidable fist descended like a mountain, the vibrations in the air threatening to topple Xiaohua. He desperately attempted to evade, but was still met with an immense pressure that left him gasping for breath. So fast, Xiaohua was taken aback. After Guy opened the 5th gate, his strength far exceeded Xiaohua's expectations, the oppressive aura hindering his every move, while his chakra surged within him like tumultuous waves. Swiftly gathering his chakra, Xiaohua formed hand seals and unleashed the great fireball technique, launching it fiercely towards Guy. However, Guy moved with the swiftness of the wind, evading the attack effortlessly. The sound of rushing air filled his ears as Guy appeared behind him, throwing a powerful punch. Without hesitation, Xiaohua activated the body flicker technique to escape the impending strike. Yet, even as he regained his footing, he was met with a fierce gust of air. Inhaling deeply, he felt his chakra swell, realizing that without overcoming this overwhelming pressure, he stood no chance against his opponent. Just as he prepared to launch a more formidable counterattack, Guy unleashed the power of the 6th gate, engulfing the entire battlefield in a fierce wave of energy. Xiaohua felt himself being forcefully propelled backward, a searing pain radiating from his chest. He was sent flying several meters, crashing heavily to the ground, coughing up blood. His complexion paled as he opened his eyes to see Guy standing where he had just been. "I will not lose," Xiaohua silently vowed, immediately channeling his chakra, determined to retaliate with the most potent of taijutsu. Ultimately, however, he fell victim to Guy's 6th gate, unable to mount any effective defense. While lost in recollection, Jiraiya stood at the classroom door, smiling as he surveyed the remaining trio, a mischievous expression adorning his face. The three students turned their attention to their new teacher, and the atmosphere shifted to one of seriousness. Standing at the lectern, Jiraiya introduced himself with a grin. It seems you three have been waiting quite a while. I am your team leader, Jiraiya. As for my interests, I aspire to write a book, and as for dislikes, I can't think of any. My dream is to see peace in the ninja world. However, Kushina clearly had little regard for Jiraiya and Apos' self-introduction and interjected bluntly, Peeping Tom. Her tone dripped with disdain. Clearly unimpressed by his propensity for invading others' privacy, Minato added gently, an unreliable jonin. Although his words were mild, they conveyed his exasperation with Jiraiya's behavior. Xiaohua merely smiled softly, his eyes glinting with an inscrutable light. He did not consider Jiraiya deserving of excessive attention. He merely appreciated the legendary figure for who he was. Noticing the lackluster reaction from the students, Jiraiya turned his gaze toward Xiaohua. Yes you, come introduce yourself. Xiaohua stroked his chin, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. I am Uchiha Xiaohua, fond of proud golden-haired little girls and gentle, long-haired mature women. Jiraiya immediately rushed over to cover Xiaohua's mouth, urgently interrupting. Wait, this is a self-introduction, not a discussion of peculiar preferences. Kushina, taken aback by this, her hair flying as she glared at him, exclaimed, Xiaohua, you better introduce yourself properly. Xiaohua wore a resigned smile and redirected his attention to Jiraiya. All right, fine. I get it. He lowered his head, speaking in a languid tone. I enjoy researching ninjutsu, all kinds of ninjutsu, and I detest anything beyond my control. As for dreams, for now, I wish to live a long life, preferably starting from several hundred years. Jiraiya scrutinized him, a glint of curiosity in his eyes. It seems you share some similarities with Orochimaru. Though your temperaments differ, I can sense a certain tenacity within you. Jiraiya refrained from further commentary on Xiaohua and listened to the introductions of the others. He then announced, all right, that will be all for today. Tomorrow morning at 5. We will meet at the training ground. Remember, do not eat breakfast. You might end up vomiting. Chapter 16. Wind Release, Blade Spear on the second day's morning. Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki had been waiting for several hours, from dawn until noon, their patience gradually wearing thin. Kushina clutched her stomach, the rumbling sound echoing across the training ground. Where on earth are those two rascals? Although Minato also felt hunger pangs, he maintained his composure, gently caressing his stomach in an effort to quell his dwindling patience. Just as the atmosphere was on the verge of boiling over, a thick smoke suddenly enveloped the area, accompanied by the appearance of a gigantic toad. Jiraiya leaped down from the toad's back, seemingly oblivious to the tense atmosphere, and declared loudly before them, the great sage of Mount Myaboku, Jiraiya, has arrived. Kushina's anger flared upon seeing him. She glared at Jiraiya and swiftly dashed behind him, delivering a kick without hesitation. You lecherous old man, get down. Jiraiya merely sidestepped her attack with ease. Not deterred by her failure to strike him, Kushina continued her assault. Unfazed, Jiraiya gently pushed her, sending her flying. Kushina flipped mid-air and landed gracefully, glaring at Jiraiya, clearly infuriated. Jiraiya, however, paid her no mind. Instead scanning the surroundings and noting that, apart from Minato and Kushina, Shuka Uchiha was absent. His brow furrowed slightly as he questioned, Minato, where is that Uchiha brat? As Jiraiya finished his query, a gust of wind stirred a pile of withered leaves, from which Shuka emerged, yawning as he crawled out from a large pit concealed beneath the foliage. Jiraiya was momentarily taken aback, then coughed twice and remarked half-jokingly, utilizing the environment effectively is also a vital lesson for ninjas. Kushina's eyes widened in surprise at Jiraiya's expression, and she couldn't help but chuckle. Don't boast. You definitely didn't expect Shuka was hiding here sleeping. Feigning ignorance, Jiraiya's demeanor shifted to serious. All right, it's time for your ninja assessment. Minato, clearly perplexed, frowned and said, haven't we already completed the exam? He appeared bewildered, as he believed they had already passed the school's assessment and qualified as ninjas. Jiraiya smiled slightly, patiently explaining, passing the school's exam merely indicates you are eligible to be ninjas. My assessment will determine whether you can become genin. His tone grew more grave. If you fail my assessment, I hold the authority to send you back to ninja school for a repeat. This statement carried an ominous weight. Jiraiya produced 2 bells from his pocket, shaking them lightly to indicate their objective. Your challenge is to seize these 2 bells. 1 bell signifies one person's ascension to genin. Kushina immediately raised an eyebrow, retorting, but you only have 2 bells in hand. That means only 2 of us can become genin. Ignoring the dismayed expressions of the 2, Jiraiya inhaled deeply and proclaimed, let the challenge begin. As his words fell, the figures of Kushina and Minato vanished in an instant, both having concealed themselves. Meanwhile, Shuka remained in place, leisurely leaning against a wooden pillar, seemingly unhurried to act. He glanced down at Jiraiya and casually inquired, Jiraiya-sensei, are there any others here besides us? Jiraiya, puzzled, contemplated for a moment before nodding, with my presence. All Umbu and even Root have retreated. Only then did Shuka gently clap his hands and stride toward Jiraiya. That simplifies things. He resolved to unleash his full potential during this assessment, no longer concealing his abilities. Jiraiya-sensei, I will give it my all. Shuka lowered his stance, determination glimmering in his eyes. Jiraiya chuckled lightly in response. You can come at me with all your strength. He appeared relaxed, believing that even a prodigy could not easily harm him. However, Shuka's explosive assault left everyone stunned. His figure abruptly appeared behind Jiraiya, initiating his ninjutsu with astonishing speed. Ninjutsu. Hailstorm Pear Blossom Needle. Shuka's long hair hardened instantly, shooting toward Jiraiya. Feeling a hint of threat, Jiraiya remained composed and swiftly activated his ninjutsu, Lion and Appo's main technique. His hair transformed into sharp blades, sweeping toward Shuka and Appo's technique. In that moment, as Jiraiya countered Shuka, Minato's figure emerged behind Jiraiya. This is my chance. He quickly pointed toward the bell at Jiraiya's waist. Jiraiya's eyes narrowed, preparing to retaliate. But he realized Minato was exceptionally fast and couldn't grasp his hand in time. At that instant, Kushina joined the fray, her fists enveloped in golden chains. Crashing down from above, Jiraiya hastily turned, catching Kushina's wrist and redirecting her attack toward Minato. Simultaneously, Jiraiya reacted swiftly, his hair slicing toward Shuka. Shuka, seemingly at ease, vanished from sight, becoming a blur. He used the body flicker technique to conceal himself flawlessly, evading Jiraiya's strike. However, just as Shuka disappeared, Jiraiya sensed a shift in the air. He spun around sharply, eyes widening in surprise as Shuka's figure reappeared from a nearby branch. Jiraiya stomped forward, hands forming seals, and shouted, Fire release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. A dragon-shaped flame erupted from Jiraiya's mouth, roaring toward Shuka. Seeing the fire dragon racing toward him, Shuka smirked slightly, retreating swiftly and using the surrounding trees to leap away from the searing inferno. He spun rapidly in midair, closing in on Jiraiya with lightning speed. Before Jiraiya could react, Shuka had already jumped into close combat. Wind release. Wind blade. Shuka called softly, his chakra surging within. A blade of wind coalescing between his fingers and shooting toward Jiraiya like a rapier. Unperturbed, Jiraiya formed seals with his hands, executing a counter. Earth release. Earth flow wall. A solid earthen wall erupted before him, blocking Shuka's wind blade. The wind blade struck the wall, producing a resounding crash, and Jiraiya used this barrier to momentarily retreat, quickly assessing Shuka's offensive prowess. Not bad, Shuka, you indeed have some skill, Jiraiya remarked, a slight smile playing on his lips. At this moment, Minato and Kushina seized the opportunity to reappear. Just as Jiraiya prepared for another attack, Kushina launched her assault once more, her golden chains shooting toward Jiraiya like streaks of golden meteors. Out of the corner of his eye, Jiraiya noticed this and quickly lowered his gaze, instantly gauging the direction of Kushina's attack. He formed seals with his hands, water release, water dragon bullet technique. He unleashed a torrent of water, and a massive water dragon surged from the ground, violently charging toward Kushina's golden chains. With a powerful flick of her chains, Kushina skillfully maneuvered them, breaking the head of the water dragon as if it were a serpent. Her speed and strength caused the water dragon to fragment instantly, though the stream still splashed against her, drenching her form. Kushina swiftly retracted her chains, covering her chest with her hands as she glared at Jiraiya. You perverted scoundrel. At that moment, Xiaohua reappeared on the battlefield, entirely disregarding the surrounding chaos. He charged towards the entranced Jiraiya, a broad smile gracing his lips. Jiraiya-sensei, are you prepared to face the mightiest strike? A gleam of determination flickered in Xiaohua's eyes as he gently clenched his fists, the chakra within him surging like a tide. He gathered all his energy, and the air around him began to warp ominously. Then, in a hushed tone, he declared, Wind release, blade spear. In an instant, a bolt of blue light shot forth from Xiaohua and Appo's hands like a lightning strike, slicing through the air with the precision of a javelin aimed directly at Jiraiya's chest. A flicker of surprise crossed Jiraiya's gaze, but he reacted swiftly, unleashing his chakra and forming hand seals. Earth release, earth flow wall. Yet, Xiaohua's blade spear remained undeterred. It surged forward with tremendous force, breaking through the earth flow wall and striking Jiraiya squarely in the chest. In that fleeting moment, Jiraiya's body was pierced, blood gushing from the wound, enveloping the air in an ominous scent of death. Chapter 17. The formation of Team 7. Jiraiya's body trembled slightly as he gazed at his pierced form. Although his exterior remained calm and composed, the shock within him was undeniable. In that fleeting moment, he had indeed felt the potential of these young ninjas, despite the long journey that lay ahead of them. Suddenly, Jiraiya's figure vanished, as if he had evaporated into thin air, his body transforming into a thick mist that silently dissipated into the atmosphere, as if he had never existed. It was a shadow clone. Simultaneously, the silver hair entwined around Minato and Kushina also vanished in the blink of an eye. Standing nearby, Xiaohua was straining to hold himself up, His body was nearing its limits, his stamina nearly depleted. His breath came in rapid gasps, and his shoulders quivered, as if he could collapse at any moment. The exhaustion from wielding the blade had sapped him of nearly all his chakra, his body weighed down beyond endurance. Each movement felt like an immense effort, and the sense of helplessness and defeat compelled him to sigh. Indeed, I am still too weak. Suddenly, Kushina and Appo's eyes brightened as she noticed a glimmering object falling from the sky. A bell swayed gently, producing a crisp, melodious sound, reminiscent of the echoes following a battle, faint yet profoundly significant. As the sound gradually faded, the bell twirled in the air before slowly descending to the ground. Quick as a flash, Kushina extended her hand and expertly ensnared the bell with a chain, securing it tightly in her grasp. Just as confusion lingered in the air, a familiar figure emerged from the dense thicket. Jiraiya reappeared before them once more. He wore his signature smile and held a small box in his hand. "You all are quite impressive," Jiraiya remarked with a grin, his eyes brimming with approval. "Since the onset of this battle, I have been observing your teamwork." He regarded the trio with a look of satisfaction, clearly appreciating their performance. Jiraiya's gaze swept over the faces of the three, his smile unwavering and his expression filled with pride. What you encountered earlier was merely a shadow clone. Yet, even such a simple clone is not something an ordinary Genin team could handle. Only a Chunin team could manage it successfully. Upon hearing this, Kushina excitedly waved the bell in her hand, her face illuminated with joy. "Jiraiya-sensei, can we graduate now?" she exclaimed, her voice ringing clear and bright like the bell. As if her exuberance had overflowed, the bell chimed in response, creating a melody that echoed her excitement. Jiraiya looked at her, unable to suppress a warm smile. "This girl has finally learned how to address me properly," he teased lightly, his eyes softening, revealing his profound hopes for these students. With the assessment concluded, Jiraiya decided to treat the three to a meal and some rest. He clapped the box in his hands cheerfully and said, "Let and Appo's eat first. You all have worked hard." He unveiled a meticulously prepared bento, its aroma wafting enticingly, provoking their appetites. However, Kushina scrunched her face in disdain. "I don't want to eat this," she protested, yet her stomach had already begun to grumble in protest. After a brief hesitation, she could no longer resist and approached Jiraiya, taking the bento to begin her meal. In contrast, Xiaohua's condition was far worse. His pale complexion betrayed a near-total loss of combat capability. Exhaustion had rendered him weak, and even walking appeared to be a monumental task. His standing posture wobbled. Jiraiya's gaze involuntarily shifted towards him, a sigh escaping his lips. Despite Xiaohua's remarkable performance during the assessment, his shortcomings had been laid bare, his endurance was lacking. At last, the trio settled down and commenced their meal, quickly depleting the food before them. Suddenly, Jiraiya broke the silence, inquiring softly, "So, have you decided who will return to the Ninja Academy?" His voice was calm, as if he awaited their response. Minato and Kushina exchanged glances, hesitation evident in their eyes. Yet they did not immediately reach a conclusion. The atmosphere grew heavy, each individual seemingly harboring their own thoughts and uncertainties. Xiaohua, sprawled lazily on the ground, chuckled. "I think I'll return to the Ninja Academy for another 10 years. Minato appeared somewhat perplexed, raising his hand with a resigned tone. "I'll just give up." Despite his outward smile, a sense of inferiority quietly crept in. He felt somewhat inadequate compared to Xiaohua and Kushina. Kushina wore a solemn expression, bowing her head in silence. "I don't think the village will assign me any missions." She understood that, as the host of the Nine Tails, her unique status might prevent her from fully integrating into a normal ninja team or undertaking genuine missions. Xiaohua continued to lay on the ground, his gaze distant, seemingly unfazed by the outcome of the assessment. He stared at the azure sky, murmuring softly, "The sky is so blue, the clouds are so white." He appeared nonchalant. Yet he knew that the village would not allow them to return to the Ninja Academy, especially given their abilities. They would ultimately pass. Jiraiya's laughter echoed in the silence as he observed the satisfied expressions gradually emerging on their faces, a sense of accomplishment swelling within him from outsmarting the young ones. "Ha!" he boomed, announcing, "You all have passed." After a brief pause, he continued, "From now on, you will rely on each other as teammates. If you cannot trust your own comrades, it will lead to great calamity." Jiraiya's tone turned serious. "The assessment I set was not merely to test your combat prowess, but to gauge the bonds between you." Kushina suddenly had an epiphany. "So, we have become ninjas?" A hint of confusion crossed her face, but she soon realized that everything had finally fallen into place. She looked at Minato and Xiaohua, her eyes brimming with surprise and excitement. Jiraiya nodded with a smile. "Indeed, starting today, you are officially members of Team 7, part of Jiraiya and Appo's squad." Kushina leaped into the air, her face radiating with joy. "Yay!" Jiraiya regarded the three before him, his heart filled with contentment and delight. "As your captain, I believe we should indulge in a hearty feast, shall we?" Suddenly, Xiaohua sat up with a mischievous grin. "Of course, let us do that," Jiraiya replied without hesitation, though a twinge of foreboding stirred within him. After all, They had just finished their bento. Surely it wouldn't be too much of a problem, would it? Chapter 18. The cells of Hashirama inside the Konoha barbecue restaurant. The atmosphere felt rather oppressive. Jiraiya stared incredulously at the bill in his hand, utterly unable to believe his eyes. The amount far exceeded his initial expectations, creating a disorienting illusion that the world around him had suddenly transformed into something surreal. He fumbled through his wallet, his heart racing. Yet the bills within were scarcely sufficient to cover the expense. As a writer, although he enjoyed a modest income, Jiraiya was by no means wealthy. Furthermore, most of his earnings were allocated to purchasing materials and tools, leaving little in the way of savings. With a resigned sigh, he cast a bewildered glance towards the proprietor behind the counter, his face clouded with worry. "Sir, could I perhaps wash dishes to settle my debt?" he implored, his voice tinged with desperation. The barbecue restaurant owner stood behind the counter, his eyes wide in disbelief, clearly taken aback by Jiraiya's request. After a moment's pause, he shook his head in astonishment. "Lord Jiraiya, why not consider this meal as my treat instead?" His tone was laced with a hint of flattery, recognizing Jiraiya as one of the legendary Sannin upon his entrance. However, Jiraiya was a man of principle and resolutely declined the offer of a free meal. Eventually, the owner, albeit reluctantly, acquiesced. "Very well, you may wash the dishes." Standing nearby, Showa could not contain his laughter. "Ha! What a generous fool. It's truly rare for someone like us, who are always hungry, to find such a benefactor." Jiraiya's expression darkened instantly, vowing to himself never to treat again. Observing Jiraiya's grim demeanor, Showa seemed even more pleased, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. "Oh dear, Teacher Jiraiya, you are simply too magnanimous." His words dripped with playful mockery. Taking a deep breath, Jiraiya endeavored to maintain his composure. Despite the smile plastered on his face, he envisioned dismembering Showa in his mind. Just then, the atmosphere within the restaurant shifted dramatically. A deep, chilling voice shattered the previously light-hearted ambience. Jiraiya spun around, surprise flashing in his eyes as he met a pair of familiar ones. "Orochimaru, why are you only just arriving? Quick, lend me some money," he exclaimed, urgency creeping into his tone. However, confronted by Orochimaru's indifferent gaze, Jiraiya's hopes swiftly dissipated into a hollow void. "Orochimaru, did you forget your wallet today?" Jiraiya inquired with a nervous chuckle, yet Orochimaru's response was far from the amiable reaction he anticipated. Without a hint of a smile, Orochimaru coldly regarded Jiraiya, his voice devoid of emotion. "I did not bring my wallet today." His tone was so frigid it sent a shiver down one's spine. The mere presence of Orochimaru rendered the surroundings tense, as if the very air had solidified. Jiraiya frowned, an inexplicable unease swelling within him. Orochimaru's gaze drifted to the bill in Jiraiya's grasp, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his eyes. He remained silent for a moment, lowering his head to scrutinize Jiraiya's every movement. After a brief pause, he spoke softly, "I require the assistance of young Showa." Hearing this, Showa instinctively furrowed his brow. "Lord Orochimaru, do you intend to take me back for dissection?" he retorted bluntly, his eyes flashing with wariness. He observed Orochimaru with a calm demeanor, though internally, alarm bells rang loudly. In the presence of such a perilous individual, any thoughtless action could yield unpredictable consequences. Orochimaru's lips curled into a slight, sinister smile. Yet he did not directly respond to Showa's inquiry. Instead, he gazed at Showa with profound eyes, his voice low and ominous. "The experiment with the cells may be part of your future. Would you care to take a look?" With that, guided by Orochimaru, Showa ventured into a concealed laboratory deep within the forest of death. This laboratory was entirely isolated from the outside world, resembling a forsaken sanctum, unknown to all. Through a dim passageway, Showa was led into the depths of the lab. The laboratory's layout was intricate, spanning 4 levels. The first floor served as a training ground. The second housed captive beasts, the third was a repository for ninjutsu, and the fourth was Orochimaru's private laboratory. Each level was steeped in an air of mystery, akin to an unsolved labyrinth awaiting revelation of its secrets. Orochimaru led Showa to the innermost recesses of the laboratory and slowly spoke. "Showa, I need you to continue developing the ninjutsu you have created. This will determine the transformation of the entire ninja world." Listening to Orochimaru's words, Showa's understanding dawned instantly. He recognized Orochimaru's keen interest in immortality, yet the scope of Orochimaru's plans seemed to surpass his imagination. Showa remained uncertain about what this transformation truly entailed. As footsteps echoed, they paused before an opaque porcelain vial. "What is this?" Showa inquired with curiosity. "Cells of Hashirama." Chapter 19. Fundamental Cultivation Techniques. The Cells of Hashirama? These 4 words reverberated like thunder in Xiaohu's mind, leaving him in a state of shock that nearly paralyzed his thoughts. As a traveler from another world, he was acutely aware of the implications behind these words. The infamous Hashirama cells, often trivialized in countless transmigration novels, had unexpectedly manifested before him, even allowing for direct contact, which quickened his heartbeat uncontrollably. At this moment, The backpack containing information related to the Hashirama cells, alongside a carefully curated selection of ninjutsu, lay quietly beside him, yet he hesitated to reach for it. Trembling, Xiaohua gently caressed the backpack, feeling the contours of its contents, and a surge of indescribable emotions flooded his heart. The mere thought of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Discovering this matter led to dire consequences that were difficult to fathom. Given Hiruzen's character and stance, he would undoubtedly issue an order to eliminate Xiaohua to prevent the Hashirama cells from falling into the hands of the Uchiha clan, potentially inciting chaos and crises beyond measure. It is crucial to understand that the power contained within the Hashirama cells is nothing short of miraculous, yet for the Uchiha family, it represents an unapproachable taboo. Should they acquire the Hashirama cells and harness their power, the Uchiha clan and Appo's strength would undoubtedly surge, disrupting the existing balance and provoking vigilance and hostility from all factions. He inhaled deeply, closing his eyes in an attempt to calm his racing thoughts. Yet, the more clarity he sought, the more he felt an insurmountable burden. The image of that laboratory involuntarily surfaced in his mind, and he imagined the documents in his hands, as though that power had quietly seeped into his very veins. If I could awaken the Manjiki Sharingan and augment it with the Hashirama cells, I could at least reach the level of a Kage, he mused, contemplating this possibility. However, he was painfully aware that he lacked the requisite strength and conditions to realize such a dream. Unfortunately for Xiaohua, the greatest challenge was not the Hashirama cells, but rather the elusive Sharingan that had yet to awaken. He had not even unlocked the basic Sharingan, let alone the legendary Manjiki. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi sat behind his modest desk, holding a report with a grave expression. Fatigue was evident in his gaze. Jiraiya entered with familiar strides, his expression complex, brow furrowed and demeanor heavy. Whenever the safety and future of the village, particularly concerning the Uchiha clan, were at stake, Jiraiya could not help but feel a tumult within. Today, he bore a report concerning Uchiha Xiaohua. Jiraiya did not speak immediately. Instead, he took a deep breath and fixed a determined gaze upon Hiruzen. He understood that the ensuing discussion could alter the course of events. "Old man, I am here to discuss Uchiha Xiaohua," Jiraiya's low voice echoed in the empty room. He was not merely an ordinary Uchiha prodigy. His innate talent, particularly in ninjutsu creation, rivaled that of the second Hokage. Jiraiya's words caused Hiruzen to furrow his brow slightly. "Are you suggesting that his creative talent can reach the level of the second Hokage?" Hiruzen raised an eyebrow, skepticism flickering in his eyes. The second Hokage's abilities held an irreplaceable place in his heart, while Uchiha Xiaohua seemed yet to fully unveil his potential. A glimmer of worry crossed Jiraiya's eyes, followed by a heavy sigh. He has indeed displayed unprecedented creativity in ninjutsu, surpassing traditional theories in certain aspects. His talent is more innovative than that of the second Hokage, yet it brings forth issues I cannot overlook. Hiruzen remained silent, listening intently. Jiraiya gently tapped the folder in his hands and continued, "Since his time in the Ninja Academy, he has rarely revealed his full capabilities. Xiaohua is exceedingly cautious, seemingly intent on concealing his strength. I believe this behavior is not trivial." Hiruzen's brow furrowed deeper, his mind rife with doubts. The history of Konoha village told him that the Uchiha clan was always fraught with unpredictable variables. He never believed in coincidence, especially regarding significant matters concerning the village's future. "What do you think is Xiaohua's motive for concealing his ninjutsu talent?" Hiruzen inquired, his tone devoid of emotional fluctuation. Jiraiya's voice was somewhat subdued. "I cannot ascertain his true intentions, but he evidently possesses extraordinary intelligence. His actions suggest he is evaluating and adapting to the village's stance rather than merely showcasing his talents to the outside world." Hiruzen nodded, yet unease churned within him. Was Uchiha Xiaohua's reluctance to reveal his true abilities a sign of mistrust towards Konoha, or did he harbor deeper, more intricate plans? This uncertainty was impossible to ignore. "You and I both understand the history of the Uchiha clan," Hiruzen sighed. "Every prodigy from this clan has posed a significant risk to us. Do you believe he can become an asset for the village's future or a potential threat?" Jiraiya paused for a moment, then resolutely replied, "Xiaohua possesses immense potential. If we can guide him, he will undoubtedly become a cornerstone of the village. Conversely, if we attempt to suppress or expel him, we may push him onto a path of unpredictability." Then, Jiraiya produced a small booklet of ninjutsu created by Uchiha Xiaohua from his robe and gently placed it on the desk. "The contents of this book left me utterly astounded," Jiraiya remarked, his tone betraying an uncontainable shock. "Xiaohua's creative thinking rivals the research achievements of the second Hokage. Look here, he has improved sealing techniques by integrating chakra operations, breaking through the limitations of traditional sealing practices." Hiruzen frowned slightly as he began to peruse the booklet. Initially, he found the sealing techniques overly convoluted and lacking practical value. However, as he delved into the latter sections, his expression grew increasingly grave. This is indeed a fusion of chakra and sealing techniques." Hiruzen's tone carried a hint of astonishment. recognizing that these designs evidently transcended the conventional framework of sealing techniques, theoretically enhancing their potency significantly. Jiraiya nodded, speaking softly. This is Xiao Hua's innovation. He utilizes chakra manipulation to bolster the effectiveness of sealing techniques, rather than merely restraining foes. Although these ninjutsu are not yet perfected, their potential far exceeds our expectations. What if he ultimately embarks on an uncontrollable path? Hiruzen asked quietly. A flicker of resolve shone in Jiraiya's eyes. At that time, I will personally handle him. But for now, we must grant Uchiha Xiao Hua an opportunity. Hiruzen gazed deeply at Jiraiya before slowly nodding in agreement. Very well, for now, we shall allow him to remain in Team 7. I will allocate the sealing techniques he provided by tier. The first 2 tiers will serve as part of the reward pool, while the final tier shall be reserved for the sealing scroll. However, I have one condition. You must inform Xiao Hua not to disseminate these ninjutsu carelessly, to prevent unnecessary risks to the village. Jiraiya nodded. I will ensure that. Days later, Xiao Hua and Appo's innovative ninjutsu reached the Ninjutsu Exchange Center. Kato Dan, a young ninjutsu researcher, was greatly intrigued upon encountering the foundational cultivation technique. He recognized its similarities to Tsunade's in sealing, but discerned profound differences at its core. Kato Dan promptly sought Tsunade, seeking her confirmation. Tsunade, this fundamental training method appears to bear a resemblance to your in sealing technique, but do their principles align? Tsunade picked up the ninjutsu scroll and casually flipped through its pages. You are indeed correct. On the surface, they do share similarities. Tsunade nodded, explaining that the in sealing technique primarily stores energy by sealing chakra, whereas the fundamental training method focuses on utilizing sealing techniques to influence the flow of energy within the human body. After hearing this, Kato Dan pondered thoughtfully, filled with admiration for the creativity of Uchiha Xiao Hua. This is undoubtedly an exceptionally innovative design. Through the operation of sealing techniques, this prodigious Uchiha not only enhances the combat effectiveness of ninjutsu, but also intertwines the mechanisms of human energy with ninjutsu, paving the way for a new realm of research. Tsunade cast a deep glance at Kato Dan and softly remarked, Uchiha Xiao Hua is indeed a genius. Chapter 20. Evolution of the simulation system in a concealed location outside of Konoha. Within a damp and chilling underground laboratory, an air of silence enveloped the surroundings, infused with the acrid sense of mixed chemicals and experimental apparatuses. As Orochimaru entered the laboratory, he observed Uchiha Xiao Hua engrossed in his experiments. The workbench was cluttered with an array of intricate materials, while several ninjutsu experimentation devices operated in a methodical manner. Xiao Hua deftly utilized shadow clones to divide his focus, striving for perfection in every detail of his multiple concurrent experiments. His movements were skilled, and he was completely absorbed in his research. Orochimaru smiled slightly and approached, saying, Xiao Hua-kun, it seems you have indeed devoted considerable effort lately. Uchiha Xiao Hua did not turn around, remaining occupied with his tasks, and replied nonchalantly, Orochimaru-senpai, research never tires me. Each advancement brings me one step closer to my goal. Orochimaru paused momentarily, a glint of appreciation flickering in his eyes. You have been gaining quite a reputation recently. Your studies and innovations in ninjutsu have begun to circulate within Konoha, and even some high-ranking officials have started to take notice of your accomplishments. Xiao Hua ceased his actions and turned to face Orochimaru, his brow slightly furrowed in confusion. I do not perceive myself as having become more renowned. Just today, I was undertaking D-rank missions with Jiraiya, only to return here at night to continue my experiments. Orochimaru moved closer to Xiao Hua, arms crossed over his chest, seemingly unfazed by Xiao Hua's calm demeanor. No, Xiao Hua, I am not jesting. You are beginning to attract the attention of many, particularly with your ongoing training methods, which have now been included in the Book of Seals. He paused, observing Xiao Hua's reaction closely, eager to see if he would express surprise. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Xiao Hua merely nodded with a hint of indifference. I am aware of this matter. He displayed no excessive astonishment, as if it were entirely within his expectations. Orochimaru chuckled softly, a note of wistfulness in his tone. Do you not feel elated by your growing renown? After all, many have begun to acknowledge your talent in ninjutsu. Xiao Hua gently lifted the corners of his mouth, responding with tranquility. Orochimaru-senpai, you have long told me that ninjutsu represents transformation. Thus, it is not surprising that my techniques have gained wider dissemination. For me, this is not worthy of excessive attention. Orochimaru could not help but laugh. Indeed, you are a composed child, entirely unlike those who become anxious at the slightest hint of fame. A complex glimmer crossed his eyes, deepening his understanding of Xiao Hua. Orochimaru-sensei, I trust that you will protect me, Xiao Hua added, his tone resolute and filled with trust. After all, you have always cared for me, hoping that I can advance further. I will continue my research without allowing external attention to sway me. A playful smile flickered in Orochimaru's eyes as he responded, of course. I shall not allow anyone to harm you. In my eyes, you are a uniquely special presence, especially with your techniques for immortality. I am eager to see how far you will rise in the future. At that moment, while Orochimaru's tone was light, an unmistakable anticipation shone in his eyes. During this period, Xiaohua had been delving deeper into the research of Hashirama and Appo's cells, attempting to merge their formidable power with his own ninjutsu principles. He believed that the immense combat potential inherent in Hashirama's cells would yield groundbreaking advancements in his studies. Xiaohua re-established communication within his consciousness, intending to assess the progress of his sage technique simulations and to attempt to simulate Hashirama and Appo's cells following the completion of the first layer. However, just as he was about to check the progress, an unexpected notification sound startled him. The system and Appo's alert chimed, displaying the message, "Simulation successful. 3 simulations completed. The simulation system has been upgraded." Upon seeing the system notification, Xiaohua's brow knitted in concern. The simulation system has been upgraded? What does this mean? Chapter 21. B-class mission. As the words materialized line by line in his mind, Xiaohua felt his heartbeat quickening. A smile unconsciously spread across his face upon discovering the system and Appo's new functionalities. The system had, indeed, undergone an upgrade. He murmured to himself, his eyes sparkling with delight. The previously tedious and complex operational steps had vanished entirely, leaving him in a state of unparalleled exhilaration. Taking a deep breath to calm his racing heart, he redirected his gaze towards the system screen, meticulously examining the details of the upgrade. The first item that caught his attention was the increase in comprehension by 10%. This was easily understood. In simpler terms, it meant he would become significantly smarter, with a greatly enhanced speed of learning various knowledge and skills. With such an advantage, any challenges he encountered in the future would likely be effortlessly surmountable. The second item pertained to the reduction of deduction time. The previously laborious and time-consuming deduction processes would now require significantly less duration to complete. The final item was particularly eye-catching. It enabled simultaneous deductions of 3 different concepts. This was an unprecedented breakthrough. Previously, he could only deduce one at a time, resulting in inefficient progress. Now, however, he could engage in multiple deductions at once, utilizing every precious moment to enhance himself. Overwhelmed by excitement, Xiaohua could no longer contain his enthusiasm. He promptly included the second tier of his celestial techniques, the Navy's 6 styles, and the Senju cells into the deduction queue, eagerly anticipating the unexpected rewards they might yield. In the Hokage's exclusive mission hall in Konoha, a long wooden table was piled high with various mission scrolls, and the atmosphere was both tranquil and solemn. Jiraiya entered with his 3 disciples, quickly capturing the attention of the assembled ninjas. Following him were Xiaohua, Minato Namikaze, and Kushina Uzumaki. Although they all wore ninja attire, their demeanors were distinctly different. Xiaohua appeared composed and calm, his gaze imbued with a subtle sharpness. Minato exuded youthfulness and vigor, while Kushina bore a hint of discontent, seemingly uncomfortable with the ambience of the Hokage building. At the far side of the hall sat Sarutobi Hiruzen behind the long table, clad in traditional ninja garb, his hat obscuring his stern visage. Upon noticing Jiraiya and his team, he lifted his head slightly, adjusting his hat in preparation to greet them. Sarutobi's eyes swept over the 3 disciples behind Jiraiya, his brow furrowing slightly, particularly when he regarded Xiaohua. The impression Xiaohua left on him was markedly different from that of Jiraiya's other 2 disciples. There was a rare blend of sharpness and composure in his gaze that made the Hokage feel somewhat on guard. With an air of ease, Jiraiya approached the table, confidence lacing his tone. "Hokage-sama, we would like a B-class mission." Sarutobi rested his chin lightly on his hand, his brow furrowing in contemplation. After a moment, he slowly raised his head, his gaze landing on Jiraiya, who was brimming with assurance, and nodded slightly in acknowledgement. "It seems you have great faith in them." However, beneath his tranquil facade, Sarutobi's mind was anything but calm. He was acutely aware of the complexities and potential dangers inherent in a B-class mission. Strangely though, he did not immediately reject Jiraiya's request, instead adopting a contemplative demeanor. He casually reached for an aged scroll resting at the corner of the table. As his fingers unfurled the scroll, the details of the mission gradually revealed themselves. What awaited them was a reconnaissance mission involving a spy. You are required to ascertain whether a certain target is indeed a spy. If so, you must eliminate them without raising any suspicions. His tone shifted to one of grave seriousness, as if the very air had thickened around them. The identity of the target in this mission was notoriously difficult to ascertain, as they typically possessed considerable concealment skills and disguises. These targets were often of the Ch-Nin rank, but there existed a slim chance they could be more formidable J-Nin or elite J-Nin. Thus, you must prepare thoroughly. Complacency is not an option. Upon hearing these words, Jiraiya's expression shifted, a hint of concern flickering across his features as he grasped the daunting nature of the mission. He furrowed his brow and spoke with evident apprehension. "Old man, the difficulty of this task seems exceedingly high, especially with the spy's true identity so elusive. If we inadvertently misidentify the target or alert the wrong person, we might risk losing control of the entire situation. At that point, Not only would completing the mission become improbable, but our own safety could be gravely jeopardized. Moreover, given the current circumstances, this mission, initially classified as B-class, could very well escalate to an A-class due to unforeseen variables, which would indeed be a predicament. Enough chatter. Will you accept the mission or not? If not, you will continue with D-class missions. Accepted. Chapter 22. Pursuit of the Spy. Jiraiya gently unfurled the scroll, indicating the densely packed intelligence contained within, and briefly explained the mission objectives to the three ninjas present. Tani Kimijima, a man in his 30s, had joined the Hidden Leaf Village a decade prior. According to the intelligence, this man made a living running a food stall, lived alone, and had no relatives or children. However, after a series of meticulous information-gathering efforts, the intelligence department of the Hidden Leaf Village uncovered some anomalies. Kamijima's behavioral patterns, communication methods, and even his movements over the past few years seemed to suggest that he might not merely be an ordinary vendor. Jiraiya's brow furrowed slightly. The task appeared formidable. We must exercise caution, he stated in a low tone. Is he truly just an ordinary merchant, or is he a spy concealed among us? We need to ascertain the truth. The trio concealed themselves behind a tree, quietly observing the luxurious suite where Kamijima resided. The surrounding environment appeared calm and harmonious, as if nothing were amiss. Yet this tranquility heightened Jiraiya's vigilance. The target had yet to return home, and their mission was temporarily stalled. Let us first search the target and Appo's residence, Xiaohua suggested, his tone resolute and unyielding. If we wait any longer, we might miss something. The team members moved in unison, infiltrating Kimijima's abode without disturbing the nearby residence. The interior was rather simple. Aside from a few antiquated pieces of furniture and scattered trinkets, nothing particularly noteworthy stood out. As they scoured the premises, they ultimately discovered only a handful of ordinary utensils and some outdated snack ingredients. Nothing of significance, Xiaohua remarked as he surveyed the room. This guy is truly unremarkable. Jiraiya stood aside, letting out a soft sigh. Despite the absence of concrete evidence, the discrepancies revealed in the intelligence kept him on high alert. Let us wait for his return. There is no need to rush, Jiraiya finally stated, his gaze still fixed on the direction of the target's residence. The team returned to their perch in the tree, resuming their observation of Kamijima and Appo's dwelling. At that moment, Kushina suddenly proposed an idea. We could have someone from the Hyuga clan use their Byakugan to inspect the chakra flow within him. This would provide a more direct assessment of whether he is a spy. Her eyes sparkled with determination. Xiaohua pondered for a moment before shaking his head in opposition. You should be aware of the acceptance policies in the Hidden Leaf Village. Though there are not many rogue ninjas, there are some, and each ninja undergoes rigorous background checks. If the Byakugan could directly determine if he were a spy, the village would have already discovered it. Kushina, unwilling to concede, retorted, but we currently lack definitive evidence. Given the past background checks, I believe a deeper investigation is warranted. Jiraiya cleared his throat, interrupting their debate. Regardless, the acceptance policies in the Hidden Leaf are stringent. It is not easy for spies to infiltrate. Although the intelligence is incomplete, this mission indeed presents a significant challenge. We may not be able to rely solely on background checks. If necessary, we should observe his daily behaviors closely for the next few days. Xiaohua, encouraged by Jiraiya and Appo's words, interjected, I prefer direct action. We capture him, apply some pressure until he confesses, swift and efficient. There and Appo's no need for hesitation. Kushina frowned, countering. What kind of method is that? Such actions are illegal, and any evidence obtained through coercion would not hold up in the village. Minato gently mediated, everyone. Let us remain calm. We must not allow our emotions to lead us to erroneous decisions. Despite this, the task force remained divided, ultimately deciding that Xiaohua and Jiraiya would continue monitoring the target, while Minato and Kushina would gather intelligence from the vicinity. At last, in the soft glow of dusk, Kamijima returned to his residence, carrying a bag of food stall supplies, his steps light and untroubled. He remained oblivious to the fact that he was being closely observed by a group of ninjas. Jiraiya and Xiaohua swiftly leaped down from the tree, landing on the rooftop to begin their covert surveillance. Kamijima entered his home and shut the door behind him. Jiraiya and Xiaohua peered through a small opening in the roof, witnessing the target quietly preparing dinner. His movements were deft and his demeanor calm, devoid of any signs of tension or wariness. He appears to be just an ordinary food vendor, Xiaohua whispered. Jiraiya did not respond immediately, but continued to observe. Although Kamijima portrayed a tranquil exterior, Jiraiya sensed something amiss. Typically, an individual with no background would not easily secure such a comfortable residence. Let us wait a little longer, Jiraiya finally declared. Minato and Kushina had returned to the meeting point early, sharing the intelligence they had gathered from the surrounding residents. The assessments of Kamijima were largely consistent. He was regarded as a good person running a food stall, despite modest earnings. He had a knack for business and led a relatively stable life. No one perceived anything unusual about him. Kushina felt a sudden surge of sympathy for Kamijima, softly stating, Perhaps he truly is an ordinary person, living well by selling snacks. How could he possibly be a spy? Jiraiya furrowed his brow. Ninjas cannot be swayed by emotion. You cannot abandon the mission simply because you feel pity for him. Xiaohua quickly interjected, as expected of the last in the rankings. Stop being so overly cautious. Let us act decisively. Angered, Kushina reached out as if to lunge at Xiaohua, exclaiming, "You're the one in last place." Jiraiya quickly positioned himself in front of her, shaking his head. "Enough, let us remain composed." Seeing that he had successfully provoked Kushina's ire, Xiaohua smirked. "I still favor direct action. Capture him and force him to confess. He might already be preparing to flee." Just as Jiraiya and Xiaohua continued their discussion, a shadow suddenly darted out from Kamijima's home, swiftly disappearing into the night. They immediately realized that Kamijima's late-night exit could reveal his true colors. "Follow him," Xiaohua urged in a hushed tone. Jiraiya nodded. Although he had anticipated this moment, witnessing it unfold still left him astounded. "Pursue him." Jiraiya resolved to split their actions, opting to inform the other ninjas while Xiaohua, Kushina, and Minato pursued the target together. The trio launched into a rapid chase, swiftly vanishing from sight as they raced after Kamijima's fleeing figure. The atmosphere grew intensely tense, imbued with an unnameable sense of peril. Watching the three figures disappear into the darkness, Jiraiya transformed into a plume of smoke, vanishing into the night. Chapter 23. Ambush. The silhouette of Tanji Turtle Island faded into the night, with Xiaohua, Minato Namikaze, and Kushina swiftly entering pursuit mode. Although the Shunshin technique is suited for short-distance movements, years of training allowed them to maintain a remarkably high speed over longer distances. The trio glided through the forest like phantoms, their footfalls light and swift, leaving nearly no trace behind. The trees blurred in their wake. Despite their rapid pace, they maintained a cautious demeanor, always staying behind Tanji Turtle Island. They refrained from hastening their speed, carefully navigating through the woods while attentively observing every potential sound. The training of the Leaf Village ninjas emphasized caution. Any misstep could unveil the target's whereabouts. "Maintain your distance. Do not let him notice us," Xiaohua whispered, his gaze fixed intently on Tanji ahead. The target frequently paused, scanning his surroundings as if verifying something. Xiaohua followed closely but maintained a sufficient distance. Yet just as they neared the target, Tanji Turtle Island abruptly halted. Xiaohua reacted immediately, signaling the trio to disperse and conceal themselves behind three nearby trees. Once stationary, Tanji seemed to search intently for something, his eyes sweeping around like a hunter seeking hidden prey. Suddenly, his entire form trembled violently, his head tilting back as if drawn by some unseen force, a strange smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "I see you." As Tanji's voice faded, three explosions erupted almost simultaneously, golden flames and white smoke instantly enveloping the air. In swift succession, Xiaohua, Minato, and Kushina surrounded Tanji from three directions, forming a flawless triangular formation that ensnared him securely. However, Tanji displayed no hint of panic. Rather, he wore a smirk that suggested he had anticipated their move. "Enough of this," he said coldly, his tone laced with disdain. "Your movements may be stealthy, but with such a commotion, it is difficult to remain undetected." Kushina, taken aback, quietly inquired of Minato, "When did we reveal ourselves? I heard no unusual sounds." Tanji chuckled softly. "Did you truly believe you could approach me unnoticed? Even an ordinary person would sense your presence with such noise, especially you, young girl. Your overflowing chakra hardly escapes my notice." Kushina felt a pang of guilt, realizing her impatience may have led to their exposure. Her expression shifted, a hint of remorse flickering across her face. Nevertheless, the mission must still be accomplished. Clenching her kunai, determination etched on her features, she steeled herself. Tanji's smile widened, and he dismissively remarked, "You Leaf ninjas truly disappoint, unable to master even the most basic of stealth." As Tanji's words lingered in the air, an unsettling aura enveloped Kushina. She sensed the atmosphere around them grow tense, as if a formidable force was encroaching. What does he intend to do? Kushina's heart brimmed with questions, her gaze fixed on Tanji's every movement. In that moment, Tanji suddenly sprang into action. Hands forming seals as a wave of chakra surged forth, saturating the area with a stifling and perilous energy. Without hesitation, Kushina tightened her grip on the kunai, ready to strike Tanji down at any moment. "Don't rush," Xiaohua shouted suddenly. "Minato, Kushina, split up, several chakra signatures are approaching." As his words dissipated, Xiaohua swiftly signaled for the trio to alter their formation. Minato and Kushina exchanged a glance, instantly grasping Xiaohua's intent, and promptly prepared to follow his lead. "Not good, run," Xiaohua bellowed, and in an instant, the three vanished from their position, employing their ninja speed to retreat without hesitation, distancing themselves from their original spot. "Run? Only now do you realize it's too late," came Tanji's voice, tinged with cunning, a smug smile playing on his lips. "You think you can escape? Such arrogance." Suddenly, the ground trembled violently, vast swaths of earth began to sink, and numerous figures erupted from the ground, surging toward the trio like monstrous apparitions. This was all part of a trap meticulously laid by Tanji. From the outset, Tanji had deliberately lured the three into his ambush. He had slowed his pace intentionally, allowing them to pursue, with the true aim of drawing out Kushina, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. He had clearly locked onto his target. The entire chase was merely a means to ensnare the trio within his cunning scheme. Chapter 24. Striving harder in the next life, Xiaohua, Bo Feng Shui Men, and Jiu Xian'ai traversed the forest with remarkable speed, pursued closely by their assailants, the distance between them diminishing rapidly. Although they managed to create some space between themselves through their instant movements, the pursuing ninjas demonstrated their prowess, moving with incredible agility and precision. The trees rushed past beneath their feet, and the sounds of the wind and rustling leaves grew increasingly ominous. Suddenly, Jiu Xian'ai felt a chilling breeze sweep through her long hair. She turned sharply, only to be astonished by the sight of a ninja grasping the tip of her hair, mere inches from her face. At that moment, the pursuing ninja revealed a triumphant grin, seemingly relishing the thrill of impending capture. However, before he could revel in his success, a sound akin to shattering glass echoed around them, as if some transparent barrier had been violently breached, disrupting the tranquility of the moment. In an instant, Xiaohua, Bo Feng Shui Men, and Jiu Xian'ai vanished, replaced by the imposing figure of Jiraiya. Clad in gray armor, he leaned calmly against a tree. His gaze sharp and piercing, scanning the surroundings with an air of authority that instantly halted the pursuing ninjas in their tracks. High above, Leaf Village ninjas clad in green vests loomed like phantoms among the treetops. The enemies felt an overwhelming sense of dread wash over them, their pursuit abruptly ceasing. One of the enemy ninjas recognized Jiraiya immediately and exclaimed in shock, "Jiraiya?" At his side, the oil girl and Hinata appeared in succession. Both elite ninjas from the Leaf Village, exuding an extraordinary presence. Together, they formed a formidable trio, imposing significant psychological pressure on their adversaries. The leader of the enemy ninja, witnessing this unexpected turn of events, scoffed lightly and remarked, "It seems we have been outmaneuvered. You Leaf Village ninjas knew we would come all along, orchestrating this trap to lure us in." A glint of cold light flashed in Jiraiya's eyes as he nodded, responding blandly, "As you have surmised. You are but bait in the Leaf's grand scheme. Everything has been meticulously planned. I, along with these three elite ninjas, have come specifically to counter today's assault." The expression of the enemy ninja darkened instantly. As their fury erupted, the spark of battle ignited. Xiaohua stood to the side, simmering with indignation. He realized that he and his companions had been pawns all along. Just as Kamijimataro had used them, so too had the Leaf. Weakness, it seemed, was their original sin. Observing the dwindling number of enemies, the once formidable force had silently dissipated, leaving only three determined foes standing resolutely. Xiaohua's gaze swept coldly across the surroundings. Jiu Xian'ai, still bewildered, inquired, "What on earth is happening? Why are there suddenly so many Leaf ninjas?" Bo Feng Shui Men explained. "This entire scenario was orchestrated to capture Kamijimataro. We were lured into his trap, while he unwittingly walked into the Leaf's ambush." He gently patted Jiu Xian'ai's shoulder, reassuring her, "Do not worry, we are safe now." Jiraiya's initial willingness to undertake the mission was also a strategy to draw in the enemies and ultimately neutralize their threat. Jiu Xian'ai had yet to fully grasp her role as bait. She remained eager to launch a counterattack. Noticing her determination, Xiaohua smirked slightly and declared, "There are few enemies left. It is time for us to strike back." Before Bo Feng Shui Men and Jiu Xian'ai could respond, Xiaohua decisively halted. His hand slicing through the air, a thin line shot forth, deftly ensnaring a branch, using its momentum to propel him towards the enemy. One of the adversaries was taken completely by surprise as Xiaohua's kick sent him plummeting to the ground. The ninja emitting a pained groan as he was rendered incapable of further combat. The remaining two enemies, witnessing their comrade's fall, attempted to rush to his aid. However, their efforts were thwarted as Bo Feng Shui Men and Jiu Xian'ai flanked them, cutting off their escape routes. The two advanced rapidly, coordinating their attacks in perfect unison, launching both enemies into the air with powerful kicks. Xiaohua cast the fallen ninja to the ground, his gaze following the movements intently, only to discover that the enemy had vanished without a trace, as if he had never existed. A flicker of surprise crossed Xiaohua's mind. He quickly scanned his surroundings. The earth beneath him trembled like a restless sea, and soon, a seemingly benign man emerged from the ground, dirt cascading around him. With a smile, he remarked, "The Leaf's lower ninjas indeed possess some merit." Xiaohua mused silently about his actual combat capabilities. Recognizing that his previous encounters with Might Guy and his comrades had not revealed their full strength, leaving him unable to accurately assess his own prowess. The man before him, at the very least a Chunin, likely possessed considerable battle experience, perhaps offering him genuine feedback on his abilities. "Let us see your strength," Xiaohua whispered to himself. He immediately crouched low, drawing a kunai, darting forth and disappearing from the man's line of sight. Xiaohua materialized before the man, unleashing a decisive kick aimed squarely at his chest, infused with overwhelming force that could shatter bones. Yet, to Xiaohua's astonishment, The only thing that scattered was dirt. The man had employed the earth clone technique. Just as Xiaohua processed this revelation, something shot forth from the earth, racing towards him. His pupils dilated in alarm as he recognized it to be a cluster of burning papers and explosive tags. The enemy had laid a trap. "You bastard!" Xiaohua roared in fury. A violent explosion erupted, hurling him into the air, his body crashing heavily against the ground, immobilized. Lying there, blood surged within him, and faint burn marks marred his face. The enemy had successfully evaded the explosive tags by using earth release to bury himself underground. Suddenly, sharp earthen spikes erupted from the ground, lunging towards him. Anticipating this, Xiaohua swiftly defended with his kunai, forcefully propelling himself away and vanishing among the dense trees, concealing and adjusting his breathing. Though the recent explosion had inflicted some injury, it was not fatal. A flicker of rage ignited within Xiaohua's eyes. This scoundrel plays so deviously. I nearly fell into his trap. While Xiaohua recalibrated himself, the man taunted him again. "I did not pass my Jonin exam. I am still merely a chunin. What about you, leaf brat? Perhaps you should return to the ninja academy for a few more years." Suddenly, the man appeared perched atop a tree, hanging upside down with his fingers pointed menacingly at Xiaohua. Earth release, earth prison technique. A cage constructed of rock and soil swiftly ensnared Xiaohua. Xiaohua struggled to retaliate, but found himself firmly trapped, unable to move. The man then performed hand signs and exhaled, unleashing earth release, sandstone technique. Countless stones shot towards Xiaohua like darts. As the projectiles sliced through the air, Xiaohua braced himself, but at that crucial moment, a cold smile crept across his lips. "Caught you." In an instant, he activated his own jutsu. Water release, water spike technique. Two massive torrents of water surged from the trees, forming sharp spikes that pierced through the man, sending him crashing to the ground amidst a cloud of smoke. His silhouette appeared in the distance, blood streaming from his shoulder, clearly having narrowly escaped a fatal blow by employing a substitution technique. Yet, even so, he was gravely injured, trembling uncontrollably, evidently stripped of his combat prowess. Xiaohua paid no further attention to the fallen man. Instead, he glanced down and suddenly noticed 3 explosive tags affixed to his body, igniting rapidly. A cold smirk formed on Xiaohua's lips. Indeed, it was this trick once more. He swiftly utilized the substitution technique, relocating to the ground and evading the impending explosion. The shockwave from the blast still caused his body to quiver slightly, yet he sustained no life-threatening injuries. Steeling himself, Xiaohua turned his gaze towards the man, a hint of provocation curling at the corners of his mouth. "Is this the level of a chunin? Your strength is so feeble?" A flicker of intense rage flashed in the man's eyes. "You little brat, do not underestimate me." Xiaohua nodded, signaling his comprehension. "Very well. Novice, pay heed in your next life, train diligently, and aspire to become a jonin." With that, he turned on his heel, exposing his back to the man. The man, puzzled, inquired, "What do you mean?" Xiaohua halted, casting a sidelong glance back at him, his voice icy. "You are already dead." The man's eyes widened in shock. A flicker of panic coursing through him, yet before he could react, a sudden, piercing pain surged from behind. The shuriken ruthlessly pierced through his body, the sharp blade slicing through flesh, blood splattering forth. The man in Appo's body stiffened abruptly, his eyes filled with astonishment and disbelief. He had never anticipated that Xiaohua would deliver a fatal blow from behind. However, before his substitution technique could even activate, he felt an overwhelming pressure. Lowering his gaze in horror, he discovered that his back had been penetrated. In terror, he turned his head, seeking Xiaohua's form, only to witness another of Xiaohua's clones emerging from the ground, the transformation technique cleverly concealing his presence. It turned out that from the very beginning, Xiaohua had created a clone, utilizing the transformation technique to hide underground, stealthily approaching his foe. Each of his steps had been meticulously orchestrated within the plan of this battle. Xiaohua deliberately refrained from swiftly ending him, allowing himself time to entice the enemy into revealing a flaw, shattering his defenses. The man's eyes brimmed with indescribable fear as he frantically struggled, attempting to wrench the shuriken embedded in his back, yet he was utterly incapable of doing so. Blood poured forth from the wound, his consciousness gradually fading. Ultimately, he succumbed to his futile struggles, collapsing heavily to the ground. The outcome was unmistakably determined. Chapter 25. The most powerful Hokage. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, Minato Namikaze stood firmly atop a slender branch. His keen, hawk-like eyes were devoid of any distractions, penetrating through the dense forest, leaving no inch of ground overlooked. The woods appeared unusually tranquil, with only the gentle rustle of leaves stirred by the breeze. However, at that moment, a faint and barely perceptible sound reached Minato's ears. Instantly alert, he perked up his ears to listen intently. Following the direction of the sound, he spotted a gaunt figure in a clearing nearby, moving with remarkable speed, hands performing intricate hand seals, clearly preparing to unleash a powerful ninjutsu. This individual bore no headband signifying a ninja's identity, nor did his attire display any distinct village insignia. Consequently, Minato found it difficult to ascertain the origin of this threat. Yet, for him, such details had become irrelevant. The dangerous figure before him had transformed into an adversary that he must confront and overcome. The enemy swiftly completed his hand seals, a cold smile gracing his lips as he whispered, "Wind release, wind cutter technique." Upon the conclusion of the seals, the air around them trembled violently, and an invisible blade of wind surged towards Minato like a bolt of lightning. The blade was exceptionally sharp, creating a shockwave that snapped branches and scattered debris. Minato remained unperturbed, his gaze fixed on the trajectory of the wind blade. Almost instantaneously, he executed the body replacement technique, enveloping himself in a thick mist and transforming into a withered tree. The wind blade sliced through the decoy, cleaving it in two, yet it failed to graze him. Minato's form seemed to vanish into thin air, silently evading the attack. The enemy, witnessing this, furrowed his brow, clearly taken aback by Minato's swift reaction. Instead of retaliating immediately, Minato maintained his composure, continuing to observe his opponent and Oppo's movements. The adversary, evidently frustrated, accelerated his hand seal process. Wind release, gale wind slice. This time, the wind blades rained down like a tempest, nearly engulfing the entire forest. The number of blades multiplied rapidly, their reach expanding as the air quaked, each gust seemingly tearing through the atmosphere. Minato did not hastily retreat. He understood that mere evasion would not bring a swift conclusion to the battle. Utilizing the surrounding trees as springboards, he navigated through the onslaught of wind blades with agility. Every step was precisely calculated, allowing him to evade his foe's strikes, until he once again disappeared into the winds, unscathed. The enemy, increasingly enraged, shouted, "You little brat. Is fleeing all you know?" His voice brimmed with frustration, evidently pressured by Minato's effortless dodging. Without hesitation, he drew a shuriken, unleashing a ninjutsu, wind release, raging wind thrust. As he released the technique, the shuriken was propelled towards Minato by a powerful gust, moving at a speed that rendered it nearly impossible to react. Yet, Minato remained calm, observing the oncoming attack. His chakra surged within him as he swiftly threw his own shuriken, the two blades colliding midair with a resounding clash that reverberated through the surroundings. The force of the impact created a pressure that affected both combatants. Minato quickly perched on a tree branch, stable and poised, his gaze still sharp. Given the uncertainty of his opponent's true strength, launching a reckless counterattack posed a significant risk. The adversary, unwilling to relent, increased the speed of his hand seals. Wind release, continuous wind slash. A more formidable wind blade surged forth, the air swirling violently, accompanied by a sound reminiscent of a dragon's roar, charging directly at Minato. Minato's body became enveloped in a powerful gust, resembling the very embodiment of wind as he spun and leapt through the air. His movements grew increasingly rapid, each jump generating a current that blurred his trajectory, confounding his foe. The enemy's attacks devolved into futility, his expression darkening as the effectiveness of his jutsu waned. What is happening? How is he evading me? The enemy muttered in frustration, confusion and rage mingling in his gaze. Despite the relentless flurry of kunai and ninjutsu, Minato elusively danced through each gust, seemingly intangible. A faint smile graced Minato's lips as he softly remarked, "It is the wind." However, despite Minato's almost flawless evasion skills, he was acutely aware that the excessive use of chakra and techniques had drained much of his energy. As time wore on, his stamina dwindled, breaths becoming labored, and his protective aura began to dissipate. He perched on a tree, panting, his gaze firmly fixed on his opponent. He knew he needed to conclude this battle swiftly, otherwise he would struggle to persevere. Seeing Minato momentarily halted, the enemy seized what he perceived to be an opportunity, initiating another set of hand seals. Wind release, wind cutter. A fierce wind blade hurtled towards Minato. However, just as it was about to strike, a sharp gunshot pierced the air. A blade of gunfire. The sound of the shot sliced through the atmosphere, accurately piercing the enemy's skull, causing him to collapse instantly, incapacitated. Minato exhaled a sigh of relief and turned to the distance, spotting Xiaohua. "Xiaohua, your timing is impeccable," he remarked. Xiaohua smiled, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. "Minato, you've given me quite the surprise." He praised Minato's newfound movement technique, acknowledging its immense potential in evasion, despite its imperfections. Minato appeared slightly disheartened. "I still cannot compare to you. You're still far from catching up to me," Xiaohua retorted. The conversation shifted to Minato's concerns. "I wonder how Kushina is faring." Xiaohua chuckled lightly. "You needn't worry about Kushina. Perhaps you should be more concerned about her opponent." Having already discerned that Kushina's strength far surpassed Minato's, he knew she had been concealing her true abilities. Minato understood the implication. Xiaohua had seen through Kushina's potential, despite her reluctance to reveal it. Suddenly, a tremendous noise erupted from a distance, followed by a powerful surge of energy. A colossal energy dome materialized in their view, the winds swirling violently, heightening the tension in the atmosphere. Minato and Xiaohua gripped the tree trunks tightly, exchanging a glance before racing towards the source of the energy disturbance. Kushina darted swiftly through the woods, her footsteps light as a feather. Her gaze was sharp, fixed intently on the retreating enemy. The foe, a slender ninja, moved with agility, desperately attempting to flee the battlefield with extraordinary speed. Yet, no matter how fast he ran, Kushina remained steadfastly on his tail, the distance between them never widening. The enemy glanced back at Kushina, meeting her gaze filled with lethal intent, and felt an unsettling panic rise within him. He realized that with his speed and skills, he stood no chance against this formidable opponent. In a last-ditch effort, he hastily formed hand seals, producing several explosive tags that he scattered among the surrounding trees, hoping to create chaos and an opportunity to escape. Whoosh! The explosive tags whirled through the air, quickly adhering to the trees. The enemy struck them, and explosions erupted instantaneously. Trees shattered and debris flew, flames and smoke engulfing the area. The thunderous blasts resounded, uprooting trees and sending dust swirling. Nevertheless, Kushina remained composed, her eyes reflecting a calm resolve. She had already seen through the enemy's ploy. Amidst the smoke of the explosions, she summoned her chakra chains, which shot forth like golden rays, swiftly ensnaring the enemy's limbs. The adversary struggled fiercely, but the chains gripped him like iron shackles. You shall not escape. She exerted a sudden force, swiftly drawing the enemy towards herself with her chakra chains. The adversary struggled futilely, unable to escape the overwhelming might of Kushina. She strode forward with purpose, her oppressive aura enveloping him entirely. The enemy, now increasingly frantic, hastily formed hand seals, preparing to unleash a jutsu. Just as he was on the cusp of completion, Kushina swung her fist, delivering a devastating blow. Her formidable strength surged forth like a tempest. The fist imbued with concentrated chakra, striking the enemy with tremendous force. With a resounding crash, the enemy was sent sprawling, crashing heavily to the ground, a spurt of blood escaping his lips. That single punch not only inflicted excruciating pain, but also reverberated through the surrounding air, causing trees to topple and the earth to quake beneath her might. The enemy felt as if his bones would shatter, an overwhelming dread surging within him. Yet, gritting his teeth against the agony, he struggled to rise. He quickly retrieved a smoke bomb, and as Kushina swung her fist once more, he released it in an instant. A thick cloud of smoke enveloping the area. In a state of apparent desperation, he utilized the body flicker technique, darting forward in a frantic bid for escape. However, no matter how he evaded, Kushina relentlessly pursued him, the chains slithering closer like serpents, leaving him no respite. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki of Konoha. What on earth is happening in this village? Such intelligence eludes me. In his panic, he glanced back, and upon witnessing Kushina's current state, terror etched itself across his face. He understood that her power far surpassed his wildest imaginations, rendering him utterly defenseless. Kushina and Appo's presence radiated a divine terror, her form shimmering with a golden luminescence. As she moved, a colossal golden fox claw erupted from her being, emanating an inexorable pressure as it lunged towards him. Damn it! The enemy could not suppress a shout. Hastily forming seals to execute the fire release, fireball technique, a torrent of flames surged forth, colliding with the golden claw almost instantaneously. The inferno, accompanied by a searing wave of heat, incinerated a massive tree, yet the claw remained undeterred, though the flames momentarily forced it to halt. The fox claw continued its relentless advance towards the enemy. Realizing the futility of resisting Kushina, thoughts of retreat began to emerge. If this continues, I shall surely perish. He swiftly resolved to rely on his speed to escape, searching for a glimmer of hope. Knowing he could not confront Kushina directly, he aimed for a weak point in the Konoha barrier. It was his only chance. Upon witnessing the enemy's attempt to flee, Kushina's gaze turned icy. Damn it! Where do you think you and Appo's going? The voice of Kurama echoed within her heart. Who will reign in this mad girl? She seizes my power without so much as a word. Damn you, Hashirama. Who truly is the dangerous entity here? His ire was palpable. Provoked by Kushina and Appo's frenzied extraction of chakra, yet he found himself unable to resist. Kushina summoned every ounce of chakra within her, her body radiating an increasingly potent aura. With her mouth agape, a black-red orb rapidly coalesced in front of her, a tailed beast bomb. Swiftly, she unleashed a primal roar. The tailed beast bomb hurled towards the distant enemy, erupting in a cataclysmic display of energy, whipping the surroundings into a frenzy. The battlefield seemed to be rent asunder by this colossal force. The explosion not only shook the heavens, but also carved a deep chasm into the earth. The air thick with dust and the acrid scent of gunpowder. The shockwave from the tailed beast bomb nearly robbed Kushina of her footing, her body trembling, her complexion as pale as a sheet. The depletion of chakra left her on the brink of collapse. She stood unsteadily. Yet a profound sense of fulfillment welled within her. I never knew I was this powerful. Ha ha, ha. Her laughter gradually faded, replaced by an overwhelming fatigue. However, just as her mirth began to wane, several ninjas clad in green vests emerged into her line of sight. Leading them was an elderly man adorned with a conical hat, his formidable presence silencing Kushina's laughter abruptly. That man was the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Upon witnessing this, Kushina donned a sardonic smile and murmured, "Isn't that the legendary third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi?" Chapter 26. If he agrees. In the Hokage office, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat at his desk, gazing down at the crystal ball. Occasionally, he stroked his chin, revealing a cryptic smile as if lost in profound contemplation. Just as he succumbed to his thoughts, the office door swung open abruptly, and blinding light shattered the tranquil shadows. Kushina strode in, scanning her surroundings with unreserved scrutiny. "Old man, you look rather lecherous," she remarked, moving to the entrance and flicking the light switch, illuminating the room as bright as day. Sarutobi's smile froze instantly, and he nervously touched his beard, hastily shutting off the crystal ball. He inwardly chuckled at his near exposure, thinking that if this continued, his heart would not withstand the strain. Clearing his throat awkwardly, he attempted to mask his discomfort. "All right, Kushina, enough of the jokes. What brings you here today?" Kushina's demeanor shifted to seriousness. She stood straight, her tone laced with frustration. "It and Oppos, that wretched fox within me, driving me to the brink of madness." She gritted her teeth in anger. "Every time I wish to summon it, it refuses to grant me any chakra. The last time I unleashed the tailed beast bomb, it simply fell asleep, and now I can't even reach it." Her face was a canvas of fury, clearly dissatisfied with the Ninetales and Oppos' uncooperative nature. "It's just because I poked it once, and now it's giving me the cold shoulder. It's so stingy with the chakra, unwilling to share it all." Sarutobi could not help but feel a tinge of embarrassment. "You did poke it, after all. Did you really expect it to lend you chakra?" Despite his inner resignation, he was astonished by Kushina and Oppos' ability to control the Ninetales. After all, wielding such formidable power is no small feat, a testament to the Uzumaki clan's prowess. However, as the Jinchuriki, Kushina's possession of the Ninetales chakra was not only a shield for Konoha but also a latent peril. Aware of the gravity of the situation, he spoke earnestly. "Kushina, effective immediately. You are prohibited from using the tailed beast bomb within the village. The one you launched today nearly obliterated half the forest. Should such an incident recur, I will have no choice but to impose penalties on you in the name of Konoha." Kushina appeared impatient. I know, she retorted, albeit with an underlying acknowledgement of the necessity to control such immense power to avert disastrous consequences. Seeing her response, Sarutobi sighed. "For now, let us set the Ninetales matter aside. You may return." As Kushina reached the door, she muttered under her breath, "Old pervert. Don't think I didn't hear that." Unfazed by her outburst, she found it somewhat amusing. She pushed open the office door and happened upon Minato and Shuka waiting at the threshold. Minato, relieved to see Kushina unharmed, hurried forward. "Kushina, are you all right?" His eyes brimmed with concern, clearly caring deeply for her well-being. Kushina gently shook her head, responding coldly, "I'm fine." She refrained from disclosing her use of the Ninetales power, primarily to spare Minato from worry. Observing his anxious demeanor filled her with a complex warmth. At that moment, Shuka, with a bemused expression, addressed the pair. "All right, enough of this. This is the Hokage building, not a Korean drama. Stop playing out your love story here." Kushina scoffed, raising her chin, unabashedly expressing her disdain. "I don't know what a Korean drama is. But if Minato weren't here, you'd know why the flower is red." Shuka seemed indifferent and turned to Minato, stating bluntly, "Minato, your strength is simply pathetic." The words were harsh and devoid of sensitivity, instantly dampening Minato's spirits and casting a shadow over his expression. Kushina's eyes widened in shock, anger flaring as she moved to confront Shuka, only to be stopped by Minato's hand. Lowering his head, Minato felt a deep sense of guilt. Shuka's assessment was accurate. His abilities were indeed lacking, especially in light of previous adversaries. The sense of inadequacy weighed heavily on his heart. Noticing Minato's emotional shift, Shuka offered a gentle smile. "Meet me at the training grounds tomorrow. I'll teach you a few things." He viewed Minato as a genius, yet he had not yet realized his full potential. Without rigorous training, that potential might remain forever dormant, even overlooked. The tranquility of the Hokage office was disrupted by Jiraiya's arrival. His figure darted through the window and swiftly entered the room, kneeling before the Hokage's desk with a serious expression and penetrating gaze. Taking a deep breath, Jiraiya spoke gravely. "Old man, these ninjas have been subjected to seals. Any attempt by the Yamabuki clan to extract their memories will damage their brain cells, ultimately leading to cerebral death." Upon hearing this, Sarutobi furrowed his brow, the deepening creases indicating his awareness of the situation's severity. "It seems to be the work of a major ninja village," Sarutobi murmured, his eyes glinting with sharp intensity. "Iwa, Suna, Hyumo, and Kiri. What do you think, Jiraiya?" Jiraiya pondered momentarily before shaking his head. "There are no distinct signature techniques. The likelihood of it being the Mist Village is low." He elaborated, "Mist ninjas excel in assassination and water techniques, with other types being quite rare. Unless in exceptionally unique circumstances, they wouldn't risk themselves for a Jinchuriki." Sarutobi nodded in agreement. Although the chances of the Mist Village's involvement were slim, They could not be entirely dismissed. However, the suspicions surrounding IWA, Suna, and Kumo were considerably greater, especially given the current circumstances where any faction might resort to such extreme measures. Jiraiya gently rubbed the tabletop, sighing deeply, a hint of worry in his eyes. Is war about to commence again? Sarutobi remained silent for a moment before softly exhaling. We cannot afford to be complacent. Regardless of the faction, this action signifies their hostility towards Konoha. War will inevitably draw us into its fray. Jiraiya swiftly organized his thoughts, analyzing, IWA presents a considerable threat. They have been increasingly active in the border areas adjacent to us. Sarutobi scrutinized Jiraiya intently, his expression stern. I concur. Iwa's maneuvers are indeed worthy of vigilance. Suna has also begun to exhibit hostility towards Konoha, particularly in terms of resource competition. This predicament transcends mere resource contention. It is a struggle for the future of the entire ninja world. Every major ninja village is fighting for supremacy. Sarutobi nodded. Although Konoha is strong, we must remain wary of alliances among the other major villages. Our adversaries are not limited to direct aggressors. There are also those who plot from the shadows. Jiraiya's gaze drifted, lost in thought as he stared out at the night sky. Jiraiya, you are to prepare for the front lines. Sarutobi's voice shattered Jiraiya's reverie. With tensions escalating, White Fang had already engaged in multiple skirmishes with Suna, and Iwa's activities were becoming increasingly frequent, necessitating further defense. Jiraiya nodded, his expression solemn. Understood. I will prepare at once. However, he hesitated slightly, a flicker of concern crossing his eyes. What about my students? They are far too young to endure the pressures of the battlefield. He was genuinely worried for the 3 students he trained. The battlefield was never an ideal environment for their growth. After a brief silence, Sarutobi turned to Jiraiya with a gentle expression. Your students will accompany you to the battlefield. They must confront reality early on. The battlefield is an essential path for a ninja and Appo's growth. Though this may come a bit prematurely, it is indeed a part of their growth. Jiraiya felt a weight upon him, yet he comprehended that the Hokage's considerations were for the future of Konohagakure. I shall take good care of them, and strive to shield them from harm. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Appo's gaze was resolute. It is most suitable to set out next spring. Winter is an opportune time for training and preparation. He continued, during this period, you must train them diligently. Tsunade should be relatively free now, and Showa has also been available lately, while Minato is someone you cannot overlook. Jiraiya bowed his head and replied solemnly, Yes, Lord Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen gestured for him to depart. Go, Jiraiya. Konohagakure needs you. Jiraiya stood and prepared to leave, casting one last glance at the Hokage. Konoha shall undoubtedly prevail. With those words, he departed the Hokage's office, burdened by pressure. After Jiraiya's exit, Sarutobi Hiruzen remained by the window, gazing into the night. Suddenly, a shadow stealthily emerged. Shimura Danzo stepped forth from the darkness, his low, raspy voice shattering the silence. Hiruzen, relinquish the 9 tails to me, and I shall make her the village's mightiest weapon. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not turn, responding coldly. You know that is impossible. Danzo scoffed. Do you truly believe that with your patience, the future of Konoha can escape all threats? Only the 9 tails can grant us absolute advantage. Sarutobi Hiruzen calmly retorted. The 9 tails is a strategic asset of Konoha. It cannot be entrusted to anyone, especially not you. A flicker of resentment crossed Danzo's eyes as he sneered. A Jinchuriki bound by emotions can only be swayed by them, rendering them incapable of realizing their full potential. Sarutobi Hiruzen's tone grew more resolute. Danzo, you must grasp that I am the Hokage. His words resonated powerfully, leaving no room for doubt. Danzo remained silent for a moment, casting a cold glance at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Then let me take Uchiha Showa. I shall cultivate him into a blade against the Uchiha. Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow slightly, knowing Showa's talents were already apparent. Yet he was reluctant to allow Danzo to exploit Showa's power. If he consents, Danzo coldly interjected. His gaze still steely. Sarutobi Hiruzen stared deeply at Danzo, ultimately responding ambiguously. If he agrees, I will consider it. Danzo's expression remained unchanged, yet his heart brimmed with discontent. Chapter 27. Gale Slash in the 4th training ground of Konoha. The early arriving Xiaohua sat quietly beneath a tree, his mind immersed in the system panel. The progress bar for the 2nd tier of his celestial technique had already reached 95. Once it reached 100, the 2nd tier would be successfully completed, and the system would automatically assist him in achieving perfection in that tier, elevating his prowess to new heights. As he pondered, a familiar playful voice shattered the tranquility. Xiaohua, what are you thinking about? Kushina's voice called out from nearby, accompanied by Minato, who stood at the edge of the training ground, smiling at him. Xiaohua turned to see Kushina and Minato approaching. Nothing much, just studying ninjutsu, he replied casually, then walked towards them. Kushina, clearly unsatisfied with his curt response, stepped forward to playfully hit Xiaohua on the head. Studying techniques? I think you were just slacking off and dozing. Minato chuckled from the side, teasing. Every time we see you, You're practicing. It's as if we're becoming the idol ones. He extended his hand to block Kushina, smiling, creating a light-hearted atmosphere. Kushina raised an eyebrow, mockingly retorting, as if you don't practice often, I can't be bothered with you two overachievers. Xiaohua observed them with a faint smile and inquired, are you both ready to learn a new ninjutsu? Isn't that obvious? Otherwise, are we here just to date you? Kushina replied unabashedly. Minato added with a grin, but seeing how focused you were on your training, we didn't want to disturb you. What do you plan to teach us today, Senior Xiaohua? Xiaohua responded calmly, you and Appos. LL find out soon. It and Appos. S an attacking ninjutsu I and Appos. VE been developing. He refrained from disclosing the specifics, knowing that the best way to learn often involves practical demonstration. He picked up a wooden training sword, his tone steady. Today, I will demonstrate my new technique. As he slowly gripped one of the wooden swords, his gaze sharpened with focus. Kushina, clearly intrigued by the new ninjutsu, mischievously remarked. Then we shall wait with bated breath. Immediately after, she made a funny face and pushed Minato, turning him into Xiaohua and Appos' live target. Minato rubbed the back of his head, smiling shyly. Senior Xiaohua, let me experience this technique. Xiaohua's expression suddenly shifted, and he asked seriously, by the way, Minato, what was the name of the technique you created earlier? Minato and Appos' eye sparkled, his spirit invigorated. It and Appos' called and Appos' spiral howl of the wind style, and Appos', how cool is that? Kushina and Xiaohua exchanged eye rolls simultaneously, clearly unimpressed by the name. What kind of ridiculous name is that? Please don't call it that again. I fear you'll be struck down by an enemy before you finish saying it. Minato awkwardly scratched the back of his head. All right, how about wind control technique instead? Kushina still seemed dissatisfied, mumbling, but that name isn't particularly great either. Xiaohua smiled faintly. That name actually aligns quite well with the technique I intend to teach you today. Xiaohua was aware that he was imparting not merely an ordinary ninjutsu, but a technique he had derived from a game he once played. Since you're both ready, let us begin. He tightened his grip on the wooden sword, his demeanor gradually turning serious, and the atmosphere became tense in an instant. I'll let you experience it first, he whispered. Minato also drew out his kunai, preparing to engage in a duel with Xiaohua. The two suddenly crossed paths, and the moment their kunai clashed with the wooden sword, a sharp sound resonated, and sparks flew from the wooden weapon. Kushina languidly reclined on the tree, her mouth agape as she observed closely, only to realize that the wooden sword was enveloped in an energy akin to chakra. Is this Xiaohua and Appos' chakra? How is that possible? She thought, astonished by the oppressive energy emanating from the sword. As Xiaohua and Minato continued their exchange, Minato noticed a gust of wind swirling around Xiaohua, and he suddenly felt a portion of his chakra being drawn away. Furrowing his brow, Minato mused, what an unusual ninjutsu. He continued to watch intently, focused on unraveling the mechanics behind it. Xiaohua pressed on with his assault, swinging the wooden sword. Ninjutsu Gale Slash, Xiaohua shouted, gripping the wooden sword with one hand and slicing toward Minato. A blue wind blade materialized out of thin air, accompanied by a piercing shriek, rushing towards Minato in an instant. Minato's eyes widened, barely having time to react, and he quickly activated his wind control technique to leap into the air. Several blue wind blades whizzed past him, the intense wind pressure resonating with a shrill buzz. Minato swiftly dodged, leaving behind a devastated forest, the trees reduced to barren ground. Looking back in astonishment, Minato exclaimed, this completely exceeds my expectations. Xiaohua's lips curled into a confident smile, to compensate for your lack of offensive power. I specifically created this technique, which you may also refer to as a sword technique, depending on your mood. He elaborated. The principle of this technique is to first distribute one's spiritual energy onto the weapon, then absorb the enemy's chakra through the weapon, converting it into wind power. By harmonizing the chakra within me and that in the weapon, we create a dual-layered wind pressure, allowing for the release of cutting wind blades. The quicker it is unleashed, the greater its power. In theory, the better one masters it, the more they can absorb, thus enhancing its potency. Minato, filled with awe, exclaimed, Xiaohua-senpai, this ninjutsu is incredible. It completely surpasses my expectations. Chapter 28, is there something you wish to discuss with me? A slight smirk graced Xiaohua's lips as he stood up lightly, his tone indifferent. Strong? Perhaps you should consider who it is that created these ninjutsu. Suddenly, Kushina leaped down from a branch, her arms crossed over her chest, a hint of scorn dancing in her eyes. This power pales in comparison to just a fraction of my tailed beast bomb. Xiaohua remained silent, merely turning to her, a glimmer of understanding flashing in his gaze. Do you wish to learn? Kushina raised an eyebrow, fully aware that Uchiha Xiaohua was intentionally provoking her, yet his audacious demeanor stirred a tempest of indignation within her, particularly upon witnessing his triumphant expression. Learn? I have no interest in that. She retorted angrily, her eyes igniting with fury as she lunged at Xiaohua, exclaiming, I'll take you down first. In the face of Kushina's sudden assault, Xiaohua reacted swiftly, remaining still as he delivered a powerful kick to her abdomen, so fast that she barely had time to respond. Kushina's body was propelled away by an unseen force, crashing heavily to the ground, leaving a deep shoe imprint on her clothes. Seething with rage, Kushina gritted her teeth, thinking, if only I could harness the power of the Nine Tails now. What could that Uchiha genius possibly do? Clenching her jaw, she rose, her eyes ablaze, nearly igniting the entire training field with her fury. You insufferable Uchiha. I swear I will make you pay? Xiaohua remained unfazed, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth, until Kushina approached him. He suddenly stomped the ground with force and vanished from her sight in an instant. How can you move so fast? Kushina shouted in exasperation, her frustration mounting as she continued her pursuit. She quickened her pace, determined to shred Xiaohua into pieces. However, he seemed to regard her chase with utter disdain, effortlessly evading her grasp each time she nearly closed the distance. The two of them darted around the training field like a cat and mouse, with Xiaohua appearing before her one moment and disappearing behind her the next, a mocking smile etched on his face. Minato watched helplessly, letting out a sigh. Weren't we supposed to be learning ninjutsu? Why are they fighting now? Come catch me, little tomato. Xiaohua's taunting voice echoed from afar, dripping with challenge. Kushina's fury reached a boiling point as she surged forward, resolute to seize the hem of Xiaohua's clothing at all costs. Just as their chase intensified, Minato finally intervened, swiftly blocking Kushina's path. All right, enough of this commotion, he said gently, patting her shoulder. Reluctantly, Kushina halted, glaring at Xiaohua with indignation. Deep down, she recognized that she was no match for him, especially in light of his nonchalant teasing, which nearly pushed her to the brink of explosion. Xiaohua, unperturbed, returned to his post by the wooden stake, continuing to explain the ninjutsu Minato should learn. Minato, remember, this and Appos, Gale/and Appos, merges the characteristics of wind and lightning. You must master the art of combining the speed of wind with the power of lightning. Though Kushina still simmered with resentment, her attention gradually shifted toward the challenging ninjutsu. Curiosity beginning to stir within her, Minato endeavored to execute the Gale/, meticulously grasping a kunai and directing it at a branch overhead, unleashing the amalgamation of wind and lightning. The kunai sliced through the branch with a sharp whoosh, resonating with a crisp sound. Well done, Xiaohua remarked, a smile gracing his lips, though a hint of mischief flickered in his eyes. Kushina observed Minato's practice from the side, her heart racing with eagerness. Yet, no way, this is too difficult, she lamented, feeling somewhat disheartened. Half an hour later, Kushina's eyes widened, a glint of determination flashing as she began to question if she had been practicing incorrectly. Minato, witnessing her struggle, offered a sympathetic smile. This ninjutsu isn't simple. It requires patience and gradual progression. Just then, a soft sound broke the silence, and Jiraiya leaped down from above, landing steadily in the center of the training field. Oh, you're all here, he greeted with a warm smile, his expression brightening as he beheld the young ninjas. Minato inquired curiously, Jiraiya-sensei, is there something you need? Instead of answering Minato, Jiraiya glanced at Xiaohua, offering a slight smile before turning back to Minato. Perfect timing, I need to speak with you. Minato frowned. What is it? As winter approaches, I intend to take you to another location for training, Jiraiya replied, a hint of mystery in his tone. Kushina appeared somewhat dissatisfied. What about us? Jiraiya chuckled, tousling her hair. I found a suitable teacher for you, the best choice available. Kushina looked bewildered. Who else in Konoha could possibly be suitable for me? Ha ha ha, think hard, Jiraiya replied, glancing back at the trio as he prepared to leave. Train diligently. The battlefield cares not for lineage or background. Standing in place, each of them felt a surge of varying emotions. Yet, Kushina seemed unusually exhilarated. This is fantastic. I'm going to the front lines soon. Xiaohua gazed at her with exasperation, silently sighing. This fool seems oblivious to the fact that the true battlefield is far more brutal than she imagines. Snowflakes gently descended, blanketing the streets of Konoha. Kushina hurried along, each step causing the fresh snow beneath her to bend slightly, leaving distinct footprints. Who could possibly be my teacher? She pondered, her mind swirling with annoyance as her brow furrowed. Reflecting on Jiraiya's words, she wondered who truly deserved to be her mentor. Suddenly, she recalled her connection to the Jinchuriki and the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan. Perhaps only those associated with tailed beasts could qualify as her instructors. However, the thought that the Uzumaki clan now seemed to dwindle to just her stirred a profound sense of solitude within her. What should I do? She whispered to herself, her voice tinged with melancholy. With a long sigh, she slowed her pace. Gradually, Kushina returned home. Upon seeing the front door ajar, she paused in surprise. She distinctly remembered closing it before leaving in the morning. A wave of confusion washed over her, propelling her steps to quicken. Entering the house, she noticed shoes at the entrance, her expression instantly brightening. Kushina kicked off her shoes and dashed inside. Upon entering, she discovered a boisterous woman sprawled on the floor, utterly intoxicated, clad in loose clothing and in an awkward position. Kushina's eyes sparkled with delight. Tsunade, you're back. Tsunade, her gaze hazy, swayed slightly before sitting up with a sigh of drunken resignation. I've returned to stay for a while. Kushina's heart soared with understanding. The prospect of learning from Tsunade, whose strength and experience far exceeded her expectations, filled her with excitement. She realized that she might gain invaluable knowledge from Tsunade, perhaps even mastering greater power. Meanwhile, Xiaohua's mood was far from joyful. Jiraiya had found Tsunade to be Kushina's teacher, while he was dispatched to meet Orochimaru, filled with dissatisfaction and resentment. He muttered, Jiraiya secures Tsunade as a teacher for Kushina, and I'm sent straight to that lecherous old man, Orochimaru. Fuming, he set off toward Orochimaru's secret laboratory. Xiaohua glided over the iron fence surrounding the forest of death, moving like a specter, effortlessly leaping to land at the forest's edge. Standing there at the tranquil forest and Appo's border, a twinge of unease crept over him. Why is it so quiet? As he surveyed his surroundings, he discovered that the entire death forest was enveloped in an eerie silence, as if even the wind had come to a standstill. Typically at this hour, just after the sun has set, the forest would resonate with the roars of various beasts, yet at this moment, Xiaohua could only hear the faint sound of his own breathing. This profound stillness stirred a sense of unease within him. With a soft sigh, he stood still and gazed around. Suddenly, Xiaohua pivoted, his eyes fixated on a lush, towering tree, and calmly inquired, May I ask what brings you to seek me? Chapter 29. Predicament. At that moment, 3 enigmatic ninjas suddenly leaped from the shadows of the trees, swiftly forming a triangular encirclement. Xiaohua's gaze was sharp, immediately discerning the enemy and Appo's intentions, poised to launch a counterattack at any moment. His eyes swept over the 3 ninjas as he rapidly analyzed their characteristics. Their attire closely resembled that of the Konoha, clad in dark gray ninja garb adorned with peculiar patterned white masks. The only distinguishing feature among them was their hair color. The first was a tall man with orange-yellow hair, standing at the forefront, donning a rabbit mask that exuded a palpable sense of threat. The second was a slender woman with long black hair, wearing a fox mask, her mask's eyes radiating a chilling glare directed at Xiaohua. Lastly, the third was a man with short black hair, adorned with a black rabbit mask. His mask's gaze resolute, emanating an undeniable aura of menace. It appeared that today's situation was far from simple. Uchiha Xiaohua, you are to accompany us at the behest of Lord Hokage, the orange-haired man declared, his tone cold and his demeanor leaving no room for dissent. A flicker of coldness passed through Xiaohua's eyes as he swiftly assessed the circumstances. Lord Hokage? A bitter laugh echoed in his mind. If it were truly the Hokage who wished to see him, why not send Jiraiya to notify him? Xiaohua harbored doubts about the authenticity of their claims. He quickly recognized that while the ninja's attire bore striking similarities to that of the Konoha, it bore no direct relation to Lord Hokage. Coupling this with their manner of approach, a name flashed through his mind, Danzo. It seemed these individuals were likely from Root, and the mastermind behind this was undoubtedly Danzo, who had evidently been monitoring him for some time. The impending battle was inescapable, and Xiaohua and Appo's expression grew somber. The orange-haired man observed Xiaohua and Appo's silence, a slight arch of his brow visible beneath the mask. Do you intend to defy Lord Hokage and Appo's orders? Uchiha Xiaohua, are you planning to betray the village? His voice rose, clearly prepared to engage in combat. Xiaohua responded with a cold smile, do not place unfounded accusations upon me. It is you who intends to betray the village by attacking your fellow clansmen without cause. The atmosphere instantly thickened following his words. The orange-haired man evidently did not anticipate such a reaction from Xiaohua, anger flickering across his face. The man with short black hair let out a derisive laugh, suddenly extending his arms as countless black dots surged forth from his sleeves, transforming into a swarm of tiny insects that rushed toward Xiaohua like a tide, seeking to ensnare him completely. He was clearly a member of the Aburame clan, and the swarm quickly coalesced into a massive horde, bearing down on Xiaohua. With remarkable agility, Xiaohua sensed the imminent threat. He immediately executed the body flicker technique, leveraging his extraordinary speed to leap toward a nearby tree, skillfully evading the onslaught of insects. Nevertheless, he did not allow his guard to drop. Rather, he became even more vigilant, aware that the swarm had already occupied a significant area. If he did not adjust his position promptly, he would find himself cornered. Next, the woman with black hair made her move. She swiftly formed hand signs, summoning a torrent of water. Water release, water blade technique. The water spiraled at high speed, forming a razor-sharp blade that bore down on Xiaohua's body. The force of the water blade was formidable, nearly severing his right-hand kunai in an instant. Faced with such ferocious assault, Xiaohua opted for a direct confrontation. He quickly retaliated, producing another kunai with his left hand, thrusting it toward the woman ninja's temple, aiming for a decisive strike. If she did not retreat, his attack would undoubtedly pierce through her, leading to fatal consequences. Yet, the woman did not flinch. Instead, she intensified her water blade technique, the stream of water swelling with overwhelming pressure and cutting power, directly colliding with Xiaohua's kunai. With a resounding clash, Xiaohua and Appo's kunai was severed once more. However, he did not relent. He conjured another kunai with his left hand, once again launching it like an arrow toward the woman's temple. Just then, the woman transformed into a stream of water, vanishing from sight. Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and swiftly retreated. At that moment, the black-haired man manipulated the swarm again, summoning 2 insect clones to obstruct Xiaohua's escape. Xiaohua quickly discerned the enemy and Appo's intentions and hurled a flurry of shurikens to dismantle the insect clones. However, the speed and numbers of the insects exceeded his expectations. The swarm formed a colossal shield, devouring all his attacks, and the shurikens vanished within the mass. Indeed, the ninjas from Root were not to be underestimated. Xiaohua mused inwardly, yet his gaze remained resolute. He rapidly recalibrated his strategy, employing a blade spear technique, precisely penetrating the foreheads of the 2 insect clones. The clones erupted in an explosion of countless insects, scattering into a vast sea of bugs. In that fleeting moment, Xiaohua perceived an opportunity. He leaped atop the treetops, attempting to evade capture. Despite the formidable adversaries, Xiaohua maintained his composure. He was acutely aware that his speed and reflexes were his greatest assets in combating the foes. Perched lightly on the treetop, he glanced back, only to find the woman ninja reappearing before him, a victorious smile gracing her face, radiating confidence as if she had already secured victory. Yet, Xiaohua was not swayed by her smile. Why hasn't an Appo's Orochimaru noticed this by now? He thought. An undercurrent of irritation surfacing as he recognized his own inadequacy. If captured by these individuals, the consequences would be dire. The woman's voice suddenly rang in Xiaohua's ear, laced with provocation and disdain. You cannot escape now, little brother. Her tone dripped with mockery, her confidence in Xiaohua's struggle palpable. Drawing a deep breath, Xiaohua replied with a sardonic smile. I hope next time you can say that to me in bed. The instant his words fell, the woman's expression darkened, fury igniting in her eyes. At that moment, Xiaohua understood that if he did not act decisively, he would lose his chance to retaliate entirely. Without hesitation, he made a surprising decision. He leapt into the sea of insects. Xiaohua plunged into the heart of the swarm, as the insects surged toward him like a tidal wave, swiftly enveloping him. Chapter 30. The Celestial Thief of Liuku. Xiaohua and Appo's sudden and perplexing choice led him to leap directly into the sea of insects. The swarm quickly enveloped him, devouring his garments. However, this was all part of Xiaohua's premeditated plan. The dark-haired man observed Xiaohua's plunge into the swarm with a cool detachment, void of any panic. He commanded a horde of insects capable of incapacitating Xiaohua, believing that the latter's choice was undoubtedly an act of self-destruction. According to their scheme, Xiaohua would be subdued to the point of helplessness. The man with orange hair, the orchestrator of the entire operation, exhibited no surprise at Xiaohua's decision, for the Root ninjas had been trained to suppress their emotions. To him, Xiaohua and Appo's life or death was inconsequential. The completion of the mission was paramount. As time progressed, the dark-haired man felt an unusual disturbance. The swarm began to change. A potent energy radiated from Xiaohua's form, and the insects exhibited signs of mortality. Initially, he assumed it was a natural decline of the swarm. But soon he discerned something amiss. Vast numbers of insects rapidly shriveled, as if their very essence was being siphoned away by an unseen force. Red chakra erupted from Xiaohua's body, initially a dim glow that intensified over time until it consumed everything around it. The mass death of the insects was not solely due to the chakra's repulsive nature, but also because of the terrifying energy within, which swiftly drained the life force of the insects. The chakra within Xiaohua gradually coalesced, causing the very air around him to tremble. His figure ascended amidst the pile of insect carcasses, a hand emerging from the mound, enveloped in red chakra. He then slowly clenched his fist, and with the surge of chakra, a powerful gust of wind radiated outward. Xiaohua stood atop the mountain of insect remains, his form shrouded in intense red chakra, creating an impenetrable shield around him. The chakra swirled around him like a tangible entity, as if he were a colossal core of energy. His pupils vanished, leaving behind only stark white eyes, resembling a malevolent specter risen from the depths of hell, impossible to gaze upon. Suddenly, Xiaohua unleashed a deafening roar. 8 gates of Duanjia. Transformation. Celestial Thief of Liuku. In that instant, the chakra erupted with indescribable force. The air was torn asunder. Fierce winds swept through the area, trees splintered, and the surrounding insect carcasses were propelled skyward by the overwhelming chakra. In a blink, his form vanished from the sight of the 3 ninjas, only to reappear behind them. This was not a teleportation, but a demonstration of extraordinary speed. Utilizing the 6th technique, moonwalk, he seemed to traverse the air, swiftly surpassing their perception. Xiaohua's velocity rendered the 3 ninjas entirely unprepared. Though they fixated their gazes upon him, ready to counter, they could not discern his true position. He flickered like a wraith, appearing and disappearing behind them, inducing severe visual disorientation. The female ninja attempted to launch a water release attack at Xiaohua, but her efforts proved futile. His speed was too great. Before she could react, he grasped her face and forcefully slammed her into a tree trunk. The tremendous impact caused the tree to collapse, and a thunderous shockwave reverberated through the air. Her mask shattered, revealing her exquisite features, her eyes rolling back as she instantly lost consciousness. Casting a cold glance at the fallen female ninja, Xiaohua swiftly turned to the other two ninjas. The orange-haired man promptly issued a command, retreat. He understood that Xiaohua's power exceeded their expectations, making it impossible to contend with him. However, as the two prepared to withdraw, Xiaohua appeared between them, effortlessly colliding their heads together. Their masks shattered instantly, the dull thud of their faces meeting resonating through the air, blood splattering. Both ninjas and oppos, eyes rolled back as they quickly succumbed to unconsciousness. Xiaohua casually tossed them in the direction of the female ninja. They tumbled together, ultimately collapsing in a heap, their faint breaths indicating they were not yet dead. Despite possessing the ability to deliver a fatal blow, Xiaohua chose not to end the lives of these three ninjas. Chapter 31. Orochimaru's contempt. As Xiaohua prepared to depart after dispelling the Six Paths Sage Mode, faint footsteps echoed from afar, shattering the tranquility of the moment. His gaze swiftly locked onto the source of the sound, a sense of vigilance surging within him. As the footsteps drew nearer, he finally beheld the familiar figure, Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, known for igniting countless upheavals in the ninja world. Orochimaru approached with deliberate grace, a secretive smile gracing his features. Xiaohua understood that the peril posed by this man far exceeded any adversary before him. Despite his exhaustion, he remained composed, fixing his sharp gaze upon Orochimaru. His expression neutral, yet imbued with an icy aura. Though he found himself at a disadvantage, there was no trace of timidity in his posture. He stood resolute, exuding an air of calm defiance. Is the performance captivating? Orochimaru's eyes glimmered with a subtle light, yet he remained unfazed by Xiaohua's provocation. He recognized that Xiaohua's calm demeanor did not signify a lack of retaliatory capability. Rather, it was this very composure that heightened Orochimaru's awareness of Xiaohua's latent potential. While Xiaohua displayed formidable chakra and ninjutsu, Orochimaru was evidently dissatisfied with mere surface-level displays. He yearned to uncover deeper layers of potential, particularly regarding emotional and perceptual breakthroughs. Drawn by Xiaohua's impressive chakra and techniques, Orochimaru was convinced that the young ninja was no ordinary warrior. Hidden behind his abilities lay profound secrets. Orochimaru's true motive for refraining from intervening was not solely to assess Xiaohua's strength. He deliberately sought to provoke him, hoping to elicit an emotional upheaval that would awaken the greater power within him, especially the potential tied to the Sharingan. Orochimaru understood that the Sharingan symbolized immense capability for the Uchiha clan and was crucial for transcending limitations. Through this method, he aspired to guide Xiaohua into an entirely new realm, igniting the latent abilities within him. Orochimaru, as an ally, are you not afraid that I might end your existence right now? Xiaohua's voice was sharp and imposing, laced with a hint of indifference, yet he remained composed. He was acutely aware that his chakra was nearly depleted, yet he dared to confront Orochimaru, displaying an unwavering resolve. Orochimaru merely smiled in response, his eyes betraying no signs of tension or fear. He dismissed Xiaohua's threat with a calm demeanor, replying, "The chakra you have absorbed will only sustain you for a minute at most. What will you use to defeat me?" Orochimaru's composed reply only fueled the flames of Xiaohua's anger. Under such pressure, he resolved to activate the powerful ninjutsu he had been devising. The Six Paths Sage Mode. This technique relied on the cyclical operation of the 6 major organs and 8 major meridians, allowing for rapid chakra recovery and enhanced ninjutsu output. Though the technique demanded immense energy, it could significantly amplify Xiaohua's combat prowess within a brief span. The moment the Six Paths Sage Mode was initiated, Xiaohua's chakra erupted violently, causing the very air to tremble, and the battlefield quaked. Standing amidst this surge, his chakra roiled like ocean waves, and his determination intensified. Despite the explosive display of power, Orochimaru remained unruffled, continuing to analyze Xiaohua's condition. He understood that Xiaohua's strength was not sustainable. It was a temporary enhancement achieved through extreme measures. Orochimaru, do you believe that even if I maintain this state, I cannot defeat you? Xiaohua spoke with a calm demeanor. Orochimaru continued to exhibit no sign of anxiety, instead wearing a scornful smile as he regarded Xiaohua, stating, "Indeed, even if you sustain this state, you may still be unable to overcome me." His tone brimmed with confidence, as if every outcome lay firmly within his grasp. Chapter 32. The Roots of Konoha? No parasites. Upon hearing the words, Xiaohua contemplated briefly before dispelling the 6th library sage thief and turning towards Orochimaru's laboratory. On the experimental table lay 3 dismembered corpses, quietly resting amidst a pool of blood, their injuries severe. The air was thick with a pungent metallic scent, rendering the once exquisite laboratory even more sinister. Xiaohua's expression remained impassive. He felt no emotional disturbance towards these lifeless forms. Orochimaru stood nearby, arms crossed, his gaze fixated on Xiaohua's every movement. His eyes glimmered with a mixture of intrigue and curiosity, seemingly astonished by Xiaohua's nonchalance towards the corpses. His voice was devoid of any fluctuation, deep and clear. These corpses are for experimentation. Gently stroking his chin, a flicker of mockery danced in his eyes as though he were pondering something. Yet, dispatching 3 elite jonin for a mere chunin was indeed a display of caution from Danzo. To Orochimaru, these individuals were mere tools, hardly deserving of such elaborate measures. Yet, Danzo, the old fox, was as cunning as ever. Orochimaru continued, his gaze sharp. Despite the root and amp, Oppo's still feeble strength and the limited individual capabilities of its members, Danzo maintained control over Konoha's equilibrium through fear and sacrifice. However, these individuals were destined to remain mere instruments, devoid of any future. Xiaohua continued to examine the corpses, having already formed a hypothesis in his mind. But when he began to utilize his self-created 6 library sage thief to absorb chakra, he sensed an unusual disturbance. Some of the corpses brimmed with chakra, yet he found it difficult to extract their energy as effortlessly as before. He furrowed his brow, perplexed. Why is this happening? He murmured to himself, his brow furrowed. Orochimaru, observing from the side, noticed Xiaohua's confusion but refrained from speaking immediately. He smiled faintly, seemingly waiting for Xiaohua to uncover the truth. After further analysis, Xiaohua finally discerned the enigma within the bodies and Oppo's data. He noted that each corpse appeared to harbor a unique seal. The first seal was the tongue calamity eradication seal, which effectively prevented the bearer from divulging any secrets but did not impede chakra absorption. However, the second seal left him astounded. It turned out these corpses had cultivated the foundational training methods of Konoha village, albeit remaining at the first tier. Xiaohua instantly realized that the uniqueness of this training method allowed them to freely perform ninjutsu, even facilitating the execution of ninjutsu with the aid of their training. What shocked him further was that this tier of training did not obstruct chakra utilization. Rather, it established an extraordinarily unique method of chakra control, which was the reason he could not absorb their energy through conventional chakra absorption techniques. Xiaohua further speculated that the ninjutsu of these 3 could be performed because it had been inscribed onto the surface of their bodies, through hand seals and force transformations. They could utilize the training method to alter the form of their ninjutsu, thus enabling its usage. Although this method could resolve chakra mobilization issues, the cost of executing ninjutsu was exorbitantly high, as their bodies would suffer significant damage from the transformation. If this method were to continue being employed, their bodies would not only be destroyed, but could also lead to irreparable functional collapse. This method traded the future of their bodies for fleeting power, a truly foolish endeavor. He did not mask his fury, deeply shocked by the cruelty and inhumanity of such an approach. Orochimaru, however, was unfazed, responding in a calm tone. These are members of the root. They inherently possess no future. He stated flatly, as if all of this were inconsequential. The existence of the root was essentially a tool cultivated by the village to achieve its aims. They had no future nor genuine emotions. Despite his critical stance towards the root and Oppo's existence, Orochimaru acknowledged its necessity within Konoha, as it undertook many vile and perilous tasks, ensuring the stability of the village. The root of Konoha? I see them as mere parasites gnawing at Konoha, Xiaohua retorted with a cold laugh, dripping with disdain. They are nothing but parasites feeding off the village's strength. Orochimaru regarded Xiaohua with a faint smile, as if relishing his indignation. From now on, your training will be guided by me, he stated softly, his words laden with significance. Xiaohua did not respond, merely nodding with a composed demeanor. Chapter 33. The indomitable technique. 4 months have slipped away like fleeting shadows, and as winter gradually recedes, spring quietly approaches. For Uchiha Xiaohua, these past 4 months have been a relentless journey of trials, his garments soaked with sweat, his resolve increasingly steadfast. Xiaohua stands silently, a sharp long blade hanging at his waist, its dark sheath contrasting with the blade that reflects a chilling light under the sun. He remains motionless, eyes slightly closed, exuding an air of tranquility as if attuned to every subtle shift in his surroundings. Suddenly, a faint rustling sound emanates from all around the forest, the whisper of leaves stirred by the wind mingling with unusual disturbances. Xiaohua and Oppo's brow furrows slightly, a glimmer of vigilance flashing in his eyes. In an instant, countless shurikens rain down from hidden corners, the metal slicing through the air with a piercing shriek, carving deadly arcs of light. The shurikens collide and spin, weaving a precise net that closes in on Xiaohua. However, not a hint of panic betrays his countenance. He abruptly opens his eyes, their sharpness akin to the edge of a blade, and with a sudden leap, he gracefully navigates through the onslaught of shurikens. In the next moment, he lands firmly, the long blade unsheathed with a whisper, its gleam slicing through the air like thunder, accompanied by a fierce wind. Each strike is executed with pinpoint accuracy, sparks flying as the blade meets the shurikens, sending the enemy's weapons hurtling away, forming an imperceptible barrier that shields him in the center. The adversary, clearly unwilling to relent, hesitates momentarily before Xiaohua keenly senses a shift in momentum. His gaze sharpens, the reflection of several more cunningly angled shurikens evident in his pupils. Without hesitation, he raises his long blade anew, the light flashing as he slices through the air, severing the explosive tags affixed to the shurikens before the flames can ignite, scattering the metallic shards harmlessly to the ground. Just as Xiaohua regains his composure to face the next wave of assault, a gentle yet distinct sound of footsteps emerges from the depths of the woods, accompanied by the soft crunch of leaves underfoot. Orochimaru steps forth from the shadows, a knowing smile gracing his pale face as he lightly claps his hands, the sound echoing oddly in the silent forest. Xiaohua-kun, you have grown remarkably proficient. You are now truly worthy of the title of Special Jonin. Orochimaru's voice resonates, low and smooth, tinged with admiration. Upon hearing the title of Special Jonin, Xiaohua momentarily falters, surprise flickering in his eyes before he regains his composure. He tilts his head slightly, a note of curiosity in his tone. Does this not still fall short of being a Jonin? In the realm of ninjas, a Special Jonin is a formidable adversary, capable of contending with Jonin. Yet he finds himself unsatisfied. Orochimaru, upon hearing this, allows a soft laugh, shaking his head slowly, a profound expression settling upon his pale visage. Xiaohua-kun, you underestimate the Jonin. Every ninja who earns that title has faced countless battles, rich in experience, and wields immensely powerful techniques. His voice grows steadier, his fingertips gently tapping his chin, eyes deep with insight. For a ninja, intelligence is paramount. Information and experience often empower Jonin to navigate complex battles with ease, while your raw strength may rival theirs. It is the experience that allows Jonin to unleash astonishing combat prowess in unpredictable scenarios. Xiaohua bows his head in contemplation, recognizing that while he excels in ninjutsu and taijutsu, his battle experience, tactical application, and adaptability still possess subtle gaps compared to true Jonin. It appears I must strive even harder. With that, he loosens his grip, the long blade sliding back into its sheath with a crisp click. Taking a deep breath, he swiftly forms intricate hand seals, his fingers tracing complex patterns in the air before slamming his palms against the ground, exclaiming, summoning technique. As a cloud of white smoke envelopes him, a snow-white serpent materializes before him. The creature, with its vacant gaze and rotund eyes, moves sluggishly, its hefty body wriggling on the ground, tail lazily swaying, exuding an endearing clumsiness. Xiaohua gazes down at the awkward serpent, a frown creasing his brow, the corners of his mouth twitching as a hint of exasperation flashes in his eyes. He had hoped to summon a magnificent, fearsome serpent, but the creature before him starkly contrasts his expectations of combat prowess. Orochimaru casts a sidelong glance at the ungainly white serpent, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Unable to resist a jest, Xiaohua-kun, perhaps you should consider summoning a more useful serpent? His tone carries a teasing note. Yet a flicker of amusement dances in his eyes. Xiaohua shakes his head lightly, a warm smile gracing his features. No worries, I will nurture it. He crouches down, gently patting the serpent and Appo's head with a soft yet resolute touch. Despite its seemingly unreliable nature, he is unwilling to abandon it, stubbornly intent on proving its latent potential. Standing upright, Xiaohua retrieves an ancient scroll from his robe, offering it to Orochimaru with both hands, his tone sincere and gentle. This is a gift for you, in gratitude for your guidance during this time. His eyes shimmer with clarity, a faint smile revealing a rare softness. Orochimaru accepts the scroll, his fingertips grazing its edge, a gentle light flickering in his gaze as he murmurs, truly kind-hearted, Xiaohua-kun. In response, Xiaohua chuckles lightly, his tone relaxed yet laced with jest. I merely wish to avoid any guilt when I seek my revenge upon you in the future. A mischievous glint sparkles in his eyes as he tilts his head slightly. The arduous training over these 4 months assures him that he will find an opportunity to repay Orochimaru in kind. Orochimaru's lips curl into a sly, knowing smile. I look forward to it. He gazes down at the scroll in his hand, his fingers unfurling it gently, his expression shifting to one of gravity as he softly intones the indomitable technique. His voice deepens, a glint of avarice flickering in his eyes. Chapter 34. The Shave, ambushed Xiaohua having exited Orochimaru's laboratory. Xiaohua arrived at the 4th training ground. In the distance, he caught sight of 2 indistinct figures, those of Minato Namikaze and Jiraiya, quietly awaiting his arrival. Minato remained clad in his familiar white and green-trimmed tracksuit, the hem fluttering lightly in the breeze, yet his demeanor had transformed significantly. He was no longer the Na'vi youth from 4 months prior. His shoulders had broadened, his stance exuded poise and steadiness, and his eyes now reflected a depth and confidence that replaced the youthful fervor of his earlier days, the corners of his eyes slightly raised, radiating a gentle warmth. He lifted his head, a friendly smile gracing his lips as he waved lightly at Xiaohua, saying, Xiaohua-senpai, you're late. Standing beside Minato, Jiraiya was illuminated by sunlight, casting a tall silhouette. Nevertheless, his signature brilliant smile remained unchanged, his mouth wide open to reveal a set of pearly whites. With his hands resting on his hips, he greeted cheerfully, Hey, Uchiha Xiaohua, long time no see. Xiaohua halted, his gaze flitting between Minato and Jiraiya. A glimmer of mischief dancing in his eyes. Prolonged interactions between individuals tend to influence one another. I thought it was merely a rumor, he remarked, observing the similarity in their smiles. He shook his head lightly, feigning a look of regret. I didn't expect the fool and Appo's smile to be contagious. At his words, Jiraiya and Appo's smile faltered, his brows shot up, and the corners of his eyes twitched. Anger flared within him like a powder keg ignited, veins bulging on his forehead. And one could almost hear his teeth grinding as he growled, who displayed a fool-esque smile. This is clearly a handsome man-esque smile. Be careful, or I'll sue you for defamation. Minato, unable to stifle his amusement, raised his right hand, thumb aloft, a playful grin gracing his face as he squinted slightly. Teacher Jiraiya's smile isn't foolish, it's the smile of a hero. Though seemingly complimentary, his words only fueled Jiraiya's ire. Jiraiya's fury swiftly turned toward Minato, and he whipped his head around, his eyes practically sparking with fire as he clenched his fists and roared, "At least show me some respect." Before his words had fully escaped, he raised his right fist high, a gust of wind accompanying it as he aimed a fierce blow toward Minato's head. Thud! A dull sound echoed across the training ground as a large, swollen bump rapidly formed on Minato's head. He looked up, bewildered, regarding Jiraiya with an innocent glimmer in his eyes. "I hold great respect for Teacher Jiraiya. Why would you hit me?" he asked, lightly pressing on the swelling. Wincing from the pain, his dazed expression eliciting laughter. Jiraiya sighed in exasperation, his lips twitching, a hint of exhaustion visible in his gaze. He rubbed his knuckles, which had turned white from the exertion, muttering, "Is this your way of showing respect to me?" Jiraiya's anger remained unabated as he turned his attention toward Xiaohua, who stood not far off, arms crossed, a self-satisfied smile adorning his face. His lips curled upward slightly, a glint of cunning sparkling in his eyes, resembling a fox reveling in its pilfered prize. This expression ignited Jiraiya's fury anew, and he ground his teeth, bellowing, "You little brat." With a sudden burst of energy, he launched himself at Xiaohua, his right fist raised high, the wind whistling as it sped toward Xiaohua's face. Yet, Xiaohua stood unmoving, his smile deepening. Jiraiya's fist hovered in midair, mere inches from Xiaohua's head, yet it did not descend. He scrutinized Xiaohua's expectant smile, a sense of caution creeping into his heart. After all, Xiaohua had just returned from Orochimaru's training. Who could know what peculiar techniques he might be concealing? As Jiraiya hesitated, Xiaohua's grin became ever more pronounced. He tilted his chin slightly, a provocative gleam in his eyes as he teased, "Are you afraid, Teacher Jiraiya?" "Who is afraid?" Jiraiya retorted. Just as he finished speaking, he unleashed his arm with force, his fist crashing down like a meteor toward Xiaohua's head, accompanied by a fierce wind. However, in the instant the fist was about to land, Xiaohua's figure vanished like a wisp of smoke. Jiraiya's fist struck empty air, a gentle breeze swirling as dust was disturbed from the ground. Momentarily stunned, he spun around, only to find Xiao was standing several meters away, his back turned. His right hand raised in a gesture of triumph. Sunlight bathed him, outlining his tall figure, a self-satisfied smirk playing on his lips. Jiraiya's eyes widened in astonishment, his thoughts racing. What astonishing speed! Xiaohua's swiftness had caught him off guard, rendering even his esteemed sensory abilities incapable of tracking the boy's movements. Xiaohua slowly turned, brushing off the dust from his hands, casually remarking, 6 styles, shave, instant step. I taught Minato. Would you like to learn? I can teach you. Unwilling to back down, Jiraiya's spirit ignited with fervor. He shook his head sharply, his long hair flaring dramatically, twisting like a snake in the air as it rushed toward Xiaohua, attempting to ensnare him entirely. The strands shimmered under the sunlight, exuding an imposing aura. Yet, Xiaohua remained unperturbed, his hand slowly grasping the hilt at his waist, fingers lightly caressing the sheath, a glint of coldness flickering in his eyes. In the next moment, he drew his blade with a swift motion, the gleam of the sword slicing through the air like silver lightning, so fast it was nearly imperceptible, leaving only a dazzling afterimage. Jiraiya's pupils constricted, feeling an overwhelming pressure bearing down on him. Attempting to adjust his stance, he found himself nearly too late to react. Left to witness the blade's approach helplessly, Xiaohua's blade sliced cleanly through Jiraiya's flowing hair, severing it with a single stroke. The severed ends emitting a faint charred scent as they drifted to the ground. Jiraiya clenched his teeth, rapidly forming hand seals to counterattack. Yet Xiaohua and Appo's onslaught came like a torrential storm, leaving him in no position to defend. Jiraiya knew that relying solely on brute strength would not secure victory. A determined glint flickered in his eyes. With a fierce shout, he propelled himself forward, vanishing from sight. He too had employed the shave. Only a blurred afterimage remained in the air as he reappeared beside Xiaohua in the blink of an eye. Just as Xiaohua prepared to defend with his blade, he found himself unable to react in time. Jiraiya's fist descended like a meteor, wind howling as it aimed directly for Xiaohua's head. This time, Xiaohua could not evade. With a resounding thud, he staggered, clutching his head as he crouched down, brows furrowed, lips twitching in pain, his eyes filled with rage. Ouch! Xiaohua lifted his head, glaring furiously at Minato nearby, his eyes nearly sparking with ire, clearly taken aback by Jiraiya's sudden use of the shave. Minato, standing a short distance away, noticed Xiaohua's gaze and felt a flush of embarrassment cross his features. He scratched the back of his head, his eyes darting away to avoid Xiaohua's stare, his fingers unconsciously fiddling with the hem of his clothing as he muttered. I didn't teach him that either. His tone carried a hint of innocence, clearly flustered by Jiraiya's covert learning. Seeing this, Jiraiya could not help but burst into laughter, his booming voice resonating across the training ground. He placed his hands on his hips, striking a triumphant pose, his mouth stretching into a broad smile that showcased his white teeth, eyes sparkling with satisfaction. Haha, do not underestimate Jiraiya-sama. His chest puffed out slightly, his armor reflecting a dull sheen in the sunlight, exuding an air of swagger. Chapter 35, My Summoning Beast. Suddenly, as if by some unspoken accord, the three of them simultaneously lifted their gazes skyward, their eyes converging on a single point in the heavens. A familiar figure was plummeting earthward with alarming velocity. As the figure drew nearer, the very air around her seemed to be whipped into a frenzy by her descent, creating a palpable gust of wind. Her crimson hair, like fiery tendrils, danced wildly, almost blending seamlessly with the sky, forming a breathtaking tableau. Xiaohua and Appo's brow furrowed slightly as he scrutinized the figure, his expression a mixture of bewilderment. Minato Namake's brow was also creased with concern, a hint of apprehension flickering in his eyes. He murmured under his breath, wondering if she might perish from such a precipitous fall. As Kushina's form became more distinct, a twitch played at the corner of Xiaohua's lips. He knew that Kushina was not one for conventional arrivals, and he braced himself for a superhero-esque landing in the Hidden Leaf Village. Sure enough, as she neared the ground, Kushina's toe grazed the earth, unleashing a cataclysmic force that rent the ground asunder with a deafening crack. A thunderous explosion erupted, sending clods of earth and shards of rocks spiraling into the air, enveloping the area in a cloud of dust. Amidst this swirling vortex, Kushina's silhouette materialized like a bolt of lightning. In a fluid motion, she executed a rapid spin in midair, followed by a graceful roll, before coming to a steady halt before the trio. Upon landing, Kushina remained in a semi-crouched position, one hand planted firmly on the ground, her head bowed low, a quintessential American hero pose. As she slowly straightened, her crimson locks swayed gently, a vibrant splash of color against the drab backdrop of dust. When Kushina finally stood erect, a smile, strained and suppressed, played on her lips. It was a smile that spoke of immense effort to contain herself. Her gaze swept over the three figures before her, finally settling on Xiaohua, and the smile could no longer be restrained. Kushina Uzumaki, reporting for duty. However, Xiaohua remained unimpressed by Kushina's flamboyant entrance. He rolled his eyes, his face a mask of exasperation, muttering that such a spectacle would be mistaken for an enemy assault by the uninitiated. In stark contrast, Jiraiya and Minato were completely captivated by Kushina's dramatic arrival, their eyes sparkling with admiration. Their lips curved into involuntary smiles as they exclaimed in unison, "So cool, so awesome." Jiraiya and Minato were clearly enthralled by Kushina's grand entrance, their eyes gleaming with admiration. Xiaohua, upon hearing their exclamations, could only hang his head in dismay, utterly bewildered that such a ridiculous display could elicit such enthusiastic responses from the two of them. Kushina, basking in the attention, grinned with satisfaction, clearly relishing the moment. She had meticulously planned this entrance, enlisting Tsunade's assistance to perfect it. This entrance was all my own design, she declared proudly, her eyes shining with triumph. Xiaohua, however, remained aloof, shaking his head with a wry smile. All right, that's enough. This is a team assembly, not a fan meet, he said, casting a weary glance at the two admirers. Kushina's expression shifted slightly at Xiaohua's words, and she quickly regained her usual bossy demeanor, tilting her head and asking, "So, little brother, how's your progress been since we last met?" Xiaohua smiled faintly, retorting, "Probably not as impressive as yours, considering you've mastered the art of looking down your nose at people." Kushina's fury ignited instantly, her eyes blazing with anger as she roared, "You're gonna pay for that." Without hesitation, she launched a punch at Xiaohua. Xiaohua sidestepped with ease, evading Kushina's blow, which instead struck a nearby wooden post, shattering it into splinters. Jiraiya, witnessing the scene, remarked, "Ah, the mighty fist. It's been a while." A nostalgic smile played on his lips as he reminisced about his past encounters with Kushina. Compared to Kushina and Xiaohua, my battles with Orochimaru were a completely different beast. He trailed off, a hint of resignation in his voice. Minato, overhearing the conversation, seemed perplexed, unable to fully grasp the underlying meaning. Jiraiya cleared his throat, abruptly abandoning his jesting tone, his expression turning serious. Turning to the trio, he announced firmly, "All right, let an amp, Appos, let's get back to business. Our mission is to patrol the border between the land of grass and the land of fire, primarily to guard against potential ambushes by the Stone Ninja. The mission is primarily a reconnaissance operation." His gaze swept over each of them. "Any questions?" The three exchanged glances before shaking their heads in unison, signaling their understanding. After all, this was their first mission abroad, and they were filled with a mixture of excitement and trepidation. Jiraiya nodded, confirming the mission and Appos' objectives. Then, Team 7 is assembled. Let and Appos' move out. As Team 7 set off, led by Jiraiya, Kushina suddenly spun around, her eyes gleaming mischievously. Minato, Xiaohua, I've acquired the first Hokage's summoning beast. Jiraiya merely offered a knowing smile, his eyes reflecting a hint of admiration, but refrained from further comment. Minato hesitated momentarily before forming hand seals. I've also obtained a very powerful summoning beast, he announced. With that, he summoned the same creature as Jiraiya, a colossal and imposing toad that materialized in the air, exuding an aura of immense power. Kushina and Appos' playful smile widened as she watched Minato. Without waiting for his response, she began weaving hand signs, summoning jutsu. As she spoke, a gargantuan slug appeared before her. The slug possessed smooth, glistening skin, stood over 2 meters tall, and radiated an aura of formidable strength. With a nimble leap, Kushina landed gracefully on the slug and Appos' back, gloating at Xiaohua and Minato. Come on, you underachievers, let the big sister see your summoning beasts. Seeing Kushina and Appos' smug expression, Xiaohua and Appos' lips curled into a subtle smile. Bye, come forth. As the words left his lips, a white blur shot out from under Xiaohua's collar, darting towards Kushina with lightning speed. Before Kushina could react, a tiny white summoning beast latched onto her nose. Aya, my nose is falling off. Kushina shrieked, flailing wildly as she tried to dislodge Bai, inadvertently colliding with a nearby tree. Xiaohua stood his ground, proclaiming triumphantly, This is my summoning beast. Chapter 36, persisting in one and Appos' path of endurance in the aftermath. Kushina's cheeks remained aflame, her thoughts haunted by the earlier embarrassing incident, a profound sense of shame consuming her. The vivid marks on her nostrils stood out starkly, a constant reminder. Whenever her gaze inadvertently drifted towards others, particularly towards Xiaohua, she instinctively averted her eyes, as if ensnared by an ineffable sense of disgrace. With her head bowed, she trudged dejectedly behind Jiraiya, deliberately distancing herself from the others. The echoes of Xiaohua's indifferent words lingered in her ears. This is my summoning beast. The arduous journey of 3 days had left everyone utterly fatigued. Especially in this desolate terrain, each step felt as though it were taken through suffocating air, rendering them breathless. After a prolonged trek, they finally approached their destination. As they stood atop a small hill, the outline of a village began to materialize in the distance. Jiraiya and Appos' brow furrowed, his demeanor growing increasingly vigilant as he signaled for everyone to remain alert, quietly gesturing for caution. With the agility of a cheetah, Jiraiya darted into the village, his movements swift. The village lay in eerie silence, the air thick with the stench of decay. Blood stained the ground, and corpses along with dismembered limbs littered the streets, presenting a ghastly sight. A wave of unease washed over Jiraiya as he surveyed the scene, his brow knitting in worry. The gate had been blown open, and the interior was a gruesome tableau, the air heavy with a palpable terror. His expression grew grave. Xiaohua remained as composed as ever, his gaze sharp as a blade, stepping forward to prod the bodies with his knife, meticulously examining each wound. Emotionless, he seemed to blend seamlessly with the horrific surroundings, his calmness chilling to behold. In stark contrast, Minato and Kushina struggled to maintain such equanimity. Kushina covered her mouth, her eyes brimming with fear and shock, her body trembling violently. She hurried to the side, retching in an attempt to alleviate her distress, her hands clutching her knees, her form weak. Minato's complexion turned ashen, the optimistic smile swiftly vanishing as the grim reality before him dredged up long-buried memories of darkness. Just as silence enveloped them, a faint sound emerged from the depths of the village well, shattering the stillness. Jiraiya's keen hearing immediately detected the faint cry for help. He rushed to the well, catching a glimpse of a girl and Appos' figure reflected on the water and Appos' surface, her head just surfacing. Upon seeing Jiraiya's forehead protector, the girl panicked, submerging her head once more, her hand reaching out in terror, pleading, "Save me." Without hesitation, Jiraiya employed his ninjutsu to rescue the girl, cradling her and bringing her to safety. He kindled a campfire, its warm flames providing comfort as he endeavored to help her regain her strength. The girl was so weak she could barely muster any energy, her clothes soaked and emanating a chill. Trembling, she recounted the events. 3 rock ninjas had suddenly attacked the village, killing indiscriminately. Her voice quivered, the terror within her evidently unresolved. Her eyes were filled with a desperate plea as she knelt, tears streaming down her face, imploring, "Are you from the Leaf Village? Please help me avenge them." Xiaohua let out a cold laugh. "If you seek revenge, prepare 200,000 Ryo. That is our prerequisite for taking on the mission." The girl lowered her head, tears blurring her vision once more. She understood that the justice and assistance she yearned for were not something everyone was willing to provide. Xiaohua coldly added, "We bear no obligation to selflessly aid anyone from the land of fire." Ninjas are mere instruments acting for remuneration. Should you continue to impede our mission or pose a threat, I will not hesitate to deal with you. The girl's spirit shattered completely. She could only whisper a plea. Please, just help me avenge them. I will do anything. Kushina glared at Xiaohua, her anger threatening to erupt. You are utterly heartless, Xiaohua. Her tone dripped with disappointment. Ninjas should possess human emotions. We cannot be mere cold-hearted tools. She could not comprehend Xiaohua's indifference towards a life in peril. Xiaohua replied nonchalantly. Ninjas are inherently tools. We cannot act on emotion, nor should we ponder such things. We are products of our era, destined as such. He coolly added, Kushina Izumaki, do you truly have the qualifications to be a ninja? Furious, Kushina charged towards a nearby tree, delivering a powerful punch that shattered the trunk, sending it crashing down. Her eyes blazed with fury, every nerve in her body trembling intensely. Jiraiya observed from a distance, silently witnessing the unfolding drama, his expression unwavering. He refrained from intervening in the dispute, simply watching the choices of these young individuals unfold. They understood that they could not alter their course of action and decisions for the sake of a helpless girl. The weight of duty and responsibility far surpassed personal sentiments. The flames danced in the night sky, illuminating the girl's face, which now seemed distorted by despair. Her eyes brimmed with helplessness and yearning, yet to Jiraiya and his companions, her entreaty failed to sway their resolve. Her image flickered in the firelight, appearing almost spectral, as though engulfed by deep shadows. The four remained mute, the air thick with silence. As Jiraiya and his companions stepped into the outpost, the surrounding ninjas immediately sensed their arrival. A sharp whistle pierced the stillness, its sound echoing like a bird's call throughout the outpost, alerting every corner. Upon hearing the whistle, the ninjas halted their tasks, swiftly responding as several appeared like phantoms from the mist, their movements swift and practiced. The display of their training left one in awe. They knelt in unison before Jiraiya, their bodies slightly bent, demonstrating profound respect and deference. In chorus, they proclaimed, We pay our respects to Lord Jiraiya. Their voices surged like a tidal wave, resonating with an overwhelming force that stirred the souls of all present. Jiraiya furrowed his brow slightly, responding gravely, Thank you for your hard work. He waved his hand, signaling them to return to their duties, and many ninjas vanished in an instant, evidently resuming their patrol and reconnaissance tasks. This scene left Xiaohua profoundly moved. Jiraiya and Appo's presence exemplified the demeanor befitting an elite jonin and the disciple of the third Hokage. Noticing that the three seemed still to process the earlier events, Jiraiya approached them, his tone calm yet serious. I am the leader here, and the hierarchy within the outpost must be strictly adhered to. He looked at them, continuing. The primary task of this outpost is to monitor the movements of enemy ninjas entering our territory. In critical moments, this will also be the front line of our battles against opposing villages. Any negligence could lead to irreparable consequences. What unfolded here was a testament to the responsibility and sense of duty that elite ninjas must embody. It was Jiraiya's profound understanding of these responsibilities that allowed him to establish such formidable authority in this harsh environment. His expression grew more somber as he addressed the trio, his tone heavy. From now on, I cannot accompany you at all times. You must complete your upcoming tasks independently. As the leader, Jiraiya needed to manage the affairs within the outpost, thus preventing him from maintaining constant vigilance over the trio's movements. Although the situation usually operates smoothly, the emergence of an elite jonin can render the atmosphere exceedingly tense. What lies ahead is a battle, rather than an unconventional mission. Jiraiya's gaze fixated on Xiaohua and bluffing Shuimen, his tone growing increasingly grave. Xiaohua, Shuimen, you may depart for now. Kushina, remain here. Xiaohua and bluffing Shuimen nodded in acknowledgement. Understood. In an instant, they vanished, utilizing the body flicker technique, as though they had never been present. Jiraiya watched them leave before turning to Kushina, noticing her persistent solemnity, seemingly still ensnared by the brutality of the previous events. He beckoned her towards the center of the tent. Within the confines of the tent, Jiraiya pondered for a moment before breaking the silence. While Xiaohua's perspective holds merit, I cannot entirely concur with his viewpoint. If it were Orochimaru, he might resonate with Xiaohua's sentiments. However, a ninja, particularly a Hokage, must be someone who can garner universal acceptance. Even though Orochimaru and Xiaohua possess formidable abilities, their ideologies are destined to preclude them from the role of Hokage. With a soft sigh, Jiraiya's gaze bore traces of reminiscence and concern. Ninjas are the products of shadows, yet the Hokage must embody the light, serving as the beacon of hope within the hearts of all. Only such an individual can truly fulfill this esteemed position. Jiraiya lifted his gaze, looking earnestly at Kushina, whose eyes still sparkled with determination and fervor. I believe in you, Kushina. You will not be swayed by Xiaohua's mere words. I know you aspire to become Hokage, so continue to uphold your own ninja way. A radiant smile illuminated Kushina's face as she resolutely replied, I will not be undone by Uchiha Xiaohua's trifling remarks. I am destined to be the woman Hokage. However, Jiraiya and Appo's expression abruptly turned serious, his tone heavy. Kushina, from this moment forth, unless faced with life-threatening danger. You are not to utilize the power of the Nine Tails without my command. He cautioned her that should the Nine Tails' power be unleashed, it could lead to unpredictable consequences, particularly under the scrutiny of hostile ninja villages, where the existence of the Nine Tails would incite great turmoil and covetousness. Kushina promptly nodded with seriousness. Understood, Sensei. Chapter 37. Accepting the mission. As Xiaohua and Bo Feng Shui Min entered the outpost, they were greeted by a sharp-eyed youth. His gaze was eerily cold, devoid of warmth, radiating a chilling aura. This young man, slightly older than Xiaohua, possessed a stature that hinted at maturity, exuding an undeniable sense of authority. Xiaohua keenly sensed a provocative stare directed at him, causing his brow to furrow slightly, a flicker of displeasure rising within him. However, he refrained from reacting hastily and calmly inquired, "Do we know each other?" His tone was steady and direct, evidently unwilling to squander time speculating on the other's motives. "I am Hinata Hizashi," the boy replied. A glimmer of surprise crossed Xiaohua's eyes as he began to scrutinize the youth, suddenly realizing that he stood before a prodigy of the Hyuga clan, the father of Niji, who might stir considerable controversy both within and beyond the village in the future. Hinata Hizashi, feeling Xiaohua's gaze upon him, experienced a wave of discomfort, as if his very essence was being laid bare. He shot a displeased glare at Xiaohua, anger simmering in his eyes, but he swiftly quelled his emotions, forcing himself to maintain composure. "I am also a prodigy of the Hyuga clan. I've heard of your reputation. When shall we engage in a duel?" Hizashi's words dripped with evident provocation, revealing his strong desire to confront Xiaohua. The deep-rooted conflict between the Uchiha and Hyuga clans only fueled his eagerness to challenge the renowned figure he had heard of for months. Xiaohua listened patiently before responding. Perhaps next time. He did not rush to accept the challenge nor exhibit any signs of excitement or anger. Rather, he offered a calm reply. At that moment, he was not fully aware of the situation at the outpost and wished to avoid inciting a conflict. Seeing Xiaohua and Appo's reluctance to accept his challenge immediately, Hizashi turned to the others and explained, "You are new here. As disciples of Jiraiya-sama, you may rest for a day. Tomorrow, a reconnaissance mission will be assigned." He proceeded to elaborate on the outpost's circumstances. Upon completing tasks, they could exchange their achievements for ninja tools, herbs, and even the opportunity to learn ninjutsu from Jiraiya-sama. Unable to contain his curiosity, Xiaohua asked, "Why are there no permanent structures here, only tents?" Hizashi succinctly replied, "The outpost relocates periodically. Tents facilitate mobility." This answer plunged Xiaohua into contemplation, revealing that the outpost was not a fixed base but a transient position. After a long journey, the trio finally received a brief respite. Hizashi assigned each of them a tent, and they returned to their respective quarters, their weary bodies finally able to unwind. Though the outpost was rudimentary, it provided a relatively safe space to recuperate, at least allowing them to restore their strength temporarily. The following morning, sunlight bathed the earth, the glaring rays prompting a moment of discomfort. The ninjas within the outpost began to bustle about, with frequent comings and goings, revealing that each team's stay would not exceed a day, thereby underscoring the temporary nature of this encampment, thick with tension. When Xiaohua and Bo Feng Shui Min reunited with Kushina, she remained aloof. Upon seeing Xiaohua, she let out a soft huff and turned away, clearly indicating that her attitude towards him had not changed. Bo Feng Shui Min offered an awkward smile, aware that a subtle barrier still existed among the three. Xiaohua dismissed this with a light shrug and continued forward. The trio approached a tent where several personnel responsible for task assignments were present. These individuals were not ninjas, but rather ordinary staff, primarily tasked with documenting and relaying assignments. Although they lacked chakra abilities, their physical prowess was remarkable, many hailing from ninja clans, still possessing formidable strength despite not being ninjas. A man dressed in white attire and wearing glasses approached them with a smile. "You must be from Team 7, right? I've heard that Jiraiya-sama's team has arrived. It's truly impressive." His smile, albeit somewhat forced, indicated a desire to be amicable rather than confrontational towards Jiraiya and Appo's disciples. The man handed a map and mission scroll to Bo Feng Shui Min, providing a detailed overview of the task. "Your mission is to scout a nearby village. There are reports of rogue ninjas in the vicinity, but no anomalies have been detected thus far." He assured them that the task was relatively safe, as the outpost had conducted numerous reconnaissance missions in the area. The primary objective was to ascertain the village and Appo's safety and ensure that the outpost had not been infiltrated by enemies. Uchiha Xiaohua accepted the mission scroll with a smile and a nod. Although Jiraiya was absent, he temporarily assumed the role of leader, responsible for coordinating and directing the entire team. Chapter 38. The overly enthusiastic villagers standing upon a precipice, Xiaohua, Bo Feng Shui Min, and Jiao Xian Nai surveyed the village below. This settlement was strategically positioned at the confluence of the fire country, the waterfall country, and the grass country, rendering it of utmost importance. Should IWA Shinobi launch an offensive, this location would undoubtedly serve as a critical passageway. Moreover, while the ninjas from the grass and waterfall countries might not be particularly formidable, Their involvement could significantly sway IWA Shinobi strategic maneuvers. Bo Feng Shui Min furrowed his brow slightly, murmuring, "This place is not merely a strategic stronghold, it is a swirling vortex of ever-shifting dynamics. Each nation may covet this land." He was evidently cognizant of the complexities and latent dangers concealed within this territory. It represented a gray area, a veritable powder keg for the conflicts between the two nations. If caution was not exercised, it could easily become a battlefield for both sides. "I wonder what kind of situation we will face next," he mused lightly, his eyes betraying a hint of levity. They are rather fortunate to survive in such an environment. However, we must remain vigilant and never underestimate any detail. After all, a village that endures in such conditions is unlikely to be benign. Xiaohua turned to Bo Feng Shui Min, sharing a flicker of the same wariness. The trio hastily descended the mountain, and as they approached the village entrance, the rising smoke suggested a facade of tranquility. Xiaohua felt a slight sense of relief. They had finally reached the village gate, where an elderly man was snoring loudly, producing a cacophony that was nearly unbearable. Snore, snore. Xiaohua grimaced, as if the sound were rupturing his eardrums. The old man lazily opened his eyes, noticed the three visitors, and waved his hand dismissively, muttering, "What are children doing here? Go play elsewhere." Xiaohua raised an eyebrow, glancing around with a hint of skepticism. He exchanged a look with Bo Feng Shui Min. Such a lethargic guard could actually protect the village? This was indeed perplexing. As the old man noticed a few lingering children, he finally stood, a glimmer of clarity in his eyes, and bellowed, "The ninjas have arrived." This exclamation jolted the entire village from its slumber. Almost immediately, the villagers surged toward the entrance, a dark throng filled with excitement. The three remained alert, drawing their kunai in preparation for any unforeseen circumstances. Fortunately, the villagers did not charge directly at them. Instead, they halted at a distance, their eyes brimming with enthusiasm. Xiaohua narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the villagers with an expression devoid of emotion, yet internally, his alertness heightened. Why did these villagers appear so exhilarated? This was not a typical welcome. Bo Feng Shui Min quietly remarked, his gaze scanning the crowd with unease. Xiaohua and Bo Feng Shui Min exchanged glances, both sensing a latent threat. The village chief emerged, his face adorned with a broad smile as he warmly greeted the trio. "Welcome, young ninjas. I am the village chief. How delightful it is to have you here. You little ninjas are so small and adorable. Those two boys are quite handsome. They will surely grow into dashing young men. And that girl is the most precious of all. I would love to hold her in my arms." The last remark, uttered by a burly man, caused Jiao Xian's countenance to change instantly, a chill racing up her spine. She glared at the man, then turned her gaze to Xiaohua and Bo Feng Shui Min, her eyes reflecting her unease. What is wrong with this village? Why are they so twisted? Xiaohua frowned, his expression darkening as he whispered to Bo Feng Shui Min, "This enthusiasm is excessive, particularly in their eyes." He recognized that this ostensibly warm welcome concealed a certain unnameable avarice. Bo Feng Shui Min nodded subtly, his demeanor calm yet serious. Indeed, the villagers' enthusiasm is rather excessive. The village chief seemed to sense the shift in atmosphere, awkwardly scratching his head as he murmured, "Our village has always been cared for by the ninjas of Konoha. Thus, everyone is exceedingly welcoming to the ninja lords." Xiaohua raised an eyebrow, a flicker of suspicion crossing his eyes. Bo Feng Shui Min maintained a smiling silence. Jiao Xian turned to Xiaohua and Bo Feng Shui Min, her expression still bewildered. "Isn't it just a bit of extra warmth? What is so strange about that?" Xiaohua inhaled deeply, his gaze piercing as he surveyed the surroundings. "Let us depart for now and deliberate further." Chapter 39. The raid. As the night descended like a vast black cloth, it enveloped the entire village, cocooning it in a blanket of tranquility. Uchiha Xiaohua, Bo Feng Shui Min, and Kushina gracefully navigated the rooftops. The trio dispersed, each responsible for a designated area, swiftly and silently searching for any signs of anomaly within the village. However, after a thorough investigation, everything appeared normal, with scarcely a hint of suspicion. Xiaohua furrowed his brow, a sense of dissatisfaction brewing within him regarding the progress of their reconnaissance. He murmured softly, "If only we had a sensing ninjutsu." His words echoed in the night sky, though faint. Bo Feng Shui Min caught the subtle sound. Shui Min replied softly, "Did you not mention you were researching a ninjutsu that wasn't a sensing type?" Xiaohua nodded, his gaze sweeping across the distant village houses, contemplatively stating, "It is an offensive ninjutsu. While it proves immensely useful in combat, possessing a specialized ninjutsu for gathering intelligence would enable us to acquire information more effectively and avoid unnecessary complications." At that moment, Kushina, overhearing their conversation from a short distance, raised an eyebrow in surprise, as though she had stumbled upon something extraordinary. Her voice rang out, bright and vibrant, "I have a sensing ninjutsu." This declaration struck Xiaohua and Bo Feng Shui Min like thunderclaps, their heads snapping towards her in unison, disbelief evident in their eyes. "You possess sensing ninjutsu?" they exclaimed in tandem, their voices betraying their astonishment. Kushina appeared somewhat perplexed by their reaction, momentarily taken aback, a hint of confusion crossing her features. She then replied slowly, "Did you not know? I clearly mentioned it." Xiaohua's eyes widened in surprise as he regarded Kushina, a wry smile creeping onto his lips. He softly remarked, "You must have mentioned it in a dream." Although his tone carried a teasing note, his eyes reflected a subtle sense of resignation. Upon hearing this, Kushina's expression shifted to one of annoyance. She furrowed her brows tightly, raising her fist in a mock threat. "Hurry up and use it. Stop dawdling like a woman." "Uchiha Xiaohua, I am a woman." Wufeng Shuimin observed the escalating banter between the two with a hint of exasperation, quickly interjecting, all right, Kushina, please use your sensing technique." With a huff, Kushina finally complied, forming hand seals, Kagura Shingon. Her eyes widened instantly, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within them. "There are ninjas." Xiaohua and Wufeng Shuimin inquired urgently, "Where?" Kushina lowered her gaze to the ground, her expression intense. "Right beneath us. Earth release barrier, earth prison technique." A powerful earth-style ninjutsu erupted from the ground, thick earthen walls rapidly converging to form an airtight dungeon. Xiaohua, Wufeng Shuimin, and Kushina were instantly ensnared within. The speed of the earthen walls left them with little time to react. Worse still, the walls appeared to absorb their chakra, stifling their energy flow. Wufeng Shuimin's brow furrowed in concentration as he quickly assessed the situation. "This is an earth release B-rank ninjutsu. Break free." Kushina unleashed a tremendous punch against the not yet formed earth prison, creating a sizable breach through which they swiftly propelled themselves. However, before they could escape entirely, three figures emerged from the ground. The leading gaunt youth calmly pressed against the earth prison, his brow slightly furrowed. With a mere exertion of force, the prison crumbled and vanished into thin air, as if it had never existed. One of the Iwagakure ninjas murmured, "Such rapid response speed, they must be Konoha's genin." Another girl, adorned with scorpion-like black markings, pointed into the distance, declaring, "Tsuchikage-sensei, they have split up." Through her keen perception, the trio swiftly realized their foes had scattered in three directions, each fleeing with remarkable speed. Her sensory ability proved formidable, allowing her to discern the enemy's movements akin to that of a seasoned jonin. The buzzcut boy sneered, his eyes gleaming with a predatory light. "Watch me shred them to pieces." He dismissed the enemy's strength, fixated solely on annihilating them, brimming with murderous intent. Tsuchikage calmly made a decision, pursue. He held unwavering confidence in his team, as both of his companions were exceptional ninjas from Iwagakure. The three Iwagakure ninjas swiftly morphed into shadows, disappearing into the night as they began their pursuit of Xiaohua, Wufeng Shuimin, and Kushina. "Regroup at the old location after we escape," Xiaohua commanded coolly, darting to the side. Wufeng Shuimin and Kushina rapidly separated, evading the direction of their pursuers, showcasing remarkable reflexes. As Wufeng Shuimin navigated the dense forest, a heavy burden weighed upon him. The recent skirmish had illuminated the enemy's extraordinary reaction speed. They were evidently not mere genin. The sudden ambush and the formidable response from the Earth ninjas instilled in him an unprecedented sense of threat. Wufeng Shuimin pondered, if these were elite Iwagakure ninjas, escaping would not be an easy feat. He deftly maneuvered among the branches, his ears perked, faintly catching the sounds of pursuit behind him. It seemed he intentionally slowed his pace, patiently awaiting something. As time passed, he gradually discerned that there was only one pursuer. He halted atop a large tree branch, peering down to see a frail boy rapidly closing in. His sluggishness was suspect. Wufeng Shuimin analyzed inwardly, could he be a genin? Yet, he could not afford to underestimate any adversary. Determined to remain vigilant, he swiftly leaped to an adjacent tree, continuing to monitor the enemy's movements. As the footsteps drew nearer, Wufeng Shuimin understood that discovery was inevitable. He resolved to delay, buying time for his companions to escape. His anxiety gradually subsided as he made a final decision. Should the enemy be a jonin, he would stall for time, even at the cost of his own life, to ensure the safety of his comrades. The enemy finally materialized in full view, yet Wufeng Shuimin refrained from acting hastily, quietly biding his time for the opportune moment. Observing the reckless demeanor of the approaching figure, he swiftly deduced that this adversary was likely not a jonin, allowing him a slight sigh of relief. It appeared to be a genin. Wufeng Shuimin assessed coolly, in that case, I shall not hold back. As the enemy closed within mere meters, Wufeng Shuimin rapidly formed hand seals, wind release, great breakthrough. With a commanding shout, the air around them swirled violently, coalescing into a massive wind blade that surged toward the enemy. The Iwagakure genin, though slender in build, was evidently no ordinary foe. As the wind blade howled towards him, he nimbly evaded the attack, leaping aside just as the blade formed. It seems I have encountered a formidable opponent. The buzzcut boy lifted his head, a frenzied glimmer igniting in his eyes. Almost immediately, his form began to shift as he wielded his kunai. The earth beneath him began to stir, as if awakened by some potent force. The power within the Iwagakure genin surged, becoming increasingly terrifying. Secret technique, earth element technique. The boy's deep voice resonated as his body transformed, the earth and sand cascading from his form, revealing vibrant red hair and more robust muscles. The earthen materials extended like tendrils, grasping trees and the surrounding environment, forging a formidable defense. Wolfing Schumann's eyes narrowed in caution, yet he quickly regained his composure, forming hand seals once more. Wind release, vacuum wave. The wind wave surged forward like a ferocious beast, momentarily pushing the boy back. However, the boy with a buzz cut swiftly adjusted his position, evading the remaining attacks with the agility of his earthen tendrils. Such rapid reflexes. You are indeed stronger than I imagined. His earthen appendages lunged fiercely towards Namikaze's Minato. The latter, employing his extraordinary agility, retreated swiftly while his kunai traced an elegant arc through the air. As he adeptly dodged, the boy's earthen tendrils were repeatedly severed with precision. Minato did not relent. At the moment the lower ninja from the rock village was forced back by a gust of wind, he swiftly closed the distance to his adversary, utilizing his light-footedness to counterattack. Wind technique. With unyielding momentum, Minato rapidly approached the buzzcut boy, driving his kunai into the boy and Appo's chest. Blood sprayed forth, accompanied by a pained roar, yet the boy remained defiant, retaliating fiercely. The boy's counterattack was formidable, with his earthen tendrils thrashing wildly. But Minato's nimble movements allowed him to evade while expertly severing his opponent's strikes. Maintaining a calm command over the rhythm of battle, Minato gradually gained the upper hand. Despite the boy's robust defense and counterattacks, he found himself increasingly overwhelmed by Minato's precise assaults. Just as he prepared to launch his final counter, Minato struck with blinding speed, delivering a fatal blow. In that fleeting moment, Minato's kunai pierced the boy's neck, blood splattering as he collapsed to the ground. Without a moment's hesitation, Minato swiftly rose, wiped the blood from his kunai, and vanished into the depths of the forest. Chapter 40. The Mad Girl on the Other Side. Kushina halted her steps by a small brook, gazing at her reflection in the water, her eyes filled with conflicting emotions. Deep down, she understood that she ought to distance herself from this place to safeguard the Nine Tails from capture, yet her heart resisted the notion. She knew she must persevere, never relinquishing her comrades. There was nothing more paramount than aiding them. How could I possibly flee like this? Her heart began to rebel, and she clenched her teeth, resolving to cease her evasion and return to assist Minato and Xiaohua. She recognized that, as a ninja, her mission was to fight. Grasping her kunai, Kushina resolutely turned back towards the battlefield. However, at that very moment, a girl clad in the battle attire of the rock village appeared before her, leaning against a tree trunk, a peculiar smile gracing her lips. The girl's eyes radiated madness, exuding an extraordinarily bizarre aura, as if she reveled in every fleeting moment of insanity. She regarded Kushina, her grin widening, as though she had discovered boundless delight. Kushina immediately grew alert. Assuming a defensive stance, her gaze sharp. Is she an enemy? The girl, unhurried in her response, began to skip around Kushina, intermittently emitting strange giggles. Oh, what a cute little kitten from Konoha. How adorable you are. She suddenly squatted down, adopting a charming pose, her hands resting on either side of her face. Mia, you are a genius from Konoha, aren't you? Yet you appear even cuter than the rest. I simply wish to take you home and play with you. Hee. Kushina couldn't help but furrow her brow, struggling to comprehend the girl's erratic behavior. Coldly, she retorted, what are you saying? If you wish to fight, just say so. No need to be so terrifying. Upon hearing this, the girl abruptly lifted her head, a glint of madness flashing in her eyes. She seemed to be provoked, her eyes widening, a manic smile forming at the corners of her mouth. Fight you? Of course, I shall. She leaped into action. Her movements light and swift, akin to a ferocious beast lunging at Kushina, her laughter echoing eerily. Do you know? I delight in battle, especially when witnessing others in agony. It feels as sweet as candy. Ha! Come, let us play. Her motions were rapid and chaotic, resembling a frenzied monkey. She swung her arms, suddenly unleashing sharp earthen spikes that sliced through the air like daggers aimed at Kushina. Kushina swiftly sidestepped, her heart racing with awareness. This madwoman and Appo's combat style diverged entirely from that of Konoha ninjas, utterly unpredictable. The girl's laughter shifted, abruptly ceasing her wild dance, her eyes glimmering with an even more sinister light as she muttered to herself, I haven't used this in a while. Today is perfect for some fun with you. With that, she swiftly formed hand seals, bringing her palms together. The dust in the air began to coalesce, morphing into a colossal dust storm that engulfed the entire battlefield. She shouted, Doton, the land of dust. Come, let me personally escort you on your journey. Kushina hurriedly shielded her face with her hands, yet the dust swiftly infiltrated her clothes and eyes, bringing a piercing sting. She retreated hastily, struggling to maintain her balance, but the swirling dust acted as an invisible assault, obscuring her vision entirely. The girl, however, appeared exceedingly exhilarated, her laughter growing sharper. Ha, do you know? Dust is like my friend. We are the best of partners. It will ensnare you, transforming you into a soft, pliable doll. Yay, how delightful. Kushina's eyes remained sharp, her keen senses enabling her to swiftly locate the girl amidst the chaos. Gripping her kunai, which glimmered with a cold light, she inhaled deeply, gathering all her strength. Determined to impart a lesson to this deranged foe. "You are truly mad," Kushina shouted, leaping forth with the speed of lightning, closing the distance to the girl. Utilizing the dust around her, she propelled herself closer. The girl, unperturbed by Kushina's approach, erupted into more frenzied laughter. Come on. I'm waiting for you. This game has only just begun." Kushina finally reached the girl, a glint of ferocity flashing in her eyes. She swung her kunai, aiming directly at the girl's chest. At that moment, the girl abruptly spread her arms wide, resembling a deranged bird, creating distance as she evaded the lethal strike with the aid of the dust. Suspended in midair, she spun around wildly, exclaiming, No, I'm not done yet. You're not good enough. Play with me properly." Her spine-chilling laughter echoed as she lunged once more at Kushina, her attacks haphazard and devoid of any discernible pattern. Kushina remained composed, eventually seizing an opportunity to grasp the girl by her collar, pulling her fiercely closer. For chains erupted from her body, binding the girl tightly. "You madwoman, perish," Kushina bellowed, plunging the kunai deep into the girl's abdomen. A flicker of shock crossed the girl's eyes, her smile freezing as if she could not comprehend why her ninjutsu had failed to yield victory. Gradually, her body slackened, collapsing to the ground. She begrudgingly uttered, "How dull." It was just beginning. Gasping for breath, Kushina observed the girl's fall, yet felt no sense of relief. With a swift glance around, she turned and fled back along the path she had come. Chapter 41. The bitter struggle on another battlefield. Xiaohua stood atop a massive rock, his gaze firmly fixed on the scene before him. In the distant shadows, the enemy's presence had silently locked onto his position. Though he could not see the foe, a chilling sense of threat permeated the air, gradually infiltrating every cell of his being, causing his blood to quiver slightly. Xiaohua was acutely aware that his chances of escape were virtually non-existent. He no longer contemplated fleeing. Instead, he confronted the impending crisis, bracing himself for a life-and-death duel. The elevated vantage point of the rock afforded him a fleeting view, enabling him to respond swiftly, albeit not entirely evade the enemy's attacks. Slowly, he drew his long knife, the blade glinting coldly under the sunlight, exuding an aura of icy menace. He inhaled deeply, his heartbeat quickening, the blood coursing through his veins racing in tandem with his rising tension, as the instinct to fight was quietly ignited. Suddenly, a new wave of danger approached stealthily. Xiaohua narrowed his eyes, looking up to find a pair of cold, piercing eyes staring back at him. A ninja hung inverted from a branch, his figure almost melding with the tree, resembling a predator poised to strike. The ninja and Appo's expression was calm, even somewhat leisurely, through the gaps of his black mask. He regarded Xiaohua with an air of indifference, as if entirely unconcerned about the imminent confrontation. "The battle of the ninja village is merely a task for me. As an elite jonin, it feels somewhat beneath me to deal with ordinary chunin like you. Yet, I have no choice. Hunting you is part of my duty." Xiaohua and Appo's gaze sharpened, a complex emotion swelling within him upon hearing the jonin and Appo's thoughts. It was about to begin. Those 4 words struck Xiaohua's heart like a heavy hammer. He took a deep breath, gripping his long knife tightly, preparing to meet the challenge head-on. In an instant, the ninja's figure vanished into thin air, like a wraith, leaving only the sound of the wind and a fleeting shadow behind. Xiaohua reacted almost instinctively, drawing his knife to counter the impending attack. However, the ninja's assault came mercilessly, a shuriken slicing through the air like lightning, aimed straight for Xiaohua's chest. Xiaohua's response was swift and precise. He pivoted sharply, positioning his long knife across his chest to collide with the shuriken. The moment the blade met the shuriken, a crisp sound resonated, sending a tingle through Xiaohua's hands. Yet, he swiftly regained his balance, his eyes remaining as sharp as the blade itself. The ninja reappeared, ghosting silently behind Xiaohua. Sensing the imminent second wave of attack, Xiaohua's taut nerves kicked in, and he instinctively began performing hand seals. His chakra surging within him as his fingers danced rapidly to form one seal after another. "Fire release, great fireball technique," Xiaohua growled softly. A torrent of flames erupted from his mouth, resembling a colossal fireball, hurtling towards the ninja with terrifying momentum. Simultaneously, the ninja and Appo's hands moved swiftly through the air, sealing his own technique. With a clap of his palms, the ground trembled violently, a massive rock swiftly enlarging, hurtling towards Xiaohua. "Earth release, rock cannon technique." The ninja and Appo's voice was deep and composed, as the rock shot forth like a cannonball, imbued with astonishing speed and power, directly aimed at Xiaohua. The 2 powerful ninjutsu collided violently in midair. The explosion was deafening, flames and debris intertwining to create a scene of devastation. The force of the blast compelling both combatants apart. Though Xiaohua relied on his agility and remarkable reflexes to evade the onslaught, the ninja and Appo's earth techniques shadowed him relentlessly, each invocation striking like an invisible iron fist, suffocating his breath. Xiaohua felt his stamina beginning to wane, each evasive maneuver growing increasingly arduous, his physical limits encroaching. Suddenly, he sensed a jarring pull at his feet, glancing down to discover a stout hand gripping his ankle with unyielding force. The pressure around his ankle rendered him nearly breathless, and shock and disbelief washed over his face. It was an enemy Jonin, hidden underground, who had silently ensnared him with earth techniques. Impossible. Xiaohua's voice faltered, his complexion paling. Earth release, decapitation technique. The ninja's icy command rang out, and the force from below intensified, dragging Xiaohua swiftly underground, rendering his body immobile. The earth's binding power encased him like a prison, firmly locking his form. As he was on the verge of being entirely consumed by the earth, Xiaohua suddenly jolted, realizing he could not resign himself to defeat. Ignoring his body's constraints, he began forming seals, his chakra flowing and shifting rapidly, striving to break free from the binding. Six-pad Sage Art. Xiaohua's inner voice erupted in a roar, unleashing his most formidable ninjutsu. With a surge of power, he escaped the clutches of the earth. Indeed, a true genius of Konoha. The ninja's cold laughter sliced through the air, and he reinitiated his jutsu. The ground split open, massive boulders surging from below, launching towards Xiaohua. He evaded swiftly, though his body was nearing its limits, his will remaining unyielding. However, at that moment, Xiaohua glanced down to find a detonating tag affixed to his shoe. Damn, a trap. A surge of alarm coursed through his mind. But his reaction was a fraction too slow. The explosion erupted with a speed beyond his expectations, followed by a thunderous roar that shook the earth. A powerful shockwave swept over him, propelling Xiaohua violently through the air, crashing against a tree trunk with a dull thud. Flames from the explosion raged unchecked, reducing Xiaohua and Appo's trousers to shreds and causing his shoes to vanish in the blast. His left leg was scorched black by flames and debris, searing pain nearly overwhelming his senses. In the aftermath of the explosion, the air was thick with the acrid scent of smoke and charred earth. Xiaohua's body, battered by the impact, faltered, and he collapsed to the ground, bloodied and bruised. Every muscle twisted in excruciating agony. He could even feel the sharp pain radiating from his insides. A heavy wave of fatigue washed over him, leaving him nearly devoid of strength. Yet, just as despair threatened to engulf him, the relentless assault continued unabated. Waves of ninjutsu surged forth, each pulse of energy striking like a dagger, leaving him ensnared in a state of utter defensiveness. The battle reached its zenith. Xiaohua and Appo's stamina was nearly depleted, his limbs heavy as if laden with lead. His body weakened to the brink of collapse. Breathing became a monumental task, the world around him blurring, sounds fading into the distance. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself to rise from the ground, despite his legs feeling as though they were encased in iron. With unwavering resolve, he gripped his battered blade, its surface marred with cracks. Xiaohua's palms were slick with cold sweat, and every movement felt laborious. However, without hesitation, he channeled his remaining chakra into the blade. A surge of destructive power ignited, the edge glimmering with lethal brilliance as he swung the knife fiercely towards the enemy ninja. The ninja, sensing the cataclysmic energy radiating from the strike, displayed a flicker of surprise in his eyes, hastily forming seals to unleash his most fortified defenses. Earth release, iron wall. As he gestured, the ground trembled instantly, and a heavy rock shield rose from beneath, swiftly enveloping him. However, the force of Xiaohua's strike was insurmountable. The energy unleashed by the chakra of the blade spear surged forth with the swiftness and ferocity of lightning, slicing through the air and breaching the ironclad defense. The already damaged long sword, imbued with unparalleled destructive power, rapidly penetrated the rocky barrier and ultimately struck true at Tu Gang's chest. A flicker of astonishment flashed in Tu Gang and Appo's eyes, clearly unprepared for Xiaohua and Appo's ability to breach his defenses with such formidable strength. In an instant, his body convulsed violently, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. The immense force emanating from the blade nearly obliterated his internal organs, leaving him to endure excruciating pain. Chapter 42. Battle against the elite Jonin. Tugong raised his head to gaze at the young man opposite him, only to meet a pair of blood-red eyes. In that very moment of confrontation with Tugong, Xiaohua's Sharingan suddenly awakened. His pupils slowly contracted, and within the whites of his eyes emerged a swirling crimson vortex adorned with tomo, the vivid red resembling blood, as if it could sear the very air around him. An overwhelming surge of power flooded his heart like a tidal wave. His body trembled slightly, chakra roiling chaotically within him. For an instant, he could distinctly perceive the frequency of every heartbeat and the rhythm of each breath surrounding him. The violent fluctuations of power caused his skin to begin cracking, wounds rapidly spreading along his arms, blood flowing forth like molten lava, while his insides felt as though they were being scorched by flames, each breath bringing with it a tearing agony. He gritted his teeth, his lips quivering slightly, cold sweat trickling down his forehead, knees shaking, yet he steadfastly refused to fall. He murmured softly, forming hand seals, as his chakra surged dramatically, calmly invoking the six-path sage art once more. In an instant, chakra flooded his entire being, infused with warmth and regenerative power. His skin began to heal rapidly. The previously torn muscles regenerated at an astonishing rate, flesh writhing as the wounds nearly sealed in an instant. He gasped for air, his chest heaving violently, yet the brilliance of his Sharingan intensified, as if burning with an unquenchable flame. In the distance, Tugong, struck by the blade, witnessed all of this, his expression shifting dramatically. His pupils contracted. Breath caught in his throat, shock flooding his features. He could acutely sense the inexhaustible vitality and chakra within Xiaohua, as unfathomable as the deep sea. Despite his extensive battle experience, he had never encountered such rapid and flawless self-recovery. Gritting his teeth, fists clenched tightly, Tugong resolved to unleash his full power. No longer holding back, Xiaohua slowly drew a small scroll from his tattered sleeve, unfurling it to reveal the Kusanagi sword, which materialized amidst a plume of smoke, its blade reflecting a dazzling brilliance beneath the setting sun. This sword had not been wielded since Orochimaru entrusted it to him. Flames ignited along the blade, a wave of heat washing over him, the surrounding air warping slightly from the intense temperature. With a gaze as sharp as the blade itself, Xiaohua lowered his head slightly, his eyes piercing through the flames, fixed resolutely ahead. He understood that this battle was one he must win. Tugong let out a furious roar, slamming his hands against the ground. In the instant the hand seals were completed, a colossal earthen dragon erupted from the earth with a thunderous roar. The earth dragon ascended into the sky, carrying with it a destructive force, swirling dust clouds as it charged toward Xiaohua. Xiaohua narrowed his eyes, his Sharingan spinning rapidly, capturing every subtle change in the air. He swiftly retreated a few steps, driving his left foot into the ground, propelling himself into the air, right hand firmly clutching the Kusanagi sword, and called out, "Breath of fire." A torrent of flames surged forth, engulfing the Kusanagi sword as it transformed into a furious fire dragon, barreling towards the earth dragon. With a resounding crash, flames and earth collided violently. The fire illuminated the night sky, magma splattering, as the earth dragon twisted and struggled within the flames, gradually consumed before exploding into fragments that rained down around. With a decisive slash, Xiaohua unleashed the flames, leaving scorched marks upon the ground as his feet landed. Tugong clenched his teeth, refusing to yield. He swiftly performed the earth clone technique, layers of earthen shadows rising from the ground to obscure visibility. Xiaohua frowned slightly, a flicker of vigilance crossing his face as he realized it was merely a diversion. He leaped suddenly, his Sharingan precisely locking onto his target. Breath of fire. Third form. Flame of all creation. The searing blade descended from the sky like divine judgment, aimed directly at the hidden Tugong. The latter was taken by surprise, hastily forming seals for defense, yet still felt the flames sear his side, the scorching heat enveloping his left arm with a piercing crackle. The explosive tag in his hand was severed by the flames before it could activate, extinguishing in midair. Seizing the moment, Xiaohua launched an aggressive assault. Moving with the grace of a falling leaf, his figure like the wind. As the blades danced, he executed Breath of Fire, first form, Unknown Fire. A swift blade of flames slicing through the air. Tugong narrowly dodged, sweat trickling from his temples. Although his movements were swift, he felt an increasing sense of pressure. Suddenly, Xiaohua found his footing give way, plunging into a concealed trap beneath the surface. The hollow was filled with sharp earth spikes, reflecting a faint glimmer. Tugong smirked coldly, swiftly initiating earth release, sealing technique, as a massive rock plummeted from above, carrying the weight of annihilation toward Xiaohua. Within the trap, Xiaohua abruptly looked up, his expression calm. He quickly formed seals, enveloped in a barrier of chakra as unyielding as steel, and shouted, "Open, open." Accompanied by a thunderous roar, his power erupted, and he leapt out just in time to narrowly evade the falling rock. Despite nearing his physical limits, Xiaohua's eyes still burned with an indomitable spirit. Surrounded by searing flames, he bellowed, "Breath of fire." Ninth form. The flames erupted violently, coiling into a roaring fire dragon that soared upward, crashing into the airborne rock. The violent impact shattered the rock's surface, the intense heat scorching it to a brilliant red. Tugong gritted his teeth, relentlessly channeling chakra into the boulder, attempting to suppress Xiaohua. Taking a deep breath, sweat beading on his forehead, Xiaohua felt as though he were in the depths of hell. Just as he was on the brink of collapse, a tempestuous aura pierced through the air. Kushina and Minato appeared, their forms suddenly descending. Kushina struck out with her palm, her immense strength manifesting as a violent gale, striking Tugong with the power of sealing chains. Tugong, caught off guard, was sent flying several meters, his body tumbling through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Xiaohua sprang forth, transforming into a mere shadow of earth, attempting to flee the battlefield. However, the trio had already established a tacit understanding. One blocked the front while two attacked from the sides, sealing off his escape route. Minato called out, "Gale Slash." The blade and Appo's light cut through the air like the moon and Appo's glow. Xiaohua and Kushina combined their powers to unleash the flame tiger, the flames coalescing into a roaring tiger that charged forth. Their attacks fell simultaneously upon Tagong, who was engulfed by the fiery beast, struggling and ultimately collapsing into ashes, vanishing entirely from the scorched earth. As the battle concluded, silence enveloped the battlefield. The air was thick with the remnants of burning ash and lingering heat. Xiaohua knelt amidst the ruins, pale and breathless, his hands still tightly gripping the Kusanagi sword. Chapter 43. The Cost of Betrayal with Each Deep Breath. Xiaohua and Appo's chest heaved violently, the sound of his heavy gasps piercing the silence like a discordant note. Sweat mingled with dust on his forehead, dried by the wind into a mottled pattern, his face etched with exhaustion. He slowly crouched down, his hands pressing against the ground, fingertips brushing the earth's cold surface, a stark reminder of his own existence. The aches throughout his body seemed to converge in an instant, as if every sinew had been pulled apart, his heart pounding like a drum, each beat threatening to explode from his chest. He lowered his head, falling into a moment of silence, his lips trembling slightly as he whispered, "It's finally over." His voice was hoarse, tinged with a tremor, echoing the remnants of a fierce battle in his mind. The prowess of the elite Jonin was indeed beyond my current capabilities to contend with easily. Their tactics were exquisite, each step precise, forcing him into a defensive position. Had he not taken the risk to unleash that lethal skill in the end, he might have perished on the spot. Xiaohua managed a bitter smile, murmuring to himself, "What a loss." He felt as though he had nearly expended all his strength, with less than a fifth of his chakra remaining. Without the backing of the Six-Path Sage, I would have likely succumbed in that battle. He shook his head with a wry smile. In that moment, he realized that only through relentless self-improvement could one survive in this perilous world of ninjas. Otherwise, one would merely become a pawn in others' conflicts. At that moment, Kushina approached his side, her expression neutral yet shadowed by a flicker of doubt. "Xiaohua, why are the rock ninjas here?" Xiaohua furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze instinctively drawn to the charred corpse of a rock ninja ahead. The body lay on the ground, utterly disfigured by the flames, its clothing reduced to tatters. He remarked nonchalantly, "They must have infiltrated, likely intending some mischief." Kushina remained perplexed, questioning why a rock ninja would infiltrate this place. Yet the village was tranquil. Was there a connection between this village and the rock ninjas? Xiaohua fell silent for a moment, moving towards the corpse to begin his search. However, just as he was about to touch the body, Minato suddenly warned, "Xiaohua, wait. Jiraiya-sensei always said not to touch corpses carelessly." Xiaohua waved his hand dismissively, assuring, "Don't worry. Even if he were alive, he wouldn't have explosives hidden away. They surely lack the time for such things." After a thorough search, he finally discovered some ninja tools beneath the corpse. Although they were nearly rendered useless by the fire, he examined them carefully. These tools are hardly of any value. Even my kunai surpassed them. Nevertheless, he continued sifting through the debris, ultimately finding nothing of worth. Disappointment crept into his heart as he rose, brushing the dust from his hands and preparing to abandon the corpse. Yet, Kushina's gaze was fixed on a particular spot on the corpse, her brow furrowing slightly, a strange recognition flashing in her eyes as she recalled past events. "Xiaohua, you mentioned that the village's valuables were taken by 3 rock ninjas. But when we searched the place, we found nothing. There were no signs of valuables near the corpse." Her voice carried a note of confusion. "Then where did the items go?" Xiaohua did not respond immediately. Instead, he pondered deeply, his eyes glimmering with insight. The valuables could not have vanished into thin air. Someone must have intervened. They were either relocated or concealed. His tone was calm, yet the resolve within was unmistakable. Kushina's eyes brightened with sudden realization. "So, you mean?" Xiaohua offered a faint smile, his gaze deepening and growing cold. "Whoever betrayed Konoha will ultimately pay the price for their actions." As dawn broke, soft rays of light filtered through the window into the small room, casting a faint glow. The village chief slowly sat up in bed, his body heavy with fatigue. His heart burdened even more. He surveyed the quiet room, which was eerily still, the occasional whisper of the wind outside mingling with the increasingly rapid thumping of his heart. Rising gently, he made his way to the table, pouring himself a cup of tea in an attempt to soothe his frayed nerves with this trivial gesture. The tea swirled gently in the cup, its fragrant aroma seeming to offer a moment of relaxation. However, just as he brought the cup to his lips, a chilling voice shattered the silence. "Still have time to drink tea?" The tone dripped with disdain, like a sharp ice blade slicing through the stillness of the night, rendering the air painfully frigid. The village chief was jolted, his hand trembling, spilling tea onto the table and floor. He hurriedly covered his mouth, frozen in place as he attempted to regain his composure. Xiaohua stood in the doorway, arms crossed, his piercing gaze directed at the chief like a sword. Kushina dangled from the rafters, her expression grave, and Minato stood at the window, sharp eyes seemingly sealing off any escape routes. The chief's heart raced, his complexion paling to that of a ghost. He understood clearly that these 3 were no benevolent figures. The oppressive aura emanating from each of them left him breathless. At that moment, he felt utterly cornered. "You, who are you?" The village chief stammered, his voice trembling as he sought some form of solace, only to hear his own fearful echo in the vast emptiness of the room. Xiaohua regarded him coldly, a sneer escaping his lips. Last night, 3 esteemed ninjas visited you under the cover of darkness. Was there a reason for their visit? The chief forced a trembling smile, his voice shaking. If you require valuables. Although our village is impoverished, we will do our utmost to provide what you need. Yet, his smile gradually froze as he beheld the impassive expressions of the 3 ninjas, his unease intensifying. Xiaohua advanced slowly. Each light step felt as though it crushed the chief's heart, suffocating him. He drew closer, his gaze sharp as a blade, unflinchingly meeting the chief's eyes. You pretend to be an uninvolved civilian, truly believing we came to collect valuables? The chief's heart jolted, his expression shifting instantaneously. He attempted to argue, but the fear and trepidation within him rendered any retort powerless. Kushina's gaze bore into him, a flicker of anger evident in her eyes. Xiaohua's demeanor grew even colder as he suddenly declared, "You leaked our movements to the rock ninjas, did you not?" The chief felt as though struck by lightning, standing frozen in confusion. He shook his head vehemently, dropping to his knees, hands cradling his face as tears streamed down. "My lord, you are mistaken. I know nothing. I have never seen a rock ninja." Xiaohua let out a cold laugh, lowering his gaze to the kneeling chief, his voice frigid and merciless. "You've never seen a rock ninja? Then that is fortunate." Xiaohua approached the chief, squatting down, a disdainful smile playing on his lips. "I found it curious from the start. How is it that your small village can remain steadfast in such a critical position? You are clearly in peril, yet you endure." The chief's heart raced, desperately trying to justify. "It's because." Xiaohua abruptly interrupted, a cruel glint in his eyes. "Spare me the excuses. Ninjas care not for your survival. You should understand this." His gaze sharpened, becoming increasingly fierce as he added, "Your existence relies entirely upon us. If you are unable to provide ninjutsu or sufficient wealth, then your worth is reduced solely to the intelligence you possess." Xiaohua continued, as if imparting a lesson on the harsh realities of survival to the village chief. "The ninjas of Konoha, despite their poverty, managed to endure because they prioritized their own. Yet, how could places like Takinen Village, Kusagakure, or even Awagakure show you any mercy?" The village chief's expression suddenly shifted. He lowered his head, his gaze complex, as if he found it difficult to bear the weight of this grim truth. Xiaohua and Appo's eyes sharpened. "The only reason you survive here is that you have sold Konoha and Appo's intelligence to other ninja villages. Your lives are irrevocably intertwined with ours." The village chief's pallor gradually transformed into anger. He lowered his head, his voice hoarse. "We merely wish to survive. Is that such a crime?" He suddenly raised his head, his eyes filled with fury and grievance. "This is our home. Why can you ninjas wantonly destroy everything we hold dear? You can raise our homes, yet we cannot leverage you for a chance at survival?" Xiaohua sighed, shaking his head, disappointment flickering in his eyes. "You should not allow a Awagakure to betray other villages. You have harmed not only Konoha but also yourselves." Kushina glared at the village chief. "Your actions have harmed others. Do you truly believe there is no issue with that?" A cold smile appeared on the village chief and Appo's face. "Your words bear no weight. The outcome is what truly matters. If I cannot survive, then I shall at least fight for a glimmer of hope for myself and my villagers." Xiaohua responded icily, "You will not survive." The village chief was taken aback, fury threatening to tear him apart, bloodshot eyes glaring, fists clenched. "What do you mean? Do you truly think that selling out Konoha came without consequences?" Xiaohua smiled faintly, his gaze devoid of warmth. "You have run out of chances. While I understand that you were compelled, you should not have betrayed us." Despair enveloped the village chief as he charged forward, shouting, "Spare the others. I will shoulder all the responsibility." Xiaohua showed no mercy, delivering a kick to the village chief's face, sending him crashing against the wall. The chief collapsed to the ground, his face marred with blood, his trembling body unable to voice any further resistance. Xiaohua stood up, casting a cold glance at the fallen village chief. "You cannot bear this burden." He turned and pushed open the door, glancing back. They had arrived. A squad of ninjas clad in green vests silently perched on the branches outside the village, overlooking the entire settlement. The tension in the air intensified. These ninjas were prepared to execute their mission, awaiting the final command. Among them, a woman dressed in black, her face adorned with patterns, sat astride a black wolf dog, coldly grooming her nails. A glimmer of bloodthirst flashed in her eyes, as if she could hardly wait to see the land stained with blood. She whispered, "Leave no one behind." Without missing a beat, she issued her command, "Kill." With her order, the ninjas at the village's perimeter surged forward like blades, their sharp momentum crashing into every villager's home. Before the villagers could react, ninjas armed with lethal weapons burst through their doors. Swords swept through the air, blood splattered, and screams echoed throughout the village. It was as if the entire settlement had plunged into an unannounced hell. Xiaohua stood aside, observing the carnage with cold detachment, devoid of any emotional upheaval. His gaze swept over the slaughtering ninjas. He had long since grown accustomed to such scenes. To him, this was merely a cleanup operation, unworthy of emotional investment. Beside Xiaohua, Minato felt a twinge of unease as he witnessed the unfolding events. Though he understood the necessity of the mission, an inner turmoil compelled him to speak. Is this truly necessary? These innocent villagers. Xiahua turned to Minato, coldly regarding him. A faint smile gracing his lips. Do you still not comprehend? These villagers have long since placed themselves in the enemy's camp. Their choices have sealed their fates. He paused, a glint of coldness flickering in his eyes. In this world, strength reigns supreme. The fate of the weak is unworthy of sympathy. Minato fell silent, gazing at the horizon. Where the sky was gradually stained crimson, the conflict within him lingering, refusing to dissipate. Chapter 44. Danzo, I am the Hokage at the temporary command post outside the village. The returning Xiahua was engrossed in examining the newly developed ninjutsu scrolls. These scrolls represented the latest results of his research, embodying powerful techniques that served not merely as simple jutsu, but as pivotal tools for enhancing his status and influence. As the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze entered the command post and observed Xiahua intently perusing the scrolls, he could not help but inquire, Xiahua-senpai, what are you doing? With a subtle smile, Xiahua lifted his gaze to meet Minato's. Of course, I am exchanging for military merits. He casually handed a scroll to a nearby staff member, his demeanor reflecting a sense of ease. The staff member received the scroll, a hint of confusion crossing his face, as the newly created ninjutsu left him perplexed. This was a frontline outpost, not a ninjutsu research facility. How could one exchange ninjutsu for military achievements? Shrugging playfully, Xiahua responded, Isn't it possible? The staff member sighed in resignation, acknowledging, it is, but it must first be sent back to the village for evaluation. Minato gazed at the ninjutsu with a sigh, remarking, these military merits are of little use. If you wish to learn any ninjutsu based on your merits, I have a catalog from which you can choose. I can help you request it from the village upon my return. Xiahua chuckled, I never intended to learn them. I merely wish to exchange for some military merits, hoping to be reassigned to the rear, thereby solidifying my position as a research genius, all while achieving multiple objectives. After speaking, Xiaohua's gaze shifted towards Kushina, who was organizing documents, a flicker of concern evident in his eyes. How is Kushina doing? Minato approached him, gently shaking his head. She has yet to recover from the shock of that night. Although the Chunin appointments have been issued, she finds it impossible to accept the situation. Xiahua listened quietly to Minato's account, a subtle worry flickering in his eyes. Indeed, Kushina's burdens were mounting, and her original intentions might be shattered amidst this brutal massacre. Minato inhaled deeply, his tone somber. We all know that we must confront such realities eventually, especially given her status. This fate is inescapable. Suddenly, Xiahua stood, gazing into the distance, a complex array of emotions swirling within him. Regardless of her preparedness, she must take this step. For her, this was an essential journey of self-growth. Kushina, as the Jinchuriki, had her fate inexorably intertwined with the future of Konoha. The atmosphere in Konoha grew increasingly oppressive, as if dark clouds loomed overhead, suffocating all. The combined offensive of the IWA and Suna Ninja posed a dire threat to Konoha's defenses, plunging the village into the whirlpool of war. The citizens on the streets wore anxious expressions, with shop shelves nearly bare, prices for food and ninja tools skyrocketed, leading to dire living conditions. The grim specter of war cast an unrelenting shadow over Konoha. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat at his desk, a mountain of documents piled before him. The outside sky was dim, thick clouds obscuring the sunlight. Hiruzen's brow furrowed, his mind heavy with concern. Standing beside him, Danzo, along with Mito Kazumi and Tsurugi Kamachi, silently deliberated the current situation. With a soft sigh, Hiruzen finally spoke. The IWA and Suna Ninja must have formed an alliance. Otherwise, simultaneous attacks would be impossible. Mito replied quietly, his eyes filled with worry. The Kumo and Kiri Ninja have yet to make a move. That may be the only silver lining. Tsurugi added with anxiety. But what about the Land of Rain? The village can hardly sustain a third front. The two major battlefronts of Konoha, the IWA and Suna, had already reached a stalemate. In the discussions between Hiruzen and Danzo, while the front line remained temporarily stable, their defensive forces had already been depleted by 70%. Should battles ignite in the Land of Rain as well, the village would descend into despair, leaving Hiruzen feeling utterly powerless. Danzo proposed deploying elite ninjas from the Uchiha clan to the Suna front, believing it to be the most prudent course of action. However, Hiruzen harbored doubts regarding the loyalty of the Uchiha clan. Danzo, what is your perspective? Hiruzen finally inquired, fatigue evident in his eyes. Danzo responded coolly. Deploying Uchiha ninjas to the Suna front is the best solution. After a moment of silence, Hiruzen slowly replied, let us deliberate further on this matter. Mito interjected. By the way, isn't Uchiha Xiaohua's record of achievements a bit excessive? Hiruzen nodded. He submitted an A-rank ninjutsu and 6B-rank taijutsu at the front line. Tsurugi questioned, is there even time to research ninjutsu at the front line? Hiruzen expressed his dissatisfaction. These techniques were created by him previously. and he is now submitting them merely to exchange for military merits. Danzo scoffed, a mere clown. Perhaps we should discuss our strategy for the Land of Rain instead. Ultimately, Hiruzen made the difficult decision to dispatch Orochimaru to the Land of Rain, assigning him to lead a team to stabilize the situation. However, Danzo vehemently opposed this, arguing that Orochimaru's abilities were not yet mature enough for such a critical task. Hiruzen, Orochimaru's capabilities are insufficient, Danzo asserted, his tone laden with discontent, his gaze sharp as a blade. Hiruzen calmly met Danzo's stare. Danzo, you must consider the issue of Kumo. Danzo frowned, evidently displeased with Hiruzen's decision. Entrusting an immature Orochimaru to lead is a mistake. Hiruzen, you will regret it. Hiruzen took a deep breath, his resolve unwavering. Danzo, I am the Hokage. Chapter 45 The final strike in the training ground of Konoha. Young ninjas clad in standard green vests stood in neat rows, their spirits high and their demeanor resolute. Orochimaru stood at the forefront, his gaze sharp and piercing as it swept over each youthful face. He knew that these children were woefully unprepared for the battlefield that lay ahead. A sigh escaped him inwardly, despite having gained some training through early graduation. Their abilities were far from sufficient to survive in real combat. The education they received at the Ninja Academy provided them with basic ninjutsu skills, yet it was merely a superficial foundation. The battlefield was the true measure of a ninja's capabilities. A complex emotion flickered in Orochimaru's eyes as he pondered the situation. He was acutely aware that, although these children had some combat experience, the grim reality of war was an entirely different matter. Faced with the specter of death and sudden assaults from enemies, how could they conquer their inner fears and maintain composure? Regardless of the circumstances, the brutality of the battlefield would mercilessly test every aspect of their being. Would these children survive? Could he lead them to their demise? Why was life so perpetually fragile? Orochimaru murmured to himself, a wave of indescribable confusion washing over him. Nevertheless, he raised his head, his voice resolute and resonant. Everyone, for the sake of Konoha. For our families. For Konoha. For our families. They echoed in unison, blissfully unaware that their response was imbued with innocence, entirely unprepared for the harrowing battlefield that awaited them. Just as Orochimaru was about to lead the team away, a sudden cacophony erupted outside the training ground. The ninjas tasked with guarding the area appeared unusually tense due to the unexpected commotion. Orochimaru frowned, narrowing his eyes. Konoha's combat strength was now almost depleted, with only lower-ranking ninjas and injured personnel remaining. The sudden intrusion into the training ground could signify something dire. As expected, a genin stumbled in, his eyes glinting with urgency. His voice sliced through the air. I must see Orochimaru-sensei. I want to go to the front lines. The desperate cry carried an air of determination. This genin was not merely seeking a task or assistance, but was directly demanding to participate in the battle. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, observing the scene with calm detachment. He understood that Konoha had very few combatants left to deploy, and in such a scenario, a genin boldly requesting to face the battlefield piqued his interest. I am quite curious how a mere genin managed to breach your defenses, Orochimaru remarked coldly, a hint of sarcasm lacing his tone. The genin beside him stiffened, his complexion paling. He spoke in hushed tones. Orochimaru-sama, this individual is Might Guy, a taijutsu specialist. Although he once had a notable reputation in physical combat, he lacks talent in ninjutsu, thus he was not included in the selection. Orochimaru's gaze deepened as he turned to Might Guy, noting the absence of the expected timidity. Instead, he discerned an indomitable resolve emanating from the genin's eyes. He raised an eyebrow, intrigued by this young man. Regrettably, Guy, you possess no utility on the battlefield. Relying solely on taijutsu will not provide any substantial aid, Orochimaru stated coldly, his tone tinged with ruthless rejection. Upon hearing this, Might Guy did not waver in the slightest. His gaze hardened, and he began to form hand seals without hesitation. Despite the clumsiness and slowness of his movements, which made success seem nearly impossible, his determination remained unshaken. As he commenced the seals, numerous ninjas unsheathed their weapons, prepared for any sudden developments. However, Orochimaru simply observed in silence, raising a hand to signal everyone to halt. It was apparent that Guy and Appo's ninjutsu talent was not remarkable, yet he refused to relent. Very well, I shall see if he can indeed transcend his limitations. Orochimaru thought to himself. As Might Guy's speed diminished, he struggled to maintain control over his chakra. Just as everyone was on the verge of conceding, a miracle occurred. Might Guy successfully executed the transformation technique. His form instantly mirrored Orochimaru's, replicating not only his appearance but also his aura flawlessly. Thank you for your support of my efforts. Transformation technique. Might Guy exclaimed, his smile radiant and his voice brimming with confidence. All present were momentarily stunned, unable to believe their eyes. Despite the sluggishness of his hand seals and his inability to stabilize his chakra, he had managed to perform a ninjutsu. Orochimaru, too, narrowed his eyes in astonishment, tumultuous thoughts swirling within him. He realized that Might Guy harbored a unique power, one that exceeded his expectations. It appears that Guy is not as simple as he seems, Orochimaru mused quietly, sensing an unusual energy emanating from him. Might Guy's breakthrough not only garnered Orochimaru's newfound respect, but also illuminated a glimmer of hope hidden within Konoha. Even without ninjutsu talent, his indomitable will and unyielding spirit had the potential to make waves on the battlefield. Orochimaru resolved to personally test his capabilities, to ascertain whether he possessed the potential to become a force to be reckoned with in the impending conflict. Guy, if you wish to go to the front lines, I must personally evaluate your strength, Orochimaru stated in a calm and even tone. Without hesitation, Might Guy replied, Orochimaru-sama, I am ready. Let us begin. Might Guy's combat prowess, whether in taijutsu or willpower, was undeniably formidable. As the battle commenced, he swiftly activated the 8 gates, a technique that had become emblematic of his prowess. His body swelled, muscles engorged, skin tinged with red as an overwhelming chakra surged forth, raising the ambient temperature and compressing the surrounding air. Orochimaru's eyes widened in surprise, his heart racing. Might Guy's chakra was astonishingly powerful, comparable to that of summoned beasts. Such strength emerging from a taijutsu specialist was utterly unfathomable. In that moment, Orochimaru recognized that the young man before him far surpassed his initial expectations. With no hesitation, Might Guy launched an assault, charging towards Orochimaru like a bolt of lightning. His legs taut as he struck with the force of a hammer aimed at Orochimaru and Appo's chest. Orochimaru swiftly employed the earth substitution technique, narrowly evading the lethal blow. Yet, Might Guy followed closely, executing a gale foot technique with incredible speed, precisely severing the serpent summoned by Orochimaru. Undeterred by the ferocity of Might Guy's assault, Orochimaru countered, unleashing a torrent of serpents in retaliation, summoning the shadow serpent technique. Countless serpentine figures surged forth like a tidal wave, their speed nearly impossible to react to. Might Guy pressed the attack, his legs crashing down like iron hammers, rapidly obliterating the serpents and depleting their numbers. The battle intensified, the atmosphere growing increasingly taut. Orochimaru once again unleashed the Shuiken shadow clone technique, intending to disrupt Might Guy's rhythm. However, Might Guy burst forth with the speed of a peacock, his fists slicing through the air like blades, colliding forcefully with Orochimaru's shuriken. A powerful shockwave reverberated through the surroundings, tearing the ground asunder and sending dust swirling into the air, leaving the battlefield in utter disarray. As the conflict escalated into its deeper stages, Orochimaru finally unleashed his most formidable technique, the Serpent's Array. With a low growl, countless serpents surged forth from the earth and sky, resembling a vast ocean of darkness. Their razor-sharp heads aimed at Might Guy, intent on tearing him to shreds. Yet, Might Guy exhibited no trace of fear. He employed the moonwalk technique, deftly navigating through the mass of serpents like a specter. With each leap, he gracefully evaded the oncoming serpents, his speed nothing short of astonishing. In that moment, Might Guy resembled a meteor streaking across the night sky, swiftly closing in on Orochimaru at an unimaginable pace. The final strike. The chakra within Might Guy was nearly depleted, and his body had reached its limits. The ground beneath him cracked violently, and the air trembled with the force of his charge. Like a bolt of lightning, Might Guy surged towards Orochimaru, poised to deliver a decisive blow and determine the outcome of their fierce confrontation. Chapter 46. Might Guy joins the art of spirit communication. Triple Rashomon. Orochimaru's voice resonated with a deep timbre as he completed his hand seals. Instantly, the surrounding air surged violently, and 3 colossal Rashomon gates erupted from the ground, standing resolutely before him. Each gate resembled a massive steel barrier, exuding an unsettling aura. Almost simultaneously, Might Guy's figure darted into Orochimaru's line of sight like a bolt of lightning. With a thunderous crack, the first Rashomon gate shattered, followed by the second and third gates collapsing under the force of his strike. The violent tremor momentarily stilled the air, dust swirling as if time itself had halted in that instant. Orochimaru's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not anticipated that Might Guy could obliterate his triple Rashomon with sheer physical prowess. His lips quivered slightly, a wave of unprecedented sensation surging within him. The strength exhibited by Might Guy surpassed all his expectations. What kind of taijutsu is this? Such power! Orochimaru's voice carried a hint of astonishment. Breathing heavily, Might Guy and Appo's chakra surged within him like a raging flame. His body appeared to be on the brink of collapse, the immense pressure from the 8 gates nearly overwhelming him. Yet, he stood resolutely, his gaze unwavering. I sincerely apologize, Orochimaru-sama. I almost lost control. He chuckled awkwardly, his body marred by wounds. Yet his eyes conveyed an indomitable spirit. I can only push through to the 6th gate. Might Guy's voice was low and weary, his chakra rapidly depleting. Despite the formidable power still churning within him, he knew that if he continued, his body would not withstand such immense strain. As time passed, his movements grew increasingly sluggish, the explosive chakra gradually thinning, its potency fading. Orochimaru, observing this, hesitated momentarily. However, in an instant, he swiftly executed the body replacement technique. Vanishing from his position, when he reappeared, he stood behind Might Guy, the Kusanagi sword drawn, its tip nearly touching Might Guy and Appo's neck. Might Guy could distinctly feel the blade's point almost grazing his skin. A mere misstep could spell the end of his life. Yet, he exhibited no signs of panic, not even turning around. He simply lowered his head slightly, displaying a peculiar calmness despite his extreme fatigue. Orochimaru-sama, I concede. This individual truly possessed a terrifying presence that could not be ignored. Orochimaru inhaled deeply, a glint of profound insight flashing in his eyes. Even wielding the Kusanagi sword. Should this strike land, my survival would not be guaranteed. He began to reassess Might Guy. I apologize, I truly lost control just now. In truth, I have only opened the sixth gate, beyond which my body cannot endure. Orochimaru paused, then let out a cold laugh. The sixth gate? How astonishing. So this is the 8 gates technique. It truly caught me off guard. He licked his lips, a tumultuous feeling rising within him. The fact that Might Guy could unleash such immense power in such a brief span was genuinely astounding. You are indeed the former taijutsu prodigy. Should you open the 7th or even the 8th gate, I might not be able to withstand it. After a moment of silence, Orochimaru spoke calmly. Guy, your abilities are undeniably formidable. Although you may lack ninjutsu, your taijutsu is undoubtedly a powerful force on the battlefield. Upon hearing this, Might Guy revealed a sincere smile, his eyes shining with determination. Orochimaru-sama, I believe I can contribute to your team. Although I lack ninjutsu, I will do my utmost to assist you. Even though Might Guy and Appo's taijutsu might not hold an advantage against ninjutsu, Orochimaru understood that Guy and Appo's will and resolve were the most invaluable qualities. He smiled slightly. From this moment on, you shall accompany us. If you can unleash your true potential on the battlefield, we may bring a glimmer of hope to Konoha. Might Guy nodded excitedly, a grateful smile illuminating his face. Thank you, Orochimaru-sama. I will give it my all. Chapter 47. The new orders. The camp of Konoha is situated at the border between the land of fire and the land of river, originally a mere outpost. It has now transformed into the forefront of the battlefield. As the war spreads, the camp is inundated with the wounded. Severely injured ninjas lie on stretchers, pallid and writhing in agony. Those with minor injuries sit cross-legged on the ground, attempting to recover their chakra, yet their eyes are filled with anxiety. As if poised to re-enter the fray at any moment, Kakashi Hatake weaves through the camp, pausing occasionally to express concern for each injured ninja. He approaches a ninja who is coughing up blood and observes him struggle to speak. I utilized the basic training method to expel the poison, but it drained too much chakra. Kakashi furrows his brow, acutely aware that while the toxin may have been alleviated, the underlying issue of chakra depletion remains unresolved. At that moment, a female ninja approaches him, her voice tinged with urgency. Lord Kakashi, the spread of the rock ninja's poison is far too rapid. The basic training method is ineffective, and the antidote is not yet complete. If we do not act swiftly, our combat capabilities will collapse. Kakashi ponders for a moment and then calmly inquires, is there any way to seek external assistance? Our current means are insufficient. The female ninja responds. Only Tsunade and Uchiha Shuka can neutralize the toxin. Without hesitation, Kakashi dispatches a message requesting support from Tsunade and Shuka. Despite the dire circumstances, he firmly believes that as long as there are capable individuals, Konoha still harbors a glimmer of hope. As long as he can lead his team into battle, he will not surrender. Meanwhile, at the front lines of Sunagakure, Chiyo is intently studying a map of the land of river, analyzing Konoha's defenses. Her face is etched with fury, for the route through the land of fire has been obliterated by Orochimaru, leaving her deeply frustrated. She understands that Konoha's defenses are crumbling, manipulated by her former rival, Orochimaru. Ebz approaches Chiyo, reporting the latest developments. Lady Chiyo, Konoha and Appo's counterattack is becoming increasingly troublesome, particularly a ninja named Might Guy, whose taijutsu poses significant challenges for us. Chiyo raises an eyebrow. Might Guy? A mere taijutsu ninja is causing us trouble? She scoffs, realizing that Konoha's taijutsu is indeed formidable. Ebz continues. Their tactics are evolving, especially Orochimaru's shadow clone technique, which makes it difficult to pinpoint the enemy's location. Chiyo's anger reignites. While she knows her poison techniques can weaken Konoha's strength, they have not been entirely obliterated. She resolves to intensify her offensive and decisively suppress Konoha's counterattack. Chiyo also recognizes that the current front line is not merely a confrontation with Konoha, but is further compounded by the joint pressure from the land of river and the rock ninja village. She decides to reallocate some troops from the land of rain to the land of river, aiming to seize the initiative and resolve the stalemate of this conflict swiftly. Simultaneously, a squad from the rock ninja village embarks on a rapid assault mission, intending to circumvent Konoha's front lines and sever their supply lines. Although their tactical proficiency may not match that of Konoha's elite, they excel in agility and speed. However, they are unprepared for an interception by Team 7. Minato Namikaze has already set up a blockade ahead, while Uchiha Shuka and Kushina appear at 2 retreat paths, effectively sealing off the rock ninja's escape. I'm afraid there's no retreat ahead, Shuka states with a smile, his eyes glinting coldly as he brandishes his longsword. Think you can breach our defenses? Not a chance, Kushina adds icily, her tone devoid of emotion. Under Minato's command, Team 7 swiftly forms a triangular formation and launches their assault. In perfect synchrony, Shuka and Kushina defeat the Rock Ninja Squad within minutes, determining the battle's outcome. Despite the victory belonging to Konoha, the members of Team 7 do not feel a sense of relief. Kushina's expression is grave, burdened by the weight of the battlefield. Both Shuka and Minato experience an indescribable fatigue. The carefree days of yore seem to have vanished amidst this unending conflict. How long must we endure? Kushina murmurs, her voice laced with resignation. Until the war is over, Shuka sighs. A flicker of confusion crosses Minato's eyes. Over, that is everyone's hope. But when will it truly end? His heart swells with uncertainty, lost in the haze of this relentless battle. As Team 7 delves into contemplation, a thick cloud of smoke suddenly billows, and a ninja clad in a uniform appears before them. Clutching a scroll, he strides swiftly to Minato and Shuka. The latest orders. Uchiha Shuka is to be immediately dispatched to the front lines of Sunagakure, the Umbu ninja states calmly. Chapter 48. Preparing to commence the mission. The encampment along the IWA Shinobi village front lines, once a mere reconnaissance outpost tasked with monitoring enemy incursions into the land of fire, has undergone a swift transformation with the outbreak of war. This former bastion of vigilance has now become a fierce battleground, a steadfast line of defense against relentless assaults. The situation within the camp has grown increasingly dire, with a rising number of casualties and incapacitated shinobi, drastically depleting the once robust forces. Many have succumbed to the status of those requiring care, casting a shadow of despair over this previously tranquil locale. In the midst of this tense atmosphere, while the morale of the camp has not entirely collapsed, every individual is acutely aware that maintaining the current defensive line may soon invite an even more ferocious enemy onslaught. Within the command tent, several seasoned jonin are engaged in fervent discussions regarding future tactical directions. Some advocate for a proactive offensive, arguing that passive defense merely squanders precious time, and that they must retaliate while the enemy remains partially assembled. Conversely, others adopt a more cautious stance, cautioning that reckless aggression could exact a heavy toll, potentially leading to unforeseen consequences. As the debate intensifies, Jiraiya, as the commanding officer, ultimately renders a decision to continue fortifying the defensive line, with a conservative strategy remaining the preferred choice. The stability of the battlefield must be preserved, and rash actions are to be avoided. Outside the command tent, Xiaohua is summoned to converse with Jiraiya. Jiraiya reveals that Sunagakure has developed a highly sophisticated poison, posing a significant threat to the shinobi of Konoha. He hopes that Xiaohua can devise a ninjutsu to counteract this toxin. Despite his confidence in making a breakthrough, Xiaohua admits his deficiencies in medical ninjutsu, suggesting that this task is better suited for Tsunade. Jiraiya informs him, however, that Tsunade has been dispatched to the Sunagakure front lines, leaving Xiaohua as a secondary option to tackle this issue. As their dialogue draws to a close, Xiaohua proposes a condition. If he succeeds in resolving the poison dilemma from Sunagakure, might he earn the privilege to access the Book of Seals? Jiraiya pauses for a moment before responding. This matter requires the approval of the Hokage. A profound yearning for the Book of Seals fills Xiaohua's heart. Ever since he had heard tales of its mysteries while perusing the original text, he resolved to pursue the opportunity to read it at any cost. This ambition is not solely born from a desire for powerful ninjutsu. Xiaohua recognizes that the Book of Seals may indeed serve as a shortcut to augmenting his own strength and devising even more formidable techniques. To achieve this goal, he steels himself to fulfill Jiraiya's assignments with unwavering dedication, hoping to exchange this commitment for greater privileges. As Xiaohua departs the command tent, he encounters Hinata Hayashi. Hinata is covered in wounds, particularly his eyes, which are bandaged, and one arm is in a sling, rendering him notably frail. Concerned, Xiaohua inquires, "How are your eyes?" After a brief silence, Hinata responds softly, "The injury to my eyes is not severe. A few days of rest will suffice for recovery. However, I feel a profound anger, knowing the enemy could exploit the vulnerabilities in my line of sight." Xiaohua nods, feeling a twinge of sympathy for the plight of the Hyuga clan shinobi. Outside the encampment, the sounds of battle echo, with the distant battlefield illuminated by the vibrant hues of various ninjutsu. Despite the relentless assaults from IWA shinobi, attempting to breach Konoha's defenses, the ninjas of Konoha coordinate seamlessly, steadfastly holding their ground, while IWA shinobi continue to suffer increasing casualties. This unfolding scenario convinces Xiaohua that, although he has only recently embarked on his shinobi journey, he is no longer the inexperienced novice devoid of means to retaliate. He has developed the capabilities to confront formidable foes. After making the necessary preparations, Xiaohua returns to his tent, organizes essential tools and equipment, and readies himself for the impending mission. Unneeded items are dispatched to the Dragoness Cave via reverse summoning, whereby is tasked with overseeing them. With everything meticulously arranged, Xiaohua clears his mind and concentrates, bracing for the more arduous challenges ahead. As he departs the encampment, he gazes towards the distant woods and the billowing smoke of the battlefield, fully aware that he is headed to the front lines to confront even more perilous adversaries. Chapter 49. Collaboration. Xiaohua walked into a desolate city. The streets lay barren, and the once vibrant marketplace had turned eerily silent, resembling a wasteland. The gray sky loomed heavily over the city, suffocating its spirit, while the wind whistled through the dilapidated window frames, carrying an air of profound stillness. A few shops remained open, with the occasional passerby, evidently struggling to make it through their dwindling days. Though Xiaohua was no stranger to war and suffering, each encounter bore down on him with an oppressive weight. He ventured into a narrow alley and discovered a noodle shop still in operation. Despite the majority of establishments having shuttered their doors, the warm glow emanating from this eatery seemed to breathe a flicker of life into the city. He pushed the door open, the bell chiming brightly and shattering the silence. Under the dim yellow light, the proprietor sat behind the counter, weary and burdened by sorrow. Upon noticing a customer, he mustered a faint smile, but it scarcely concealed his fatigue and helplessness. "Welcome," the owner rasped, his tone laced with resignation. Xiaohua nodded, his gaze sweeping across the shop before settling on the menu affixed to the wall. A moment of surprise flickered across his face upon seeing the prices. They were astonishingly more than tenfold that of the Hidden Leaf Village. Even a simple bowl of ramen was exorbitantly priced. The proprietor, sensing Xiaohua's astonishment, sighed. "Prices have skyrocketed. Everything is expensive. Even noodles come at a steep cost. I may soon be unable to sustain this shop." His eyes spoke of despair. Xiaohua paused for a moment, already possessing the answer in his heart. He understood this plight, for even the Hidden Leaf had experienced rampant inflation due to war. As a ninja, he had witnessed countless such scenes, where the devastation wrought by conflict was nearly inescapable. "Please prepare 20 bowls of your specialty ramen," Xiaohua stated calmly, his voice unwavering. The owner blinked in disbelief at the request. Such a quantity was seldom ordered, even by regulars. He glanced down at Xiaohua, sensing an unusual aura. Although Xiaohua bore no headband, the chilling presence emanating from him instilled a sense of caution in the proprietor. "Can you truly finish all that?" The owner hesitated, yet did not refuse, for the silver notes on Xiaohua's table made it impossible to decline. "I will pay," Xiaohua said, placing the notes gently on the counter. The owner stole a glance at the bills, his eyes widening momentarily in surprise, but he quickly regained his composure and began preparing the ramen. Xiaohua sat down leisurely, lowering his head to eat. The owner busied himself in the kitchen, seemingly unprepared for such a patron. Just then, the bell rang again, and a figure clad in a black short coat and gray trousers entered, his face obscured by fabric, revealing only a pair of piercing green eyes. Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. He recognized the newcomer as Kakuzu, the foremost mercenary of the Hokage. Kakuzu strode directly to the counter and ordered a simple bowl of noodles. Though Xiaohua remained silent, he could acutely feel Kakuzu's alertness, the air thick with an unspoken tension. After finishing his meal, Kakuzu paid swiftly and prepared to leave. Xiaohua rose and followed closely, maintaining a steady pace. Occasionally, Kakuzu glanced back, noting Xiaohua's presence behind him, his expression subtly shifting, yet he made no comment, continuing onward. The two exchanged no words, merely walking side by side along the same path. The wind outside howled relentlessly, carrying a somber atmosphere. Kakuzu halted abruptly and turned to face Xiaohua, a flicker of wariness in his eyes. "Are you a ninja?" His gaze bore a hint of suspicion. Xiaohua did not rush to respond. Instead, he offered a gentle smile and nodded. "For the time being, I possess a ninja number." His tone was warm, seemingly unbothered by Kakuzu's inquiry. Kakuzu's eyes narrowed, scrutinizing Xiaohua, who bore no traditional symbols of a ninja, lacking even a headband or family crest. Nevertheless, Xiaohua and Appo's demeanor and aura were extraordinary, heightening Kakuzu and Appo's vigilance. He began to sift through his wanted posters in search of information on Xiaohua. "Your name does not appear here," Kakuzu murmured, his brow furrowing slightly, clearly easing his guard. He turned to stare intently at Xiaohua, his expression complex. "What brings you here?" Xiaohua took his time to respond, a soft smile gracing his lips. "I intend to hire you." The statement caught Kakuzu off guard, who then scoffed derisively. "Hire me? You, a mere ninja, think you have the standing to employ me?" His tone dripped with sarcasm, yet Xiaohua remained unfazed, his gaze steady. "I seek your contact information for future correspondence," Xiaohua replied, his voice still composed, as if it were a matter of course. Though it seemed absurd, Kakuzu could not shake a sense of unease. What did this imply? Was there a deeper motive behind Xiaohua? "Do you know who I am?" Kakuzu and Appo's voice dropped, laced with menace. He was not fond of others referencing his past. Xiaohua met his gaze head-on, nodding lightly. "Of course, Kakuzu, the one who assassinated the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. That name is well known." His tone bore no reverence, tinged instead with a hint of mockery. A flicker of displeasure crossed Kakuzu's eyes, clearly indicating that his past deeds were less than honorable. Xiaohua did not regard this as a threat. Rather, his teasing demeanor suggested he was aware of certain truths. Kakuzu's emotions grew more complex, realizing he might be ensnared in an inescapable situation. His expression darkened, his tone turning grave. "Aren't you afraid of me?" Xiaohua smiled nonchalantly. I do not wish to stand opposed to you. He spoke calmly. If you are willing, I can ensure you greater profits in the future. Kakuzu raised an eyebrow, asking in a low voice, what are your terms? Collaboration, a simple partnership, Xiaohua elucidated. You can provide me with your intelligence and skills, and in return, I will furnish you with ample resources. Furthermore, all the profits you earn will be yours to keep. Kakuzu was taken aback, falling silent for a moment as he gazed deeply at Xiaohua. A ninja so young proposing such enticing terms, without a hint of urgency for conflict, felt distinctly unusual to Kakuzu. Though he maintained his wariness, an unexpected curiosity towards Xiaohua began to blossom within him. After careful contemplation, Kakuzu and Appo's demeanor began to shift. You make a valid point. Future opportunities are indeed worth collaborating on. He did not immediately agree, but continued to gaze into Xiaohua and Appo's eyes, as if trying to discern his true intentions. Very well, Kakuzu finally stated, I consent to collaborate with you, but remember, not everything proceeds according to plan. I understand. Xiaohua nodded, a smile gracing his lips. The two exchanged no further words, synchronously embarking on a discussion regarding the details of their future collaboration. Chapter 50. The art of poison. A full day had passed since parting ways with Kakuzu. Xiaohua traversed the desolate forest alone, the surroundings marked by the remnants of war, collapsed trees, shattered branches, and scarred earth. His gaze swept over the overgrown landscape, each sight seemingly a reminder that the shadow of conflict had not entirely dissipated. Leaves rustled as the wind blew, and Xiaohua's eyes were fixed ahead. Suddenly, he sensed a faint aura of danger. At that moment, the subtle sound of footsteps shattered the surrounding silence. Xiaohua swiftly turned, calmly surveying his environment. Soon, his gaze settled on a concealed rock behind which three figures emerged quietly. Clad in the green vests of the Leaf Village, they did not seem to be foes. The familiar aura allowed Xiaohua to relax his guard slightly. He recognized them as Leaf Ninjas. Lowering his gaze, he noticed he had been ensnared by Nara Shikaku's shadow imitation technique. A hint of disdain curled at the corner of Xiaohua's mouth. Is this how you welcome your seniors? Senior? Nara Shikaku stood lazily before him, his tone laced with provocation. We graduated before you, Xiaohua. Xiaohua remained unruffled, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he softly replied, those who graduated before me, how could they have been so thoroughly defeated by me in the past? Shikaku's expression turned furious, and he growled softly, things are different now. My strength has changed. It was evident that 2 years of battle had imbued him with a fierce confidence. Xiaohua chuckled lightly, continuing, even so, do you truly believe that Akiyoko would accept such an immature brat like you? The sarcasm in his words only served to further infuriate Shikaku. Standing nearby, Akimichi Choza and Yamanaka Inoichi observed silently. Both knew well the long-standing rivalry between Shikaku and Xiaohua, particularly regarding the attention of their teacher, Akiyoko. Although they felt some sympathy, they refrained from intervening, hoping for a swift end to the dispute. In the face of Shikaku's provocation, Xiaohua took his time to respond, employing the shadow clone technique. In an instant, his figure vanished, leaving behind a clone bound by shadows. Shikaku stared in disbelief, utterly unprepared for Xiaohua's rapid transformation, instantly losing sight of his target. Meanwhile, Xiaohua's true self materialized behind Shikaku, swiftly drawing his blade and lightly pressing it against Shikaku's neck. Shikaku's face paled, and he immediately raised his hands in surrender. I was wrong, Senior Xiaohua, spare me. His voice brimmed with desperation, clearly realizing he had no chance of resistance before Xiaohua. Observing Shikaku and Appo's helpless demeanor, Xiaohua gently withdrew the blade from his neck, casually remarking, you should have said so earlier. The expressions of Choza and Inoichi were complex. While they felt a sense of relief, they remained silent. They understood Shikaku and Appo's pride, and today's defeat would undoubtedly be a heavy blow. Nevertheless, they did not defend Shikaku, but continued to observe the unfolding situation. All right, everyone, stop quarreling, Xiaohua said, lightly patting Shikaku on the shoulder with a calm tone. If you truly have issues, come find me later to resolve them. With that, he turned and strolled towards the camp, his pace unhurried. The three followed him into the Leaf Village's encampment. The atmosphere within the camp was starkly different. The wilderness, scattered rocks, and wild grasses instantly vanished, replaced by neatly arranged tents and bustling medical personnel. Here, wounded soldiers lay on stretchers, their groans echoing through the air, which was thick with tension and despair. It was evident that the casualties among the Leaf forces were severe, the wounds inflicted by battle far exceeding anyone's imagination. At the center of the camp, Tsunade was intensely treating the injured. Her hands radiated green chakra as she skillfully tended to the wounded, each moment critical. Despite her extraordinary healing abilities, her face bore the marks of deep fatigue and helplessness. With each soldier she healed, she became increasingly aware of the irreversible reality before her. Nearby, Kakashi Hitaki wore a furrowed brow, clearly cognizant of the dire situation facing the Leaf Village. Chio and Appo's poison is proving to be a significant challenge, Tsunade murmured, her voice tinged with exhaustion. They are too deeply poisoned, and the delay has been too long. Despite my utmost efforts, there are too many of them, and time is no longer on our side. Upon hearing Tsunade and Appo's words, Kakashi and Appo's expression darkened, and after a moment of silence, he quietly inquired, "How much longer do you think we can hold out?" Tsunade paused, pain evident in her eyes as she replied, "I don't know. I've done all I can." Her tone was heavy with weariness and resignation, clearly having reached her limits. Xiaohua approached the two, offering a faint smile. "I do not possess an antidote," he stated. As soon as the words left his mouth, the hopeful expressions on Tsunade and Kakashi's faces sank. However, Xiaohua continued, "But I do have a method to save them." This statement ignited a flicker of hope in their eyes. Yet, he followed it with, "But what will I receive in return?" This question rendered Tsunade and Kakashi's expressions complex. They exchanged glances, hesitating momentarily before finally asking, "What do you want?" "I wish to see the Book of Seals." His request was made casually, yet it felt like a stone cast into a tranquil lake. The air within the tent froze. Even the moans of the wounded seemed to quiet slightly. Tsunade, who had been examining a poisoned ninja, abruptly lifted her head, her golden ponytail sweeping through the air. Her amber eyes narrowed, a sardonic smile forming on her lips. "Repeat that. What is it you desire?" She set down her medical tools, crossing her arms over her chest, her ample bosom accentuated by the gesture. Xiaohua and Appo's gaze was involuntarily drawn to her, only to quickly shift away at her warning glare. "I wish to see the Book of Seals," Xiaohua reiterated, his voice unwavering. Kakashi, known as the White Fang of the Leaf, stood at the entrance of the tent, his fingers instinctively brushing the hilt of his short sword. His gaze darted between Xiaohua and Tsunade, wary and perplexed. Tsunade let out a short, cold laugh. "You should have had an opportunity to view the Book of Seals. Why then do you threaten us for this?" She took a few steps forward, her high heels clicking sharply against the wooden floor. "As a ninja who created foundational training methods, the third Hokage could not have denied you this privilege." Xiaohua shrugged, a flicker of mockery flashing in his red Sharingan. "I haven't received a single coin, so how could I have the right to view the Book of Seals?" Tsunade was momentarily taken aback, her brows knitted together, small creases appearing on her forehead. Chapter 51, Detoxification Art 2. Tsunade's voice escalated abruptly. "How is that conceivable? Every originator of a ninjutsu worthy of inscription in the Book of Seals should inherently possess the privilege to peruse it." Kakashi Sakomo remained taciturn, though a profound glint flickered within his eyes. As an elite ninja seasoned by numerous political skirmishes, he swiftly discerned that this wasn't merely an attempt to suppress SHK individually, but rather a manifestation of the Leaf's collective apprehension towards the Uchiha clan. Tsunade, too, seemed to grasp this underlying sentiment. Her countenance transitioned from indignation to pensive contemplation, ultimately settling into a state of resolute determination. She inhaled deeply, the necklace adorning her bosom undulating with her breath. "Very well," she finally articulated, her voice subdued yet unwavering. "Provided you surmount the present predicament, I shall endorse your application for access to the Book of Seals." SHK didn't respond immediately. Instead, he pivoted towards Kakashi Sakomo, a cryptic smile playing upon his lips. "However, my intentions aren't solely focused on perusing the Book of Seals." Tsunade arched an eyebrow inquisitively. "Oh? I possess a ninjutsu." SHK enunciated deliberately, tracing a path of chakra in the air with his finger, specifically engineered for the manipulation of toxins. He paused momentarily, his gaze locking with Tsunade's. "However, detoxification necessitates unparalleled medical expertise." Tsunade and Appo's eyes widened imperceptibly. "Are you suggesting that you intend to impart this ninjutsu to me?" Her tone was tinged with both astonishment and skepticism. SHK nodded, a self-assured grin that irked Tsunade plastered across his visage. "Precisely. Whether they can be salvaged hinges upon the alacrity of your acquisition, Lady Tsunade." The atmosphere within the tent underwent an immediate shift, becoming taut and charged. Kakashi Sakomo finally interjected. "SHK, this is hardly the occasion for levity. I seldom engage in jest, particularly concerning medical ninjutsu," SHK countered, his smile dissipating. The three tomo within his Sharingan swirled languidly. "This ninjutsu is designated detoxification art." He initiated a sequence of hand seals, executing them with deliberate precision. Chakra coalesced within his palm, manifesting as a wisp of pale green luminescence. Its principle involves absorbing toxins into the hand, SHK elucidated, his tone adopting a solemn gravitas, condensing them into a poison hand. The more toxins assimilated, the greater the potency. Tsunade's expression morphed from skepticism to rapt absorption. As a prodigy in medical ninjutsu, she instantly recognized the immense value and potential peril inherent in this technique. She edged closer to SHK, meticulously discerning the flow of chakra within his hand. "This demands exceptional chakra control," she murmured, almost to herself, "and the ability to withstand the agonizing backlash of the toxins." Kakashi Sakomo stood by, his brow furrowed in consternation. As a ninja primarily versed in combat, Such intricate medical ninjutsu lay beyond his comprehension. However, judging from the burgeoning luminosity in Tsunade's eyes, he deduced that SHK's assertions weren't entirely unfounded. Tsunade abruptly raised her head, her piercing gaze fixing upon SHK. This ninjutsu bears the imprint of my own style. Her voice was laced with incredulity, as if it were meticulously tailored for her. SHK didn't refute the claim, offering only a faint smile. Subsequent to the cessation of hostilities, would you consent to an assignation with me? The air within the tent solidified instantaneously. Kakashi Tsukumo nearly choked on his own saliva, while Tsunade's countenance swiftly transmuted from astonishment to incandescent rage. Predictably, he's a disciple of that scoundrel Jiraiya. They're all cut from the same cloth. She roared, her fists clenching audibly. SHK retreated a step, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. However, it was too late. Perish, Tsunade bellowed, unleashing a punch imbued with chakra, forming a visible vortex of energy around her fist. SHK didn't even have time to weave a defensive hand seal before the blow connected squarely with his chest. His body was propelled through the air like a severed kite string, tearing through the canvas of the tent and colliding with two adjacent tents before finally coming to rest. Dust and tattered fabric filled the air, plunging the camp into pandemonium. Akimichi Chza, clutching a sizable pouch of soldier pills, witnessed the scene with gaping incredulity. That fellow certainly possesses an audacious spirit. Within the tent, Tsunade inhaled deeply several times to regain her composure. She turned to Kakashi Tsukumo. Keep a watchful eye on him. Ensure he doesn't expire. Without waiting for a response, she strode towards the nearest poison ninja. Despite her fury, Tsunade and Appo's professional acumen as a medic enabled her to swiftly regain her composure. She mentally reviewed the hand seals and chakra flow that SHK had demonstrated, her hands beginning to mimic the complex sequence. Detoxification art, she murmured, gently placing her hand upon the exposed chest of the poison ninja. A verdant luminescence emanated from her palm, resembling countless minute tendrils probing into the patient's body. Tsunade closed her eyes, focusing intently on the flow of toxins. Perspiration rapidly beaded upon her brow, trickling down her cheeks. The toxins are being extracted, she muttered through gritted teeth, evidently enduring considerable discomfort. But it and Appo's more arduous than anticipated. Kakashi Tsukumo stood vigilantly, his hand never straying far from the short sword sheathed behind his back. His gaze sweeping across the surroundings. He observed that peculiar purple striations were beginning to manifest upon Tsunade's arms, a telltale sign that the toxins were infiltrating her body. Lady Tsunade, silence. Tsunade snapped, cutting him off sharply. Do not disturb me. She amplified her chakra output, the verdant luminescence intensifying. Beneath the poison ninja and Appo's skin, the ebony toxins could be seen gradually being drawn away, converging towards Tsunade's palm. Amidst the debris of the collapsed tents, SHK laboriously extricated himself. He coughed, expelling a mouthful of blood, yet a satisfied smile played upon his lips. Through the tattered remnants of the tent, he could see Tsunade putting the ninjutsu he had imparted into practice. As expected of Lady Tsunade, he murmured to himself, her learning capacity is truly astonishing. Within the tent, Tsunade had completed the initial phase of toxin extraction. Her right hand was now completely enveloped in a layer of purple chakra, appearing both eerie and formidable. Next is sealing, she gasped, her left hand commencing another intricate sequence of hand seals. Kakashi Tsukumo could no longer restrain himself from intervening. Lady Tsunade, are you certain you wish to proceed? The extent of the toxins, I said, do not disturb me. Tsunade retorted, her upper garment now saturated with perspiration. I can sense. The crux of this ninjutsu lies in transmuting the toxins into chakra. Her left hand slammed down upon her right wrist, instantly activating an intricate sealing formula. The purple toxin chakra began to compress, gradually forming an annular tattoo encircling her wrist. Success. Tsunade exhaled deeply, a weary yet triumphant smile gracing her countenance. SHK had by now returned to the tent entrance, leaning against the doorframe and applauding. Bravo, Lady Tsunade. At least 10 minutes faster than I projected. Tsunade cast a frigid glare in his direction. If you ever indulge in such jests again, I shall ensure you remain bedridden for 3 months. SHK raised his hands in surrender, though the mirth in his eyes remained undiminished. As you decree, Lady Tsunade. However, do you not concur that this ninjutsu is particularly suited to you? Tsunade didn't respond immediately. She approached the next poison ninja, once again employing the detoxification art. This time, her movements were more fluid, her pace considerably accelerated. Indeed, she finally conceded during a momentary respite. This ninjutsu appears to be custom-made for me. She paused, her piercing gaze fixing upon SHK. Why? SHK leaned against the medical table, casually picking up a bottle of disinfectant alcohol and toying with it. Because only a medical ninja of your caliber can unlock its full potential. He set down the bottle, his expression turning uncharacteristically earnest. Moreover, the leaf requires such power. Tsunade scrutinized him intently, offering no further comment. She turned towards the third patient. the purple tattoo on her right hand shimmering with a dangerous yet captivating light. Detoxification art. With her hushed incantation, the toxins surged forth from the patient's body like a tidal wave, ravenously absorbed by her palm. Within the tent, the verdant chakra luminescence intertwined with the purple toxins, creating a singular and magnificent spectacle. Hikaku Sumaru observed the scene before him, the tension etched on his face gradually easing. He approached Xiaohua, lowering his voice to a mere whisper. You had this planned all along, didn't you? Xiaohua smiled in silence, the three tomo of his crimson Sharingan slowly revolving, reflecting Tsunade's focused silhouette as she tended to the wounded. Chapter 52. A decisive strike. The morning sun gently filtered through the thin fabric of the tent, casting a warm glow upon Xiaohua's face, rousing him from his slumber. The previous night, urgent commands had echoed within the command room, informing Xiaohua that he would partake in the mission to reclaim a strategic stronghold in the land of rivers, under the leadership of the stoic Hataki Suamao. Rubbing the sleep from his eyes, he attempted to dispel the remnants of drowsiness and rose slowly to his feet. Within the camp, other ninjas busily prepared for the impending expedition. Each time they caught sight of Xiaohua, they would pause momentarily, nodding their heads or offering brief greetings. Upon entering the command room, Xiaohua found Suamao already awaiting him with an air of calm detachment. His gaze was sharp as a blade, seemingly capable of piercing through Xiaohua's very thoughts. You have finally arrived, Suamao remarked, his voice low and steady, carrying an undeniable authority. A surge of inexplicable emotion welled within Xiaohua, for he understood that his options had dwindled. Approaching the table, he replied softly, Yes. Are we prepared? When do we depart? Soon, came the succinct reply. Xiaohua refrained from further words, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Suamao continued, Go meet your companions. Xiaohua walked deliberately towards the opposite side of the command room, where another ninja sat in silence, clad in a gray trench coat and sunglasses. He exuded an air of indifference, seemingly unperturbed by his surroundings. His demeanor was composed and profound, making it difficult to discern any emotion from his exterior. This individual was Y Ninja Shiki, a member of the Y Ninja clan and his partner for the mission. Suamao turned to Xiaohua, introducing him in a concise and composed manner. This is Y Ninja Shiki, a formidable ninja from the Y Ninja clan. Shiki lifted his gaze slightly, his cold eyes sweeping over Xiaohua, revealing no interest in his presence. His expression bore a hint of weariness, as if countless battles had dulled his thirst for victory. Xiaohua could not help but scrutinize this new companion, a wave of doubt washing over him. Is this my new partner? He inquired, his tone laced with skepticism. Rest assured, he is strong. So, Omao replied authoritatively, you should be more concerned about yourself. Standing there, Xiaohua's gaze involuntarily lingered on Shiki. The latter rose with a calm, steady demeanor, as though the world around him was inconsequential. He turned towards the exit, his steps measured and silent. We should depart, he stated in a low voice, as if merely stating an unalterable fact. Xiaohua nodded, filled with questions, yet choosing silence. He followed Shiki's lead, accompanied by Suamao. Stepping into the unknown realm of battle, the border of the land of rivers starkly contrasted with Konoha, presenting a desolate and silent landscape that enveloped them in a stifling atmosphere. The air was humid, the forests dense, and the mountains interspersed, concealing countless unknown dangers. Standing atop a high vantage point, Xiaohua and Shiki gazed intently at the distant sand fortress, while Suamao positioned himself ahead, his gaze piercing and sharp, scrutinizing every movement of the enemy. Is it truly this close? Xiaohua murmured, his voice laced with concern as he fixated on the sand ninja positions. The enemy and Appo's defenses are weak, but we must not be complacent, Shiki replied, his tone devoid of emotion, his focus unwavering. Their objective was to seize the land of rivers and subsequently launch an assault on the land of fire. We must thwart their efforts. Xiaohua's brow furrowed, sensing the urgency of their mission. What do we do now? Eliminate the enemy and Appo's sentries, Shiki stated, his demeanor unchanged, eyes still locked onto the horizon. In an instant, he transformed into a multitude of insects, vanishing into the air to commence reconnaissance. Suddenly, a faint rustle emanated from the thicket. Xiaohua and Appo's eyes darted around, tension mounting. Yet Suamao remained unfazed. He gestured for Xiaohua to remain calm, and with a flash of his eyes, he disappeared from sight. At that moment, Xiaohua heard the subtle sound of footsteps approaching. He realized the enemy had detected their presence. Indeed, several sand ninjas swiftly emerged from the ground, forming a combat formation, clearly prepared for an ambush. Hataki Suamao is truly remarkable. Just as the enemy readied to strike, he appeared before them, swift as the wind. He moved with such speed that he left scarcely a trace, and in the blink of an eye, the enemy lay vanquished, blood splattering across the ground. Xiaohua watched in shock, his heart racing with awe. He had always known Suamao and Appo's prowess, yet witnessing it firsthand left him profoundly astounded. Is this the Hataki family's blade technique? Xiaohua murmured to himself. Focus, Xiaohua. Suamao's cold voice cut through the air, devoid of warmth. Concentrate. Xiaohua quickly regained his composure, turning to observe Shiki in the air. He had transformed into countless tiny insects, encircling the enemy in a search pattern before reappearing behind them, calmly dispatching several foes. Witnessing Shiki's detached combat style, Xiaohua realized that this ninja from the Y Ninja clan was far from ordinary. The battle unfolded with astonishing swiftness, the enemy's counterattacks proving futile. Under the seamless cooperation of Suan Mao and Shiki, the Sand Ninjas were swiftly overwhelmed. Few could withstand Suan Mao and Appo's onslaught, while Shiki moved like a phantom, silently eliminating adversaries with ease. Chapter 53. Counterattack. The figure of Hatake Kakashi glided through the woods like a wraith, his speed astonishing enough to leave Uchiha, Xiaohua, momentarily dumbfounded. Xiaohua followed closely behind Kakashi, pondering to himself that perhaps only by activating his Sharingan could he barely keep pace with him. The morning sun poured over the post-battle forest, creating an eerily quiet atmosphere. Only the gentle breeze rustled through the treetops, producing a soft whisper. On the ground, several corpses of sand shinobi lay still, their blood seeping slowly into the earth. Xiaohua refrained from glancing back at the fallen enemies, fully aware that this was not the conclusion of their mission. The true peril loomed ahead. We cannot linger, Kakashi stated coldly, halting his steps. We must move. Xiaohua nodded, though his heart remained unsettled. As a ninja of Konoha, executing the mission was his duty. No matter the challenge, he could only choose to confront it head-on. Are you all right? Kakashi suddenly turned back, his tone laced with a hint of jest. You are quite swift, Xiaohua replied, shaking his head with a trace of helplessness. I thought you were the wind among ninjas. Kakashi seemed unfazed by Xiaohua's remark, chuckling lightly. A man should not be called fast. His teasing tone left Xiaohua momentarily speechless, prompting an inward sigh. Truly, how frustrating it was to undertake a mission with such a frivolous individual. Beside them, Aburame Shurji remained silent, casting a fleeting glance at Xiaohua, as if everything were of no concern to him. I've had enough, Xiaohua silently complained. Two tedious fellows make me feel utterly lost. The trio pressed further into enemy territory, traversing the dense forest. Shurji led the way, his swarm of insects ever vigilant to the surroundings. His insects could detect the enemy and Appo's presence and location in an instant, providing substantial assurance for their progress. Xiaohua maintained a state of alertness. Though the incessant buzzing of the insects filled his ears, each sound seemed to warn him. Danger may strike at any moment. Do not underestimate these insects. Their vigilance is unparalleled, Shurji stated softly. Xiaohua nodded. Though he had never fully trusted these creatures, he recognized that Shurji's abilities in reconnaissance were indeed formidable. Soon, guided by Shurji, the trio successfully evaded the ambush lurking within the woods. Xiaohua exhaled deeply, realizing that the synergy between him and this small team was growing stronger. Despite the differing personalities of Kakashi and Shurji, their skills and teamwork undoubtedly facilitated the mission's success. After several hours of stealth, they finally approached the front line of the Sand Shinobi. Kakashi's gaze sharpened as he quickly surveyed the surroundings before signaling them to halt. The enemy's communication method is quite peculiar, he murmured. They exchange information through specific gestures, remaining exceedingly cautious. Xiaohua furrowed his brow slightly. What shall we do? We wait, Kakashi replied succinctly. We cannot act rashly. We must wait for them to reveal themselves. After a considerable time, a Sand Shinobi squad finally exhibited a flaw. Two of them engaged in low conversation while relaying information through their unique gestures. A glint of determination flashed in Kakashi's eyes as he surged forward like the wind. Xiaohua and Shurji followed closely, remaining alert to their surroundings. Although the enemy was highly vigilant, they had almost no reaction time to Kakashi's swift assault. In an instant, the Sand Shinobi squad was decimated. Xiaohua stood aside, watching as the Sand Shinobi fell, a wave of oppression washing over him. He understood that such battles could never be taken lightly, yet what could he do? As ninjas, their mission was to eliminate the enemy. For Konoha, for the village, it seemed that everything else could be disregarded. Stop dawdling, Xiaohua, Kakashi snapped. Let's continue. Understood, Xiaohua quickly replied, snapping back to focus. However, just as they prepared to delve deeper, an unforeseen shift shattered the tranquility. The enemy's communication methods were not limited to mere gestures. More foes emerged from the woods, silently encircling them. The enemy has laid an ambush, Xiaohua shouted. Stay calm, Kakashi replied nonchalantly. We must retreat. At his command, the three swiftly altered their course, seeking a suitable place to conceal themselves. Back in Konoha, Tsunade finally regained consciousness from her stupor. She opened her eyes to find herself still lying on the treatment bed, her face marred and drenched in sweat. The memories of excruciating pain and toxic gas assaults lingered in her mind, leaving her feeling indescribably weak. Damn it, Tsunade muttered through clenched teeth. I nearly perished at the hands of the enemy. Struggling to sit up, she began performing the creation rebirth technique, rapidly restoring her appearance. Although traces of fatigue remained, she no longer appeared hideous. After her treatment, she became acutely aware of one thing. She owed Uchiha Xiaohua a significant debt of gratitude. How shall I repay him? Tsunade pondered, her heart filled with complex emotions. Subsequently, She focused her energy on preparing a new antidote. She understood that the upcoming challenges would be even more formidable, especially against increasingly powerful foes. No matter what, she had to prepare swiftly, otherwise, Konoha's fate would hang in the balance. Xiaohua helped me once. This time, I must take action myself. As Tsunade immersed herself in her research, she suddenly received a report informing her that Kakashi and Xiaohua had ventured deep into the land of rivers. This news stirred a profound doubt within her. She found it hard to believe that Kakashi and Xiaohua would dare penetrate the enemy's core territory under such circumstances. They might know something, Tsunade murmured. But I cannot remain idle. Soon, a bespectacled female ninja hurried into Tsunade's laboratory, her expression flustered as she clutched a dispatch. Lady Tsunade. Hatake Kakashi instructed that you command from the rear, the female ninja said anxiously. Tsunade and Appo's expression changed, her voice turning icy. Where did you come from? The female ninja hesitated before replying. I am from Konoha's support team, sent to assist you. However, Tsunade, through keen observation, noticed the symbol of root hanging from her chest. Instinctively, she became alert, feeling unease creep in. You were sent by Danzo? Tsunade's voice dropped, a palpable pressure emanating from her. The female ninja attempted to clarify. No? Lady Tsunade, Silence. Tsunade commanded, swiftly seizing the female ninja and Appo's throat and growling. Do you wish to serve Danzo? After some intense questioning, Tsunade confirmed that the female ninja was indeed affiliated with Root. Releasing her grip, Tsunade's gaze remained frosty. The front lines do not permit Danzo's interference, understood? With piercing eyes, Tsunade warned, Danzo's people are not allowed to meddle. I will personally lead the charge to retaliate. She quickly donned her armor, declaring her intent to rally all available ninjas to counterattack, vowing to turn the tide of the battle. Chapter 54. The puppeteer. The morning sun filtered through the dense foliage, casting a gentle glow upon the forest floor. The air was crisp, and the harmonious chorus of birdsong created a serene atmosphere. Kiki Suema, Yunu Shurji, and Xiaohua silently traversed the woods. Their objective clear and their task formidable. They needed to breach the Sand Ninja's defenses and delve into enemy territory to procure vital intelligence. Stay quiet, Kiki Suema suddenly murmured. Halting in his tracks, the others followed suit, with Xiaohua anxiously surveying the surroundings. Despite the warm sunlight bathing the forest, an air of hostility lingered. Yunu Shurji remained acutely vigilant, his fingertips twitching as insects flitted about, poised to scout for any disturbances. There's movement ahead. Yunu Shurji's voice was low and composed. From a distance, the sound of footsteps echoed, prompting the trio to swiftly conceal themselves behind a colossal tree, completely shrouded in shadow. Though the wind rustled the leaves with a soft whisper, they seemed to meld with the bark, any slight noise unlikely to betray their presence. From the depths of the woods, 3 squads of Sand Ninja advanced with caution. They tread lightly, eyes scanning their surroundings, seemingly in search of lurking adversaries. They're highly alert. Xiaohua whispered, his heart racing. Kiki Suema squinted, intently observing the unfolding scene. Each step taken by the enemy felt like a trigger on a minefield, rendering the trio hesitant to act. Yet, they had no alternative but to press on. Yunu Shurji and Appo's gaze swiftly shifted to the nearby insects, which took to the air silently before returning, reporting on the enemy's movements. Their vigilance is formidable. We must not act recklessly. We wait, Kiki Suema stated firmly, until they pass. As the enemy finally moved on, the trio quietly repositioned themselves, cautiously continuing their advance. Tension hung in the air, with each member remaining on high alert. Kiki Suema led the way, while Yunu Shurji employed the insects for further reconnaissance, ensuring no enemies pursued them. Xiaohua followed closely, his keen instincts ready to respond to any unforeseen circumstances. As they ventured deeper, the atmosphere grew increasingly perilous. Kiki Suema abruptly halted, whispering a warning, be mindful. The ground trembles. Though subtle, the vibrations were enough to heighten their awareness. The slight tremors in the sandy earth indicated not just a few foes, but an entire battalion approaching. Within 30 meters, a large contingent of Sand Ninja was near. Kiki Suema's eyes sharpened like a blade, swiftly assessing the enemy's position. What shall we do? Xiaohua inquired, visibly tense. Remain concealed, Kiki Suema whispered urgently. If we are discovered, we retreat. The trio quickly withdrew into the cover of a large tree, holding their breath as they awaited the enemy's passage. As the battalion of Sand Ninja approached, the trio observed the enemy's heightened alertness. Each Sand Ninja moved with the precision of a hawk, their steps light and deliberate. They found themselves completely surrounded. Though the enemy remained oblivious, the density of the patrol instilled immense pressure upon them. They're not here to find us. Rather, they conduct these tight patrols to ensure no lurking threats escape their notice. We remain still and wait for their departure, Xiaohua analyzed calmly. When the battalion finally passed, the trio wasted no time in shifting their positions and advancing further. This level of vigilance exceeds our expectations, Xiaohua remarked. Regardless, we must continue, Kiki Suema replied succinctly, leading the team towards their intended destination. After hours of cautious progression, they finally paused to rest. Kiki Suema broke the silence. Xiaohua, I've heard you possess unique ninjutsu. What might I learn from you? Xiaohua raised an eyebrow, grasping Kiki Suema's implication. Though they were not intimately acquainted, he recognized the prowess of the Kiki clan and Appo's swordsmanship, and in exchange, Suema was willing to impart powerful techniques. For Xiaohua, this was undoubtedly an opportunity. I can teach you a technique known as Breath of Thunder, Xiaohua replied slowly. Breath of Thunder? Suema echoed, clearly intrigued, as it sounded akin to a lightning-related technique. Indeed, Xiaohua nodded. Explaining, and Appo's, Breath of Thunder and Appo's, harnesses the rhythm of chakra flow to awaken the lightning attribute chakra within, augmenting one's offensive capabilities. You are well suited to learn this skill. Suema and Appo's interest was piqued, and he nodded in agreement. Xiaohua patiently elucidated the principles and essentials of the technique, emphasizing the synchronization of chakra flow and breath. He then demonstrated the technique. As Xiaohua synchronized his breathing, faint arcs of electricity ignited within him, radiating along his limbs, illuminating the air with a lightning-like brilliance. The air trembled slightly with the emergence of the arcs. Now you may try, Xiaohua encouraged Suema. Suema took the knife, closed his eyes, and began to concentrate. Taking a deep breath, he channeled his chakra. As he breathed, electrical arcs began to snake along the blade, its edge shimmering with a silvery glow, seemingly infused with newfound vigor. I feel it. A glimmer sparked in Suema's eyes as he swung the knife, sensing an overwhelming power. Well done, Xiaohua smiled, feeling a sense of satisfaction. You have now mastered Breath of Thunder. This will greatly enhance your combat prowess. Subsequently, Xiaohua presented Suema with a scroll containing the swordsmanship techniques, emphasizing that it was a cherished heritage of the Kiki clan, reserved for only the closest of kin. Suema accepted it solemnly, a surge of responsibility swelling within him, silently vowing to master these techniques to their pinnacle. We must depart. The enemy draws near, Yunoshirji reminded them. The trio swiftly readied their gear and set forth once more. Breaking through the Sand Ninja's lines as they delved deeper, they finally uncovered the Sand Ninja's fortress. This stronghold was situated in a vast clearing, serving as a crucial base for the Sand Ninja in this region. Yunoshirji utilized his insects for reconnaissance, establishing the surrounding environment of the fortress and proposing a plan to penetrate the defenses. We must split up, Yunoshirji suggested. I will take the lead and scout ahead. Kiki Suema, you will breach the lines, and Xiaohua, you provide support from the rear. Once prepared, Kiki Suema initiated the assault, employing the enhanced swordsmanship from Breath of Thunder to swiftly dispatch the enemy sentries. Meanwhile, Yunoshirji's insects darted into the enemy encampment, gathering intelligence on their movements. We have time. Let us move, Xiaohua urged. The trio advanced cautiously, Kiki Suema and Appo's sword strikes as swift as thunder, enemies falling one after another. Yunoshirji remained vigilant, ensuring no foes detected their presence. However, just as they were on the verge of breaching the Sand Ninja and Appo's lines, a sudden alarm blared, signaling that the enemy had discovered their presence. Combat ensues, Xiaohua murmured, gripping his sword tightly, preparing to engage. Intense battle confronted by an increasing number of Sand Ninja. The trio was thrust into a fierce battle. Kiki Suema wielded his sword to slay foes, while Xiaohua and Yunoshirji fought valiantly in defense. In the heat of conflict, Xiaohua spotted a formidable adversary, a puppeteer. The puppeteer commanded powerful puppets to attack, moving with remarkable speed and posing a grave threat. Xiaohua quickly assessed the enemy's maneuvers, skillfully evading assaults. With each dodge, he identified vulnerabilities in the puppeteer's defenses, counterattacking with ferocity. Arcs of electricity danced along Xiaohua and Appo's blade, striking down with devastating force.